attack your predicates.
Yeah.
You just the prey, and I'm the predator. The predator.
That's right.
I want to set up a server where people just try to battle rap me.
Lose in a second.
I know. Hey, I'd probably lose to battle rap in a nanosecond. Unfortunately, you just lost your voice box, and laryngitis is a painful process to rebuild again.
Epic rap battles of history.
Rap battles.
In a world where all wars are solved with epic rap battles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got bars for days. And believe me, I've been in places where there's all you can see is bars, bro.
Epic rap battle, like Ukraine versus Russia.
Right?
Whoever wins. Winner takes all.
Right. Me and Jack Sparrow creating a rap song together. We accidentally dropped the track on the beach, picked it up, and had a sandy hook. Chicka chicka.
This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow.
Hey, what does a pirate do at a Jewish funeral? In Shiva. Shiva me timbers. Shiva, Shiva. Shiva me timbers. All right, I just accidentally destroyed the evidence I had that the Earth was a globe, so... Does anybody have any Novocaine? Because it's going to be a painful process. But I'm about to rebuild.
Oh, no, man. You've got me... Man, you're totally wrecking my dreams.
Sorry, bro. Well... Yeah, I was sent here to destroy you.
Man, and now you're not going to be able to do that. You've lost the proof.
Huh?
You've lost the proof.
No, I lost the proof, and it's
But I can just make something up.
Yeah, I lost the proof, but it wasn't like I lost it. I was trying to hide it in the oven, and I didn't realize the gas was on. And anyway, all the telemetry data got compromised, basically. You know.
Oh my God!
And
now that you've lost the technology, we're never going to get back to space. Now that you've lost the technology.
Well, I have the next best thing to space. I actually have Kevin Spacey here with me. Kevin? He's actually in the middle of filming a vacuum commercial right now for Dirt Devil. But as soon as he's done, he'll come over and get on the mic, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have the second best thing to space, do you have a swimming pool?
Kevin Spacey's the next best thing to space.
Yeah. No, it's got to be a swimming pool, because if we can't get in the vacuum of space, we got to get in the denseness of water.
Actually, I prefer the Bill Cosby method, which is just Jello or gelatin.
That's not bad. I mean, that's a good approach. A Jello meal served every day in the Crossbar Hotel till you get sprung.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they sure did railroad that, man. No doubt about it.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Did you hear the spiral yesterday afternoon with the kid who claimed that Mercury does not expand?
No.
Which Mercury are we talking about? Mercury, or the other Mercury?
Are you talking about the pharmaceutical company Mercury? Oh no, that's just Merck. Never
No,
mind.
the element or the metal.
Okay. It would be really cool to show that person a video of what mercury does when it comes into contact with aluminum, or what aluminum does when it comes in contact with mercury.
Yeah, he first said that no, Mercury doesn't expand. And then he said, yes, Mercury expands. And then they said, well, why did you say no? And he said, because I didn't know and I didn't want to say yes. He spiraled pretty quick.
Somebody show him the anvil floating on mercury. Kind of cool. Imagine having a boat and just like sail
Oh,
across.
hey, eat the grass.
What's up?
Can you hear me? Or does my mic
No.
sound weird?
No, what?
Does it
Oh,
sound weird?
what's up, man? Yeah, it's a little,
Huh?
but it's okay.
Is it loud or not loud?
It's kind of quiet.
Like how about now?
It's normal.
Okay, it's not hella quiet though.
Kind is.
Oh wait.
I was just turning the volume up so I can hear you better.
Pump up the volume. Pump it up a little more. Okay, check this out. Check it out. My palms is heavy, knees weak like I'm on the Fetty. Looks like an awful lot like Parmigiani that my mom is shredding on top of spaghetti. Before the levee breaks, you better get off the jetty. Turn up the hip hop and turn off the heavy metal, cause the trouble gives me awful headaches. Yeast infection keeps me guessing how awful bread tastes. Now my crepes are crazier than a waffle head case. How long this med takes to fill up a script is one less school shooting killing a kid. I thank God for David Hogg. No, really, I did. He was like Pat Garrett facing Billy the Kid. These Masons ain't playing, they creating serious shit. Taking a knee is a way of playing that here in my biff. Every victim was so quick to be a hero to kids. Serious fibs, Squid Games, I give 0 of shits.
Sleeping. Apparently you give 0 shit.
Stop it, Jackie. Jesus. Always hating on everything I do.
Someone else here?
Oh, here. Sorry.
Can I get a mic check?
What? I heard somebody, but I barely.
Okay.
Hey, Derek.
Oh, hey,
Hi,
what's
Derek.
up?
Hey.
It sounds really loud. I'm gonna max out your volume so I can hear you better. Put Derek up to like
I'm
200%.
testing out my headphones. I'm not sure if they work or not.
They sound like you're talking into a tin can connected to a
Oh,
string,
well, that's
and I'm on the
awful.
other side of the house.
Okay, here, I'm going to switch it up.
Anyway, testing.
Hmm.
Casey, still there?
What's up, man?
And so, does it sound any better, or?
Yeah.
Oh,
A
good.
lot better now.
Good, good. Right on.
How you been, man?
Been doing all right. Instead of shoveling snow recently, I got a new job.
Nice.
Yeah. It's actually it's with the company I've been with before. They're called DRC, and they are an outfit that basically sends out K through 12 intermediate testing. Like there's, how should we say, like end of the year tests for kids, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, those are the tests that they send out and also receive at the end of the year.
Do you just kind of help with process and that stuff?
Like I'll get a work order or from like a particular school district, and you need a certain amount of like, okay, I need like 10 fourth grade tests, 15 fifth grade tests, and that type of thing.
Yeah.
And we just get it all inventoried and then mailed out correctly. And then at the end of the year, which is what I was doing last year, is the receiving end, where they get all the completed tests.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right now, I'm with the shipping part, which is kind of cool.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, going through the grading process and all that good stuff.
Like, well, at the end of the year, like they're probably going to put me back in editing where I can actually grade kids' tests.
It's funny.
It is fun. Like I kind of go against the grain where they're like even if the kid like gets the correct answer right, if they filled it out wrong, they're trying to say, oh, well, then mark it as wrong. But I'll mark it as right anyway. Because they got the right answer.
Oh, man. I did not get any sleep last night.
I'm like, yeah.
I had like heartburn. So I couldn't lay down. I still do. It'd be alright. The wonders of coffee.
About that time, isn't it?
About 8 o'clock here now. Hmm.
Oh, somebody gave you silver FE. Look at that, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yeah.
Right on.
Just been creating a bunch of stuff, and then I guess I got upgraded.
Yes, sir.
Creating a lot, and then just spitting facts.
Well, that's cool.
I'm really just waiting for one person to actually portray like observable curvature and try and argue their point with their own evidence.
Dude, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Dude, it's my black swan, man. I need just one so that I know that they exist. There's got to be at least one of these Globers out there who can actually explain the shit and prove with their own investigations, their own
Nope.
evidence. No
Nope.
fish eyes, no trickery.
No.
Just bring me some real evidence. Take me out. A lot of people talk a bunch of junk like, oh, we put them in a rocket. So, okay, I'll go in a rocket. I'm atheist. Put me in a rocket. Or going to the Antarctic and go. All right, I'll circumnavigate. Give me a boat. A really nice boat, though. I want one that can break ice, like an icebreaker type boat. But give me a boat. Call me Captain Aethergris. Let's roll. Who's coming with me? I'm gonna pay for it myself. Everybody wants the flat Earth thing to end, then send a crazy flat Earther there to go and like try and find the edge of the world or whatever. I'm ready to roll. Let's go.
Send them to space that we can't verify exists.
I would send
Like,
you and me,
okay.
and then we just like they put us in a rocket, but instead of us going anywhere, it just explodes. It doesn't even make it off the ground. It just blows up. There we go. That problem's solved. Two birds, one stone. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. You and I would just like walk out of the explosion. Cool guys don't look at explosions. They just turn their heads and walk away. Like, whatever.
Oh.
That wasn't meant to be. It'll look like there's 3 people walking out of the flames.
Oh.
It's not time to go until it's time to go.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I really would love to go and explore Antarctic, like areas, places that there are no bases, like super remote. I just don't think that it would be a feasible thing for anybody to do, even if you
Right.
$1,000, it's still not feasible.
Mm-hmm.
You'll waste more time than find anything. Like, what do you find? Crap that they can mine up and go ruin the world some more? Maybe you find some bones that are cool. What I'd really like to find is some kind of city that's been abandoned. There's theories that, like, some Atlantis-type stuff's there, or Lemuria, Mu, whatever.
Well,
Speaking of, like, but then you got the Nazi thing where, the whatever it's called. There's got to be some kind of weird ruins, something there. That's like that lines up whether you believe in a flat or round world. There's got to be something there that is pretty damn cool. And there's not nearly enough evidence of anything there. It's super hush hush about every damn thing, and that's bull. Like, oh, you get like a damn half melted mammoth. That's about it. Like, come on, where's the cool shit? You know that the island, the Skull Island, the King Kong movie was based off of, that had all the weird giant creatures on it, based on a true story. And that island actually did sink, and like everything on it went extinct. Just gone. There were like giant bugs and stuff, like centipedes that are huge. Like it had preserved some of the remnants of the First World Order or something. It's interesting. But I believe it. There's probably still islands out there that have some really weird remote stuff. Or hell, there's stories of damn creatures in Africa, like in the depths of the jungle. Like,
I've been thinking about something. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. But like in the beginning of like let's say Genesis, it didn't say it rained, right? It said it misted. That says something about the type of pressure that's going on, in my opinion.
The environment was way different.
Yeah.
Everything could get a lot bigger, too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I believe that everything's devolving, not evolving. And what we confuse for evolution is devolution. adaptation
But
comes at cost.
in my opinion, human beings are thankfully remaining the same.
I think we're becoming weaker and weaker. If our years have been limited to 120, as is written, then that would mean that we're becoming incredibly weak in comparison to what we should be or what we were designed to be. Maybe you limited it for a reason.
Well, you're only viewing it from a temporary scale.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
but then you apply that to other stuff, right? So you got the human timeline of like living at that, but apply that to other creatures. Like, of course, they would get huge.
I mean, yeah, in old biblical era, yeah, it's like these things were given a lot of time to grow.
It's not just biblical, because the Sumerians and the Babylonians and the Egyptians, there's so much shared culture and timeline related things that it's not just the Bible. This is international.
All these nations that came after the flood were from Noah. All of them.
Which I'm not ashamed of what I believe. I'm not ashamed of my faith, but also I want to make it clear that it's not like we're thumping on a Bible and going, no, it's all of it. Every nation and tongue has stories related to these things.
Mm-hmm. They do. That's why Jesus would say, all men are a child of God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that's scripture.
I think people make a big deal out of religion because they don't know what it is, and it becomes a mind control tool instead of just like liberation. You're supposed to be set free. You like love the truth, love your neighbor as though they're literally you.
Yeah, do that.
You wonder, how do I love them like they want to be? Nope, love them like they're you is the only requirement. People overthink it though beyond that and make up a bunch of crap that's not even written. It's not like commanded of us. Crap. Like tithes, they were food. They're not meant to be money to go line the pockets of some like some block fleecer. It was to feed the poor, take care of the needy, and take care of the people who were taking care of the people. Then it became about like showmanship and greed. It's not what it was supposed to be. That's why he flipped those tables. That's also why this emoji's like here. It's kind of funny. It's literally, it's like it's embedded in Discord and it's straight up part of the story though. And anything that happens is canon. Table flip. For real though. What would Jesus do? He'd flip those tables for sure. I know that for a fact. He didn't stutter when he did it the first time. Money men are the root of all evil. It's okay to have money, but the people who are all about money, they're the ones who make the world go round. Money makes the world go round, and shiny fish islands is curve the ground.
But we're not supposed to have minds like the world anyway, so it doesn't really matter what they do.
It's a brand. It's marketing. It's a name brand thing. A lot of this is a waste of time.
Wait Excuse me, what's a waste of time?
I said I feel like a lot of this is a waste of time.
What is?
Because I've been like observing, right? Like sitting in this live stream observing like over and over
Mhm.
different people, like a turning door, like a revolving door, different people come in, but the ones who are regulars hear the same exact conversations over and over and over.
Oh,
Insane. That's insanity. That's crazy. Something's got to give and stop and change. And like I like the way that the dudes do stuff here. It's awesome. But I'm talking about the revolving door of the same sheep coming. Like it. Oh my gosh. Know your own model, people. If you believe in a globe, study your own model. Then come here. Don't come here not know because oh my gosh, it's always
well, I want to be partly understanding, at least partly, because
yeah, but it's just and also when okay, so like you'll have like one glober comes in here, and then there's like 10 flat earthers chilling in silence or just kind of
I mean, because there are people
and
that
all of a
do
sudden
come
they
in
target like
where
say you and
know,
I have hunting dogs though, right? And we're going hunting for rabbits, and we turn loose all these hunting dogs. Like, oh, it's a rabbit! You just saw one rabbit, but they are all running. Like you too many dogs on one rabbit. Calm down. But we get
Sure.
kind of I don't know. It's like a pack of everybody's got good intentions though. Like it's not negative. It's just it becomes negative when everybody's barking at the same time. Because then nobody hears anything. It becomes like a author of confusion type thing. Like I really like the idea of taking turns and discussing things round table style.
Well, yeah,
Like Memes
sure.
and Miggy and like a lot of the mods they enforce it. They do a good job at doing it.
They're experienced.
Yeah, there's another thing is they come off as being assholes, but they're not. And I understand why they're doing what they're doing and the way they are. Because there's so many trolls out there that just don't care, and they've had to deal with so many anonymous faces that never come back after talking crap. That honestly, why would they care what anybody else thinks? You just stick around, maybe they will. But everybody else is just gonna. There's a name. They might not even be real. They might just be a bot. Like you don't even know these days. And it's the same exact narratives, the same exact regurgitation. It's like no new content. Every once in a while, they need to find real people that they authentically believe and know what they're talking about. But most of them, they're just here to like pop in and disappear. The same thing that's happened on before. Like this happens on all of these servers. Become a revolving doors for trolls.
Well, the way I like to think of it, because I've been at this for a while, it is like planting seeds.
Yeah.
You may not notice much growth, but it's there.
Yep.
If it's in the back of their minds. Mm-hmm.
It might be like a year later. They'll be like, "Hey, dude, you remember when you told me about this?" And then, yeah, something grew. There's a lot of. It seems like a lot's changed, but everything's the same as it was before. Like,
Well,
the best way I could put it. I see a lot of the same faces still fighting the good fight, doing the same exact thing, and it's the same exact bullcrap, strongman arguments, and ad hominems that come like being launched at us for no reason. Like countless logical fallacies. I just would like people to be better prepared before coming to this particular channel and debating and discussing something as important as the shape of the Earth.
dude, okay. As much as I know about the globe, I couldn't. Even try to pretend.
It's just
no.
Well, you know me, I collect worldviews, so I know everybody's lore, but I'm like, at least know your own lore. What the heck? Oh, man.
Like, I wouldn't even want to try to pretend. Just know.
Simulation theory is the laziest one. Like, oh, nothing matters because I'm probably a freaking brain in a jar. Or something.
Yeah, because you get
Or whatever.
noise real.
The Earth is both round and flat, and I'm probably a brain in a jar or something. Whatever.
You know, that whole philosophy can stuff it.
It's like an extension of nihilism. And nothing matters because it's also a weird form of Calvinism too. It's like technocratic Calvinism.
I'm not even sure what label I would put it.
Yeah, like I don't know how to label, but yeah, it seems like it would be a kind of technocratic Calvinism where nothing matters because everything's preordained by some kind of scientific alien genius who's got your brain under control in a simulation. Or you might just be an NPC and you don't exist and you could be deleted tomorrow.
Right.
Nobody remembers.
Right. We're not sure we exist, but we
So
definitely know
nihilistic.
the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. But we
Wait, hold on.
question the official narratives on things, and we're the ones who are insane. Like, you guys don't even have any like strong tethering to reality. You believe that you might not even be sitting.
Right.
Like, are you on Discord right now? Are you sitting right now? Like, how
Are you
sure
having a cup of tea? Are you sure of that? God, it's absurd that we even have to argue with that type of philosophy. Like, what do you mean you don't know you're having a cup of tea?
that I'm 99.9% sure that I'm like, just so that they give room for their uncertainty.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
literally a goddess. Like, there's this story about like error. I don't know. She literally was like the antithesis to truth. Like intentionally, like cannot remember anything, forgets everything. It's chaos. It was some weird story about that, and I'm like, these people actually act like they do worship some kind of weird, forgetful, like anti-truth goddess of darkness. Which gets into another thing. So I looked up. I was like, there's got to be a phobia of truth, and alethophobia is a crippling fear of the truth. And so I diagnosed most people on Earth with alethophobia. Like, they definitely have it. That's what cogdis comes from. Is alethophobia. They're scared of the truth. Darkness is afraid of hugs and kisses. And it runs away from love because it doesn't understand it. Kind of like when Jacob was running away from Esau, and Esau just wanted to give him a hug and tell him to stop being weird and come home. Like, I'm not going to kill you, man. Dude, that's what you would say if you wanted to kill me. Like, bro, it's just an inheritance. Come back. It's just funny how that story plays out. And also the fact that, like, Esau apparently kills Nimrod and steals, like, the king's underwear, which is supposed to be, like, an inherited thing from Adam that Nimrod stole from Noah. The golden fleece. The royal robes that God made Adam. But I'm like thinking, like, you would wear this under armor, right? So it's literally underwear. It's probably golden because it was just so nasty and dank, and they didn't have bleach or washing machine, or it was just gross. I don't believe that it had any actual power, but it would have authority. Like, it'd command authority, like, oh, okay, this guy must be king of the world because he has the king's robes. But there's a lot, like, there's multiple lore things beyond the Bible itself where it talks about that too. Royal underwear.
Like the Apocrypha was the Bible several centuries ago.
Yeah. And I'm not even talking about Enoch, though. Like, I'm just some regular books that are still there. Like, it's in there. But when you include Enoch, it gets a lot more interesting.
Yes, I do.
And there's multiple other books that are really good too. Dang, I meant to mute my mic. I did not mean to go up in there. Sorry, guys. Oh, I think I'm gonna go grab another cup of coffee, and I will be right back. Alrighty. 30. Radio silence. Dead air. Gets weird.
Hey guys, if nobody's talking, I'm going to play something on the bot from a previous episode. Feel free to shout out if you want it stopped, or drop a note in text and we'll stop it and start a conversation at any time if anyone wants to talk.
Yeah, we have a new person here, Yellow Weasel. Do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you.
Hello. Yeah. So no, a friend of mine said like he got into flat Earth and he said I should check it out, but I'm not really that convinced yet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we're not here to convince you. We're just well, let's before we get into all that. How did you find this, sir? You said a friend invited you. Have they been here before?
No, he said he sometimes watches your live stream on YouTube,
Okay, cool.
and he said like maybe if I have questions I could come here and see what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So, do you have any questions to ask us about flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused in the sense of that I hear of so many different models and versions. So, for example, it's like my friend. He's like he believes that the moon is a hologram, but then also I've heard of other people who believe that it's a flat surface, and then like other people say it like crumples up when it gets like half moon and stuff, and I'm just a bit confused to like what exactly I should
hold
look
on.
into.
We all see the moon the same way. We experience the phases. Now, what and where and how that works, we have no idea. That's a really good question because the moon is very mysterious. I mean, it's still mysterious to us. I mean, in the astronomers' ideas, right? They're like, well, it's a rock and it's affected by Earth's gravity. We're the third rock from the sun, and it's traversing the sun or traversing Earth. Held by Earth's gravity, and the reason you see the moon phases is because of the way that the sun shines and the different times of the month and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean that's the standard story. We all
Well, yeah, I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sure, it can, but it's not the only explanation for what the moon is. You know what I mean? Because you can explain it another way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah, but like I guess you also don't believe that we went to the moon.
Well, I never been to the moon, but I don't think anybody else went there either. Yeah, you're correct on that.
Yeah. You see, because this is something that when I was younger, I investigated a lot. Because that started like with all this. It started with 9/11, and the conspiracies surrounding that. So I would say I was a 9/11 conspiracist. And then like I got like sucked in a bit into the moon landing conspiracies. But I don't know, like from what I researched, I deducted that the moon landings happened. And so then that sounds like if I'm correct with that, and so we would know a lot about them. I looked into the moon landing, yeah.
Well, you looked into 9/11, but you said you were like you came to the conclusion that the way that the official story of 9/11 is true or not true, or there's some question.
I'm not completely sure, but I would say it's more likely to be true, because the problem with the official story is that if they were looking for a reason to go into Iraq, they would have made Iraq the culprit for 9/11.
Yeah.
So and that just like sounds like very weird to me, and also like the way that the buildings collapsed is sounds expected, looks
Hey man,
expected.
sounds like you've done your work on that one. But you were questioning moon landing, and then you came to the conclusion, yeah, they probably did go.
I'm really
After
sure
looking
that they
at
did
some of the
go.
9/11, well, cool.
Yeah. I'm just saying so that because that is like when it comes to, for example, the different ways that people think that the moon is, then that doesn't really compute with, like, I don't know, like if I'm quite sure, I would say like 99.9% that the US landed a few astronauts on the moon multiple times. That
Okay, what makes you 100% sure about that?
I said I'm not 100. I said 99.9.
That's pretty close to 100. Come
But
on.
that's pretty close.
Yeah,
You're
that's
completely right.
the closest you can get to 100.
Right.
Yeah, so
The thing is that at the time it would have been more difficult to fake the moon landing than to actually do it.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
So the kind of cameras you would need, the kind of, I would say, the slow motion cameras didn't exist yet. The problem is you would have with the live
Slow motion
transmissions.
cameras. Yeah, we didn't have slow motion cameras, but after you shot a video, you can replay it at a slower feed.
But not with you, and if you shoot. That's the thing, you know. If you replay it with the lower feed, you can see it in the video that the feed rate has been lowered, because it's only been shot
How can you see that?
You can measure the difference between each picture, the time difference, and
so
that means
you
like
need
how
the
many pictures you have like per. You can measure the amount of pictures you see per minute, per second.
Wait. To establish that, you need the original video, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering which pictures you're talking about specifically. Cause
can you point me to the original film? Yeah, it was a roller. Yeah, with physical film rolled on it. Can you show me the original one?
I don't have it in my possession, no.
Yeah, NASA officially is saying that the original doesn't exist.
Yeah, they don't have it.
I think they said some of it was lost. That's
They destroyed.
that I heard.
No, it wasn't lost. They destroyed it.
Well, that was the technology to go, but as far as the pictures and images, I mean, you can go on NASA's website right now and look up the moon landing pictures from they had like chest cameras. They had a camera on the capsule, and these were certain types of cameras. But are you familiar with how they captured this footage?
It was all analog film, and this is also the interesting part, is that if you look at that's the thing, you know. I'm going by the difference in live transmission versus captured video that was recorded, and captured pictures. And if you look at the live transmission, there is not a single speck of dust, not a single weird blip, not a crack in the film like on it. And then when you look at the captured images, the original ones, then you see that you have influence of the radiation, you have dust on there, you have like standard analog picture problems. So that means that the live transmission couldn't have been recorded. The live transmission couldn't have been recorded in beforehand. That with the technology of the time, it would have been nearly impossible. I would even argue impossible to have this.
Or are you talking for yourself?
I'm talking from myself.
Sounds like you're reading a script.
No, that's cool. I mean, check this out. Here's something to think about. Maybe something you haven't considered.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Check this out. I mean, we're, in the globe idea, we're in the solar system, third rock from the sun, right? The only reason that we're not burnt to a crisp on Earth is because of the atmosphere, right? In the heliocentric model.
No, it's the
Anybody
magnetosphere actually.
say that?
That does most of the work. The magnetosphere.
Okay,
The-
well,
you know that the Earth, like that, when you have a compass,
No,
it
it's
can
not.
point north.
hold on. So,
Yeah.
go ahead and explain that. So the
Okay,
magnetosphere,
so the-
instead of the atmosphere, actually prevents most of the UV rays from frying.
No,
up.
most of the high energy particles, which would over time destroy the atmosphere. So like look at Mars, for example. Doesn't have an atmosphere. Why? Because it doesn't
Why are
have
we
a
looking at
strong.
Mars? I'm talking about Earth,
How
bro.
do you know Mars?
Okay,
has
okay.
an atmosphere?
Yeah, because of the measurements we've done with space probes we send out. But if you
Well,
don't
they
believe that
sent
we
a
send
drone
out
and
anything,
it
if that's
fly
all
in the
fake, then of
vacuum.
course.
Are you telling me that drones can fly in vacuum?
Well, what do you mean with drone?
Yeah. Can a drone fly in a vacuum?
What is a drone from your point of view? You mean like propeller powered, or what do you mean?
Those bullshit drones, yeah, with propeller powered, yeah, drone.
Oh,
Don't you know what a
that
drone
can't
is?
fly in a
You know,
vacuum.
Matter if they have propellers
drone
or
to fly it
propulsion
with a
engines,
remote control.
you still have to have atmosphere for anything to fly.
No,
No,
but
but
he
a
said if you look,
rocket motor
you
doesn't
said
need an atmosphere.
and you said if you look Mars, I'm looking Mars, and I cannot realize if it's atmosphere there and if it's not. How you realize that?
Oh, that's actually also something you can do with a telescope yourself.
With the telescope. With the telescope.
See the atmosphere of Mars with a telescope.
Are you saying that you can see the Mars and you can see the atmosphere, or not see the atmosphere of the Mars, or you can see birds or whatever? You can see the rock passing, or whatever.
No, but you
what's
can.
really
Okay, so
cool?
when you
Venus, I saw Venus, Saturn, and Mars in the sky
let's
tonight.
take it
They were
easy.
like right next to each other, like Venus, Saturn, and Mars. I didn't pull out a telescope, but I'm pretty sure if I did, still wouldn't see the atmosphere of any of them.
Yeah. And
well, you can see the atmosphere of Saturn.
Wait.
Man,
at the
how
beginning,
you can see?
Sasha, let me finish. Sasha, I didn't finish explaining.
Sorry.
I started this argument with him. I need to clarify and end it.
Yeah, go ahead.
His claim was, he said that there's no atmosphere on Mars, but NASA showing us that they are sending a drone and it's flying. Yeah, but you were saying earlier that Mars has no atmosphere. You said it.
I said it slowly rips away the atmosphere, which is what's happening to Mars. And I'm saying it's not. I never said it doesn't have an atmosphere.
Stream because you said Mars has no atmosphere.
No,
Earth.
I don't think I've said that.
Let's say that you
anyway,
you
if
said
it came out that way, I didn't.
change idea because he doesn't mean that now.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't. It came out that way. I didn't. I don't mean it.
So what do you mean then?
But you mean that we can with telescope see what is going on Mars?
All right. So if you want to find out what gases are somewhere, you can see of the light.
Or if you want to find out what gas is doing, look into and find me where we can have gas pressure without container, and then we will speak about Mars and everything.
Okay, so the thing with gas pressure without container is, like, to me, like, for example, look at the ocean. You see, like, there's at the bottom of the ocean, you have a lot of pressure.
Ocean is not a gas.
Water is not a gas. Water's not a gas.
Okay, so if it if it doesn't work with gas, then
what?
Well, if you don't believe in atmosphere, if you don't believe in gravity,
I don't believe in anything. I don't believe. Listen, this. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in atmosphere. That's for sure. Do you believe in atmosphere?
I know it takes guts for some. Hey, listen, you probably. It sounds like you've. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It sounds like he's familiar with our arguments. So let's, like,
No, I'm familiar with my friends' arguments, but they don't, like, to me it doesn't sound that right. And he said I should come here because you guys can explain it better than him.
Do
Sure,
you
but
believe in
we also don't need to
atmosphere?
bombard you and you know.
Question:
Come
do
on,
you
man.
believe in atmosphere?
Like in that we have an atmosphere around me now, or like that
Do
there's
you
no
think
atmosphere in space?
that do you think that what we call what is around us it's atmosphere?
Yes,
Yes. Okay. How gas taking the shape of the sphere? Can you tell me? Because
because it is
atmo means
pulled to the sphere by the force of gravity.
wow.
What can you provide the academic citation that the gas is
Hey.
pulled by gravity?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
I
Both
can
of the people that are
find
talking
one
to
if
you now,
you
hold on.
want to.
Everybody here
Yeah,
used to think.
find one, please.
Hold on. Everybody used to think gravity was the thing before, so
Yeah.
don't just try to take the piss at him because he thinks gravity's real.
Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
I'm not
All right,
angry
come
at
on,
him.
man.
And actually, yeah,
Explain how we found out that
I
this
want to
cannot possibly
explain
be
him
true.
all the arguments. Yeah, I want to get with him through all the
I hate when
arguments,
people do that shit.
the
When new people come in
pseudoscientific
and
and
just like,
everything. Yeah.
you know, and just like, oh, you think gravity, then just freaking jump down their
Yeah.
throat about gravity. I mean, it's like we all used to think that shit was real too.
Yeah, first thing first, I need to explain is, you know, I welcome to this server. I want you to know that you don't know about the stuff that we know. You think we have beliefs and things like this, but actually we are extremists. We do not accept stories for explaining reality. When we deal with reality, we stick with science and its scientific method. And if something is not, if a story is not a scientific theory, has no experiment to back it up, then we will not accept to blindly believe that story because just someone thought of himself to say this nice story.
I'm completely on board with you. Yeah, I'm also. I want to believe as much true stuff as there is.
Yeah,
and there's the least false stuff. So
yeah, the globe model has a ton of positive claims, but none of them have been demonstrated or
none of them.
empirically proven. Yeah.
But like for example, when we want to come back to gravity, let's say, okay, because like
gravity. Let's take it from the start. The first theory of gravity is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. So
yeah, let's stick with Newtonian. I'm completely fine with that.
And this includes also Newton's laws of motion. So do you think they are real?
Do you think what is real? Sorry.
Do you think that theory of gravity, the Newtonian theory of gravity, is actually functional? It is real.
It is functional, yeah. Until you get into like the high velocity stuff where you need to go with special relativity.
Well, that's the problem, actually, because Newton's theory of gravity has been debunked and superseded, meaning it has been replaced
Exactly,
by
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, by Einsteinian relativistic gravity.
And I can also show you when you look at the
which for Einstein's gravity, you cannot demonstrate to me empirically the bending of space-time. So when I'm waiting the train in the train station 5 minutes, show me how you're gonna be bending my waiting for the train. How are you gonna bend that?
No, but this is not what bending space-time would even mean. I mean, so I can, you can. So, for example, look at. Oh, you don't believe in that? Okay, wait.
The train station is
let him answer, man.
in space. Yeah, go ahead.
Give him his rope.
Right. So let's say if so you're waiting for the train on the station, and you're just standing there. You're not really moving relative to, let's say, the guy next to you.
No, I am moving. I'm smoking a cigarette while waiting.
Okay, then you're.
Yeah.
Are you like finally
Well-
get because that's like exactly what I'm doing right now. Find a
Nah,
I'm at the train station.
So
Yeah,
let's
because-
say if Earth was
Mhm.
20 times as heavy, like the gravity
Yeah, but
pulling you towards Earth
This you have
was
to
a lot
bring
stronger.
imaginary concepts.
Well, the problem is that
Without
in
imaginary
order to
concepts,
see
no.
if
Listen,
if you
can
want
you have?
to
Can you show me a Earth 20 times heavier than the Earth that we live on?
No, I can't. So
No,
okay, let's
of
stick
course.
with something else
So,
then. No
let's
problem.
not
No
go
problem.
there.
Let's take a
Hold
clock.
on. I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you say gravity, you mean the cause of the effect? You mean the cause of the effect? Is gravity the
Well,
cause or gravity the effect?
since gravity is just the effect of a formed, no, how do you say, of curved space-time, because it's not really a force in that sense, if you want to go technical with it, but it makes sense to look at it from a force when you do like small Newtonian physics, in the same way as it makes sense to think of the what is it called? When you spin something around you in a, like, I don't know, you take a hammer and you spin around. It feels like the hammer exerts a force out from you, right? But this force also doesn't really exist in that sense. It's just the hammer wanting to go on in a straight line all the time, but you're pulling
the
it
G
in.
acceleration.
Well, there's a reason I asked you whether it was a cause or the effect, because just that one question alone demonstrates that it's not actually a scientific theory. Because the causal mechanism for, say, things falling can't be demonstrated by experiment.
Yeah.
You'll have to
What do
say,
you
like,
mean?
I can't. Okay, so an experiment that has cause and effect has independent variables. Manipulate the independent variable and measure an effect on the dependent variable, right?
Yeah.
The independent variable is the cause. Dependent variable is the effect.
Exactly.
Right? So what
and
causes
the
things
cause
to fall?
is that you have mass deforming space-time, which then leads to other objects seeming to curve, although they still go on in a straight line.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was talking about that's what we're talking about. That's the story,
mass
right? So where's the experiment?
Okay, I can give you an experiment. You take a very, very, very heavy sphere. I don't know, let's take a 30 centimeter diameter lead sphere, and then you take a smaller sphere, or like another object, let's say a 1 centimeter diameter lead object, and if you place them in a low friction environment, you will see that they will over time move closer to each other until they touch without other forces put on them.
Yeah,
In a
good
vacuum.
example. Indio, I want to ask him a question.
You actually have that experiment that you can show us. You can have that.
I've done it. Yeah, at my university.
You've done it. What exactly?
What?
Yeah. What exactly did you? Are you talking about the Cavendish? Is that what you're talking about?
he is.
It's the Cavendish. Yeah, it's the Cavendish.
So I asked you what falls. There's nothing falling in the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, there is. You have the small ball falling towards the big ball in the same way as the big ball is falling towards the small ball.
Falling sideways.
Well, it's all just a point of. I mean, it depends on the point of reference, doesn't it? If you, if you think of yourself as the small ball, you would say I'm falling towards the big ball, wouldn't you? I don't know, like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we'll get into that. I think and I imagine. That's where I jump ship, because we don't want to think and we don't want to imagine.
Yeah, the problem is we're using words like fall, which don't even make that much sense.
Fall towards the earth. Fall means go the acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared towards the Earth. That.
So are you falling right now?
Not yet.
But you're accelerated against the Earth at all time.
Yeah,
Really?
awesome. But I asked you for the experiment which demonstrates the cause of that. I didn't ask you for an experiment that demonstrates that
and I
going
gave you the
sideways.
Cavendish experiment that
Nothing's
shows you
falling in the Cavendish.
that mass attracts mass.
Hold
No,
on.
mass
Not really.
attacks mass.
Here's
Wait,
what I want to break down what he said. So you're accelerating against the Earth. It sounds like his English is not his native language, right?
No, it's not. No.
Accelerating against the Earth. Accelerating
towards, like you're at all times. The Earth is pulling.
Yeah, sure.
Like you're being pulled.
Earth is not pulling anyone. What are you talking
And
about?
I don't even think you did the Cavendish
not
experiment
even really.
because
But I
you didn't
did
actually describe. Well, you didn't.
You take two balls and you have you take two big balls, two small balls. You have the small balls in a low friction
Everybody let
environment.
Indio do this, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have a laser, and you point it over a long distance, and you can see the movement until even both of the two balls touch each other.
And that's actually not what happens. So you're actually describing it wrong. So what happens is the big ball and small balls go towards each other, and then they oscillate. And then you measure the speed of the oscillation, and then you infer big G from that. So you're not even describing the experiment right.
They oscillate? What do you mean by oscillate?
They oscillate because they're on a torsion. They're on a torsion wire, so they bounce back and forth.
I'm getting weird noises.
Torsion wire has a.
India's got some background noise, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about a horizontal. Well, actually, what you're talking about is you're both talking about a horizontal attraction, not a vertical attraction.
Well, the problem is that we can't turn off gravity for these two.
What the hell is gravity, bro?
No, I mean you cannot turn off. Like as long as we're in Earth's gravitational field.
Yeah, Weasel, you claim that you've been to a university and that's where you came across this Cavendish so-called experiment. Do you know this experiment like in depth? Have you studied it?
Well, no, but we've at the end, like not anymore. At the time, we've done the calculations on it.
You mentioned
we measured
that
the gravitational constant.
Listen, you mentioned that you were using lead balls. Lead is a metal, correct?
Yeah, but that's not
but that doesn't work because.
No, I need to know what do you know about lead metal?
What do you mean? What I know about lead metal? At the beginning of the experiment, you let both of them touch each other in order to equalize the electric.
I'm talking
forces.
about your knowledge about the lead metal.
Well, I studied two semesters of metallurgy, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's what do you mean the properties?
Well,
in that sense?
the lead. Yeah,
it's not ferromagnetic.
Properties, electroconductivity, magnetic properties.
It doesn't have. It has. Lead doesn't have magnetic properties.
Oh, let's get
what
to
do
the
you mean it doesn't have magnetic properties?
Listen, base of
lead itself. Lead is not ferromagnetic. You cannot magnetically polarize lead.
So lead, the metal, is paramagnetic, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not ferromagnetic, but it's paramagnetic if you have movement.
No, I didn't
if you
say
have
it's ferromagnetic. Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't gallop. This is the claim. The lead metal is paramagnetic. I know very well what paramagnetism is. So you don't need to explain it to me like a kindergarten. But I'm assuming that you also know. Now,
yes.
What about the lead atom? What are the magnetic properties of the lead atom?
What are the properties of the lead atom?
Yeah, the magnetic properties of lead atom.
None.
Not true. The lead atom is diamagnetic. And when it forms a crystal, a metal, yeah, when you have more lead atoms, they crystallize into a metal, yeah, and that's when they are paramagnetic. This element, yeah, now
Wait, lead.
has
But
two
lead has
opposite
two.
magnetic properties in the same time. And because of these opposite magnetic properties, the lead is always attracted to itself, to lead metal. So when you have tiny pieces of lead metal, yeah, they are attracted together. They conglomerate always.
No, they will get attracted to a other magnetic field, but not to itself, because that's why they are paramagnetic.
No. Have you ever seen these gold diggers? They use this ladder, where you pour water, yeah, and sand, and the gold deposits on the bottom, yeah, and the water washes all the dirt and sand away, but the gold remains because it's heavier, yeah. When you do this with
okay,
lead
yeah.
metals, yeah, when you do this with lead, you will find that lead not only deposit itself into those crevices, but it also conglomerate itself into one place, one blob, yeah, one pile together, because the lead metal is attracted to itself slightly, magnetically is slightly attracted to itself. So these are very well known magnetic properties of lead metal.
If you say so, I'm certainly searching for
It's
information on
not
that
me
because I'm not
saying
as well
so.
versed in that as you think.
These are the most expert physicians
Look in the
of
live
the
stream
world,
voice text channel.
the biggest physicians.
Excuse me?
Dude, we post everything in the live stream voice text channel. It's the text channel right above the voice channel.
Oh, I've never seen that one before. I think because before I wasn't allowed to talk, I couldn't see the text channel.
Yeah, are you VC verified now? You got
I
the
have no
role?
fucking idea. Wait, let me check.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll
VC
give it to
verified.
you.
Yeah, I'm verified. I can see
Yeah,
it,
you
yes.
can't see that channel unless you're VC verified because people will come in and try to spam and porn and.
I see, because is that the channel you can see in the live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
Anyway, let's not beat gravity to death, because the whole point is that, I mean, even mainstream science admits that there's problems with the theory of gravity. It's not one of the fundamental forces, like in the standard model of particle physics. It's admitted that there's a bunch of problems with it. People come in here like, hey,
Of course, yeah. I mean, there are like problems with everything, like more or less, like there is nothing concrete
No, not
per
with
se in
everything.
science.
There's no problem with boiling water.
Well,
There's
there
no
actually is.
problem
There's
with
a lot
boiling
of stuff
No.
that goes into how, when, and where water will boil differently.
Listen, when you put water in a container and you add heat to it, it will boil. You will reach the boiling point by adding heat. So you
But
have
where
the
is the
cause
boiling
and
point?
effect. 100 Celsius. The boiling
Not everywhere.
point
Not
of water
I
at
lived at a
room
place where water
temperature,
boiled before
and
that.
in vacuum the boiling point drops. Yes, we know.
Exactly. So it's not
And
it's not
I
always
just
at
told you, from the beginning, there is no problems in boiling water. Like there are problems about gravity. And you said,
there's a
no,
bunch of
there are
variables.
problems.
Yeah, with boiling water, there's a bunch of variables, but we know all the variables, right?
Yeah.
So we
How
know
do
the cause.
we know? I don't like. I don't know. I haven't researched into boiling water.
Pressure, temperature, salinity.
Yeah.
number of air bubbles that are in it. There's a whole bunch of variables to determine its boiling point. Typically, we only deal with pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
But
Like,
the point
I
is,
don't know. Like,
no
I wouldn't be able
experiment.
to tell you that there isn't another thing that I don't know about that also influences it a little way. Like, that's, I don't know. I wouldn't know about that.
Well,
I can tell you.
okay. So let me tell you. Like, let me just go. Like, I want to go back to the beginning, kind of. So our point is, we base our view on experimentation, not things scientists say, not stories, not anything like that. What
I don't
is
give a
the
shit what someone else
experiment?
says. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So like, I don't like, if you read a scientific paper, it'll have an abstract, it'll have the experiment, and it'll have their conclusion. I don't even care about their like the abstract and the conclusion. I only care about what the experimental results. So we know that we cannot we don't have a viable independent variable for determining the causal mechanism for things falling. Because if I take, in the example you used, if I take a 100,000 kilogram lead ball and a 1 kilogram lead ball and I drop them, the so-called cause, right? The mass has changed, but they're both falling at the same rate. So according to the scientific method,
If you don't have a difference, a difference in aerodynamic forces of the balls, yes.
yeah, all so no error.
Right, like everything
right?
stays the
fall at
same, just
rate.
the mass is different. Right.
Yeah,
I'm
but
bored. Yeah.
But that's the claim. That's the claimed causal mechanism for things falling. Mass attracting mass, right? That's the cause. But there's no experiment that demonstrates that. That's the problem. But I mean, a lot of people come in here with gravity. They think that Newtonian gravity predicts a bunch of particles will form a ball, but that's actually not even a prediction of the theory. So they've run this in simulation, and they can't get an ensemble of particles to actually form into a ball. So it's a common thing that people just say, "Oh, gravity. So gravity is as a consequence of gravity, things will form into a ball." That's not even true.
Yeah.
Can you
I'll post in the
because
live stream voice.
that would be
I'll post it in
interesting
the
evidence. Can you
I'll post in the live stream voice text. So what they did is this astronomical journal tried to simulate like formation of asteroids. So they used Newtonian gravity. They couldn't get the shit to stop moving around. So then they added like what they call the stickiness factor, right? So basically, when the things it was like almost like a glue. When they would hit each other, when the particles would hit each other, they would partially stick and then bounce. And eventually formed into something. It wasn't a ball. It was a freaking egg. And this is cheating. Even with cheating, they couldn't get it to happen. But I'll post that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny. It's just like something that they teach you in school, right? Right? Because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. Gravity will form things into balls. But no, who actually did the math to test that out? Is that a prediction of the theory? And it turns out it's not.
Well, then,
but
yeah,
give me like 5
seconds. I think so if you look at objects, let's say in the asteroid belt, but if you don't believe that there's an asteroid belt, then that doesn't count as evidence, so that doesn't work.
Well, I can look at the sky, at the night sky, and make a fortune telling. That will be the same with looking at your hand and predicting your future. Yeah.
Both bullshit, exactly.
Well, we'd have to look up there and speculate as to what's going on. And there's a bunch of different theories competing for speculative power. Quote unquote gravity pulling stuff to a ball, electromagnetism, which I would go with, and other stuff like that. So it just depends on which theory you want to speculate with. But do we see this gravity thing pulling things into balls for a ball shape, say? Not really. We just look up there and infer and assume that that's what's going on.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Alrighty.
or something wants to try to tell.
How's it going? Greetings and good morning to everyone. Hope all is well with everybody.
Good morning, Aether, and everyone else. How's it going? Sorry I couldn't get to you earlier, pal. How you doing today?
Doing pretty good. Hope all's well with you, man.
Yeah. A wee bit of rain last night, and it's taken away my snow, so...
Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm sure you're ready for it to go away. It ends up being all like slushy and nasty for a bit.
Nah, it's never that deep, sadly enough. It's normally the first couple of days, but I've got boots for the car, and it doesn't hold me back. I like being snowed in. I like it when everything closing down and nobody can go anywhere because it's a bit snowy.
I like when there's actual enough to like mess around with, but if it's like a light amount of snow and then it melts and turns into that nasty mess, it's almost pointless.
Yep, it ain't so good. Good for the ground, though. Good for the ground.
Yeah.
We need it to get cold and damp and wet and seriously cold, but I don't. It's some strange things going on this year, though. We'll see. It's a quiet day today. I take it America's still recovering from New Year.
I guess so.
Come back to work. Come back to pay the man.
Yeah. I'm probably half hungover from an extra long weekend.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It used to be a 2-week event when I was young. It just, you just kept drinking until, or kept partying, or, go and have a shower and then go and have something to eat and then go back to party, and somebody else would have a party in the house. Great. It's fine when you're young. I'll say that. That's easy when you're old.
Catch up to you.
Aye. All these things, I don't know if it's not the same anymore. It's, the community thing's gone away. People don't know who their own neighbours are, and, we used to have big street parties in this country, and, the lockdowns, all the nonsense from the last 2 years have stopped all of that. You can't socialise, you can't just go out and do something. You have to have it all organised and have a certificate saying that you're allowed to do it. It's mad.
I'm trying to impose all kinds of mandates on everyone. We live in clown world.
We used to, dude. We used to. I think it's stepping out of the circus and realising that it really is a big show.
Yeah.
It really is. Yeah.
I remember one of the things that, like, while everybody was all freaking out, I just didn't watch TV, and I had, like, no anxiety about any of the stuff that was going on, like, whatever. But the people who were watching TV, they were all tripping. I can help you with your fear problem and your don't watch TV, turn it off.
Yeah.
You'll be able to breathe a little bit better when you don't have anxiety from stressing over things that aren't going to get you.
Well, the thing was, you couldn't get away from it on the media. You just really couldn't.
They had people chanting it too.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mantras.
Yeah. I mean, we were out celebrating, the health workers, everything that they were doing, being on the front line of it all. We were out celebrating them every week and then going back into our houses scared.
It's so brave on TikTok with their dances.
Yeah.
It's such a noble symbol for the country.
I mean, I do agree. Okay, they were, in a sense, on the front lines. They were, thrown into it. They didn't have any choice. If they wanted to stay in their jobs, they had to do what they were doing. And yeah, that wasn't fair at all, like, in any way, shape, or form. But the whole rigmarole about it being superhumans and stuff like that, yeah. Just a media propaganda.
I just don't believe in any kind of
scheme, basically.
person worship. People worship always ends in damnation and corruption. It doesn't matter what person that people are worshiping. But putting nurses and medical staff like on some high pedestal is not a good idea. I mean, that's what Germany did.
Yeah. Well, I would have a lot of the medical staff more involved in the decision-making process. I will say that the politicians that have been pushing this or on the forefront of it, I've never liked being told what the health requirements are by a government or a politician. That's a dude in the
I don't know what's worse.
Yeah.
I don't know what's worse is those are the politicians doing that because, like, God, they all got some kind of agenda.
Yeah.
Lobbyists line the pockets of politicians like, oh, well, we got this pharmaceutic thing that we want to pass.
Yeah.
Grease the gears. Money makes the world go round. Its shiny fisheye lenses curve the ground.
Yeah, you said it, dude.
So I was on NASA's website, and there are multiple 3D models that I can 3D print of various rockets that they've built that are apparently to scale. I'm thinking I can go to, like, Hobby Lobby or some other random hobby store and get, like, the rocket things, like the actual launch rockets.
Yeah, you can buy the rocket motor itself. Yeah,
I 3D print the rocket itself, put that in there, and I guess I'd have to make it pretty big if I'm going to make it actually mount a camera into it.
Yeah. What are you thinking? Just actually set it off, or try and set it off in a vacuum?
I don't know I don't know where I would launch it, actually. And I don't know how much trouble I'd get in, depending on how big I make it. I need to figure this out, I guess. I should probably plan this a little bit before I just go building things.
Well, I mean, if the plan's to scale, you can up or down scale it, and way you could, the equivalent to testing a vacuum size, for lift. Build yourself maybe a 3 meter vertical vacuum. I don't know the possibilities of making it or getting it as close to low pressure as you would need to check the thrust. And
I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Yeah.
Have to find some kind of industrial system.
Yeah. Good old NASA. If they're going to give us the details and the specs, why not?
Just trying to test, like, the aerodynamics of certain things and see how high I can get it to go.
Yeah.
Play around with rockets. "3D print a scale model of the little pod thing that Gus and his buddies were in when that blew up, and then on the 4th of July, blow up the lemon, like, makes the combustible lemon." Post that video online.
If they give you the full specs for the escape suite, the escape chute to the safety suite, build that into it and then half it and show them getting out the lem. Although Gus didn't get out. But you could do the how they get out the rocket before it goes to space. But they didn't get out badly enough. Yeah.
It'd be so obscure that only a few people would get the reference.
Yeah. Kids would get it. Young ones would get it. What's that little man doing dropping down that chute, mummy, before the rocket takes off? Yeah. Kids would get that.
It'd also be funny to build a miniature set of like one of the SpaceX rockets that just kind of blew up on the, and then reenact that and make it blow up on purpose. Like the entire point is the rocket doesn't launch. You want it to blow up. Like if it launches, then that's technically failure. You want it to explode on the ground. Gotta be just like Elon. Why do people always call him Elon Musk? Like, is there any other Elon? I don't. I'm pretty sure there's not. You just call him Elon. Musk would be a little weird. That musky guy.
Yeah, it's almost like a double hyphen surname, the way he's turned.
The way, yeah, everybody uses both names, like first and last name together, and I'm like, that is, nobody does that though. That's not how you talk about real people. They talk about him like he's a character, like Mickey Mouse, Elon Musk,
Yes,
Rick Sanchez,
yeah,
Morty Smith.
It's media propaganda. He's intellectual property. His actual name, yeah.
Another one would be like Nikola Tesla, but like, what other Nikola do you actually know? Like, or what other Tesla? Why would you say Nikola Tesla together all the time? Or Thomas Edison? Well, I guess Thomas. There's a lot of Thomases. You say Edison, everybody knows who the heck you're talking about. But usually, if you go Thomas Edison, like what other Edison though? They pick out like a random obscure Edison or Tesla that's completely unrelated to either of them. I feel like history like repeats itself with these weird characters that pop up, and they're technically real people, but they're playing a fake version of themselves.
Persona.
And like the definition of a person is like
It does seem
it's an actor's mask, or a character in a play.
Yeah, it does seem kind of cyclic sometimes, yeah. And that technology's only refound or enhanced and passed on as a new invention in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that anything can actually be lost. The creator of truth is a self-existent God of truth, and nothing true can be lost.
I think there's actually more hidden than lost. If you were to get access to some of these big warehouses, I think you would find that most of antiquity's been stored away quite safely. It's actually there.
I was going to say concealed.
Lost, yeah. Like we don't know that it's there, so they think.
Yeah. But they definitely have warehouses of various things. There's evidence of the Smithsonian hiding giant bones. Like evidence of cover-up.
Yep.
People want to sit in denial, and it's like, this is obvious evidence, though. No, it can't be. That conflicts with my beliefs. We have to come from a speck of nothing. People want their lives to be worth nothing but dirt so that they can throw them away and not feel guilty about it.
Well, in general, people don't want to be accountable. They think that whatever they do in life, well, as long as they're not seen by the masses as being naughty or bad, they can go on with doing whatever they want, and then they just, that's it, you're gone. You're in for it, nothing. And it's easy to believe in that and not think that you're accountable or that there's a chance of something else after this that you're actually working towards. And it's pushed to be like that. It's just the mindset.
Nihilism. Aleppophobia-induced nihilism. They're catatonically afraid of the truth, and it causes them to not care about anything. They pretend to be even like narcissistic and care about themselves, and to the point of autistic. Which is, that's interesting. The etymology of the word autistic is basically selfism, selfistic, selfish, or self-centric. And that seems to be the normal. Everywhere you go, it's like most people just...
On one hand, it is that, but on the other hand, they're screaming and shouting for, individual rights, like, whatever they are, trans rights or sexual rights or whatever, to dress as a puppy and crap in a box or whatever, like they would. But, it's almost both ends of the scale that they're screaming about at the same time.
Yes. Redundant social justice warrior nonsense. They don't even know what they want. They just want people to not tell them what they can't do.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. Yeah, you can't tell me what to not do or what to do.
Yeah. They don't even know what they want to do. They just don't want to be told what to do. Don't tell me what I can't do.
But if they're not told what to do, if they're not told what to do, they panic.
Yeah, then they want to be. Yeah, they don't want to be told what to do, but then they want to be told what to do, but not by you. They want the authority to appeal to authority and have them tell you what to do, but not your authority. That authority that they show.
Yep.
Tribalism. Everybody's all turned against each other in the dumbest way. And everybody, I believe so many people take life too seriously. Nobody's going to make it out of here alive. Spoiler alert. You're probably not going to make it out of this place alive.
Yeah, and this fight doesn't end before you end. This fight just goes on generationally. Yeah.
That and the eternal soul carries on forever. So this is just the tutorial.
What?
People think their lives are so insignificant though. Like it doesn't matter what they do. One person planted like hundreds of trees, like basically restored a forest that had been chopped down. Single-handedly. With thousands of trees. I can't remember the exact story, but that leads me to another one that I think is really cool. There was this guy who was walking on the beach, and it was after a storm. There was a bunch of starfish that were on there, and they're kind of like writhing and not really, they couldn't get back into the water. But there's so many of them. He starts throwing them in the water. Somebody else asks him what's he doing. Like, why is he doing that? Like, what difference would it make? And he picks one up and throws it in the water. For that one, it made a difference. There's so many people out there who need help, and not everyone's going to want to listen to us. It's obvious. Oh, hold on.
As long as people keep coming here and asking questions, even if they want to laugh and make fun of us and call us silly names, and even to the point of telling us to drink bleach and kill ourselves, we can put up with that. There's a way of handling it. But if they're willing to get past that, put it all aside and talk about what's bothering them, or the state of the reality of the world that we live in. As we're set up to be talking about flat Earth, that's the idea. That's why they're meant to be coming here. But if we can get to that point, we can have a further discussion and work in society better.
If they'll be civilized about it. If they could just be civilized about it. I can't tell you how many of these crazies have told me that they hope that my children die due to my beliefs.
Oh, it's endless, dude. It's just constant.
So, and that's just that's light. That's light in comparison to things that I've heard. I'm just saying, I'm censoring myself there.
Yeah, I know. At the end of the day, yeah,
so,
you have to in a sense.
But my point is this, because I'm not whining. I'm saying that we have thick skin. So when these people come in here and they get all whiny and act like little babies after like an hour of just talking to it, you guys have no idea what we've been through. So chill out, take a chill pill and calm down. I'm just saying, but they get all defensive as though we're being the bad. No, You have no idea. Just calm down and listen. Maybe you'll learn something.
It's part of the process, and the longer you hear, the more you get tired of it, in a sense. But then you start to realise that everyone needs to go through the same things to a greater or lesser extent. So therefore everyone that comes here, everyone actually makes the voice call and can stay for an hour. They're worth that, for me, they're worth the effort. We've got them to the point where they're actually talking.
We shouldn't expect instant results either. Like, you don't plant an apple seed and expect an apple tree tomorrow. You plant the seeds and maybe somebody else sees the results.
Well, I've only known a few people. I've only known a few people that went out and tested what's been said to them here. Within 24 hours. I've known an awful lot of people confirm what we say. They say, I've seen that. I've seen these windmills, or I've seen oil rigs out at sea. I've actually seen what you're saying, and according to you, you're right. But the instantaneous sort of, no, it's not everything's great, Earth's flat, we're all healed. It doesn't work like that. You got to go and test it.
Yeah. Another thing that I think is kind of hilarious is the propaganda that tries to portray the flat Earth as being some kind of cult, and it's so decentralized, so disconnected, so open source that it is, and everybody encourages everybody to study for themselves and go look for yourself. It's absolutely impossible for it to be defined as that. You could use flat Earth stuff in a cult, but it itself as a movement, it's impossible. There's no it's impossible to have leadership in something like this, to build a structure like that. The entire point is it's an anti-cult. That's what people don't get.
You only have to look into it for 5 minutes to see that there's other servers. There's no one leader. We don't all wear purple t-shirts. There is no Kool-Aid in the mail. We don't chant the same things. People call us an echo chamber, but that's because we use empirical facts. We all use the same empirical facts, so therefore we end up saying a lot of the same stuff. But no, it most certainly isn't a cult. And any sort of claim that it is cultic, it's
That's
clearly
the
people
interesting thing.
into the meaning of the word for a start. They don't know what they're saying.
Like, a cult would require some kind of religious type thing and a hierarchy of leadership that hold mysterious information in a high regard. Proprietary information related to their creed and their doctrines. Like the space agencies that propagate all of their information to the world with their sci-fi nonsense so they can garner more funds to do their military applications. Because that's what really, it's just more military industrial complex. Why would they do this? Why would they lie? Why would they blah, blah, blah? Military industrial complex, duh. That machine can never be satiated. It's always going to want to feed every day.
Well, it has to. It's sort of like we was talking about it the other day. Memoir and Lunatic, I think. The machine that's been created is just running itself now.
Yep.
It has
like a
to
zombie.
Yeah. It just and it's new people are coming into the system out of the colleges, and they're coming up through the ranks and they're learning more and more and more. And certain ones get told certain things, and other ones don't get to know anything at all. But the machine goes on, and it, in a sense, it can't actually stop. They're going to have to change the story. Like, we can't go to space anymore. Things start blowing up and people get killed. So we're not doing that with live people anymore. They're going to have to go down that route, because the machine won't stop. They're not just going to turn around and go, "Oh, by the way, Earth's flat. Sorry, we were kidding. We'll pay you back over the next 60 years." They're not going to do that. It's not going to go away.
I think that they're hoping that the atheists and the Christians self-destruct each other. Well, there's a prophecy about that anyway. One of the Mason people. It's one of the self-fulfilling prophecy things, the way that it looks like it's written. Like a plan. There's a lot of hatred towards anybody who would be against pharmaceutics. And the people who are the most hateful are the ones who are the most godless in comparison. Because they're the ones who want the others to perish. I'm trying to say things certain ways so that Helio's channel doesn't get censored. I have to use like very specific words. Because I'm pretty sure that if I say certain things, it's going to mess them up. I don't think any of this is something to be afraid of. The fear is what's killing people. Like if people just stop being afraid, people would stop dying so much. You like neglect out of fear, then you'll let people that you love die over something that they could have survived had you just given them a little bit of attention. And that's the true, like, messed up part about what happened the past couple of years. No government killed our family members. We let them die.
Well, look how the diet's gone. You know, okay, a lot of people are still eating relatively well, but in general, so many more people now just order in their food. And they've been living like that from fast food for the past 2 years. Now that's going to make that's going to have a major effect on people. So yeah, I'm the same. I'm not claiming that it's anything to do with Big Pharmacia or anything like that at all. And that it does have a place in medicine, although it's not the place, the only one.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if we live unhealthily and we rely on man-made medicines to keep us well, it's not going to turn out good. You have to eat right, exercise well, be healthy,
You don't have
and
to take medicine if you're healthy.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
It's not just like health doesn't come in a bottle off the shelves.
Yeah.
Or a pill or any kind of medicine. It just doesn't come like that. You have to engage it to be it. It's a package.
You literally are what you eat junk, you'll be junk. You eat something healthy and strong, you'll end up being healthy and strong. And people just want to eat the junk because it tastes better. And it's convenient. It's so easily packaged or easily priced. It's hard being in America around it. You're like living in the middle of the carnival. It's everywhere. You can't escape the arcade machines and all the junk food. It's all over the place. Distractions on every corner, like Pleasure Island on Pinocchio.
Pretty much the same in Europe, mate. It's a digital world of eBay and commerce. You can buy what you want, you can pay for it, you can get everything you want, but you're living in your own home.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say before, the people, the ones that you're talking about that stay home all the time, they just order their stuff, like especially the ones who are in the metaverse type thing with they're always logged in. Those folks are pretty much dead already. They're living dead. Like they're zombies. They've already logged out of this reality. They don't want to be here. Like instead of just dying, they go somewhere else. They're in a dreamland. It sucks because I know that an entire generation of children are going to be raised up in that dreamland.
Just the way it goes, dude. There's going to be a very, very strong generation comes out the back of it. And they'll be the ones that change things.
It's going to be content creators and mindless consumers, the only types of people left in the world. And you're going to be one or the other. And they want everybody to just mindlessly consume. They don't want people, they only want a few people creating the content. And they want those under control. The thing I was gonna say before though about that is these people really, like so many of them, it's like they've lost their hope. Like they really do look like they're gone. Like they're still alive, walking around, but they just don't look like they're here anymore. They don't want to be here. They've logged out. And I'm not saying there's not hope for them or anything. It's just really disturbing and sad to see like a post 19 world.
Well, it's easier to log out. It's easier to be somewhere else in some sort of meta universe in your head, or off with NASA in space, thinking, yeah, my children's children will have a better chance on Mars or whatever. It's easier to go down that route than. I mean, look, what can people do to change the way that things are here and now? Pretty much nothing. You can canvass your local politician or write letters to the government, but are you actually going to change the world? And people don't think they can. They really don't think they can.
They don't know how powerful
They're
everybody
left
is.
with this off-world option, or either that or the metaverse. Fantasy land.
I think it's weird that we can be disturbed by the stupidity of people in large groups, but never impressed with the concept of intelligent people working together. Like it's always stupid people doing bad stuff.
Just cleanup tools, just so much right there. OperaGX is just a fantastic browser. Another fun tool is that it can easily import all of your current settings from your current browser, so the transition is convenient. It also has its own extension store, so all the extensions you're used to will also be compatible with OperaGX as well. And OperaGX is light, and it's super efficient, and it's optimal.
That's nice. Dystopian. Did you mean to tell us all of that?
Today's episode of FE 24/7 is brought to you in part by
strange stories of computer stuff.
That was completely random though.
Who was that? Dystopioid?
Yeah.
Dude, what's going on?
In a world where advertisements join into your Discord chat.
In 1787, Henry, the British scientist, Freemason, and wealthy grandson of the Duke of Devonshire, created an experiment which he claimed successfully proved the existence of gravity, measured its constant, and provided accurate figures.
Okay. Thank you very much, but we need you to confirm what you're playing before you play it, dude.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Play stuff over the microphone, I'm sorry, even if it's flyer stuff.
Good day, fellas. Hope all is well. Good to hear from you guys.
Hey, Kiwi, how's it going?
Man.
Very good, brother. Very good, brothers. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Very good to hear. I was like, why is Eric Dubé coming through some random person's name on the Discord? What's up? Dystopioid, I hope you join the chat, man. Love to hear from you, brother.
It was actually playing pretty clear. Like he could probably run a soundboard really well. But a heads up would be nice. Like, dang, that was just so random. At first, I'm like, okay, is this somebody talking? Or are they being smartass? Or are they just playing something out? Like, what's going on? It's too early for this. I didn't go to sleep last night.
Sleep. Hang on. I used to know what that was.
What is sleep? Etymology, sleep. I don't know what that means. Lost the meaning of the word. Oh, man, I gotta clean my computer out. So full of files that it's like almost max. Good. Yeah. There's nobody there to keep us away. Tell us we can't go into certain areas or whatever. You.
Right, guys, if no one's talking, I'm going to put something else in the bot.
Thank you, old dude. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, man. Shout out or just stop at any time, eh? I would rather have a conversation, but I'm boring, I don't talk much.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive. Programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell you not to lie. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you flown so wandering stars. Operation Fishbowl. There never was a South Pole. We're surrounded by walls of ice, and we clearly live inside of a glass door. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into the sea, and they're faking that life ISS feed. No matter how high you go, horizons rise to eye level. You'll find the world's greatest fiction. Show you won't need your globe. God will stand in the support the geocentric design of this earth. Railroads, bridges, lighthouses, fail corrections, litmus tests. Don't be fooled by perspectives. It's unlimited vision, hiding your ships. Compasses and gyroscopes prove the earth is not a globe. Star trails run ours to prove we are not the ones on the
Love that track.
Guys, today's episode was an absolute beast to make, and it is truly possible because of sponsors like Dollar Shave Club. If you want to support us, Dollar Shave Club is one of the best ways to do that, and you can do it for only $5. Now, I don't use Dollar Shave Club on my beard, but I do use it on my head, and it really is great. I used to buy those, the really cheap razors from the store, and I don't know why, but they just cut you more. I would end up cutting myself a lot. Maybe it's because I can't see around the back and stuff like that. Not a problem, I imagine, on your beards, but cheap razors, they just suck. And quality does make a big difference. And the amazing thing about Dollar Shave Club is that quality doesn't come with a crazy price tag. And I mean,
Okay. I have no idea why that was playing. That was one of India's clips that I'd loaded. Interesting.
Yeah.
Or maybe it went into something, but that was supposed to be Flat Earth Ladies. Interesting. Oh well.
Weird. This guy's clowning. Yes. Well, that was loud.
Good morning, people. Am I sounding good? Said good morning. Yeah. Am I not a good voice? Is my voice not there?
Good morning, ST. Yeah, you're coming in and out a little bit, but yeah, it's reasonably clear.
Okay, now. I have some problem with my mic. I came 1 or 2 days ago. I wasn't sounding good, so I have to go back. So how's your day, guys?
All good, my friend. Very quiet day today.
You got a feedback loop.
Is that better?
Before, every time anybody talked, it would echo through your speakers. You were good now, though. Fine. Because we could hear you pretty clearly.
Eat the grass. How was your day?
Doing pretty good so far. Way better than earlier this week. Oh man, I went inside and I didn't grab my coffee. Like the whole reason why I went in there. Got distracted by the wifey. I'll be right back.
What's happening, Homo sapiens?
Nobody's in a talking mood today, obviously.
Fucking hell, man. What'd you do for the bells, Andy? Did you have a little nip or a wee jar or some shit?
No, I held my beer, dude. No, I didn't have anything.
Well, you never even got somebody to hold it for you. Fucking hell.
I know, it's bad.
Take it your name's just as ironic then.
I like to think he's got two meanings, actually. But there you go.
Well, I mean, you always get somebody to hold your beer when you're going to like knock somebody's lights in.
But it's like hold my beer while I do something stupid, obviously. And then it's hold my beer like the Americans say, hold the ranch or whatever, hold the thing.
Hold my beer while I down these fucking shots.
Yeah.
I don't even like drinking, bro. I don't mind being drunk, but I just don't enjoy alcohol. I like one thing I actually do enjoy is Glava tall glass, fill it full of ice, treble glava, mix it up so it fucking basically chills down and dilutes because of some of the ice cubes, and I enjoy that. But apart from that, I think alcohol's disgusting.
I think you're very lucky then.
What were you drinking? Cleaver?
Glava. It's a whiskey liqueur.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Really nice, man. Honestly, especially in a tall glass. Fill it full of ice, put the treble in it, and then stir up the ice so it dilutes a little bit with the melting ice cubes. And you just sip it, just like fucking little sip at a time, man.
I mean, I would drink it more for self-medication purposes, to be honest. So once I figured that out and got to the root of that problem, then it was just a case of healing from all the damage I'd done, really.
What, rather than like not getting like adequate help from the doctor, so you have to medicate yourself?
Yeah, but mine were more of an emotional baggage sort of situation. So there's no pill that we're going to really do anything for that.
Well, but alcohol's the worst thing you can do. It's a fucking depressant, bro.
Exactly, yeah. Well, they don't tell us this though, do they? They don't tell us that it's on all the posters and all the thing for a good time. Woo! Everybody's having a good time. Yeah.
Because it makes you think that you're fucking happy. But
yeah, the funny thing is,
up, when you go back even worse than what you were before you started the alcohol.
Yeah, it's a vicious circle, isn't it?
Severely, man.
Yeah, what most folks don't realise is that mind stream that slows down when you start to drink, and of course you've got like you've satiated, is that the right word? The addiction for a second as well. There's the relief of that as well, of course. But yeah, what most people don't realise is that it slows down the mind stream, and feels so nice. Because it's like when you're really, 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 really tired, feels so nice. But you can step out of that whenever you want. You don't know that either. That should have been the first thing they taught us at school, is to be able to watch the thoughts.
Bro, school is fucking literally made not to educate you. They want you a fucking slave and have as many vices as they can fucking hint.
Yeah. So anyway, I was talking to this guy.
Don't tell you about stocks, having your own business, how to work out fucking tax fucking loopholes. Like, technically, if fucking school was there to educate you, man, you would be walking out like a fucking businessman.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be looking after yourself better, that's for sure. But anyway, I was talking to this guy. His name is Gamerzin on another server.
Yeah, he was in here, he got destroyed and he started acting like an asshole.
Yeah, I sent him in. I wondered how that went.
I checked him in. He was fucking nice as pie. He was having a discussion with me. We were talking about Cavendish. But after a couple of hours, he started getting snarky and he was like having little sort of underhand comments. I don't think most people noticed. But then eventually fucking Miggy came in and put him on the spot with the 3 points. He never even got past the first one. He started calling people assholes and shit.
Oh, no.
He used the first ad hominem attack, bro. And I was like, you fucking completely changed your tune. You came in and you were fucking butter wouldn't melt in your mouth. Now you're acting like an asshole. And he's like, this is a dumpster fire. Everybody knows 24/7's a dumpster fire. That's what he said. Complete asshole, bro, honestly. But I think it was just, he was worn down and he wasn't able to handle it anymore. He should have just been muted rather than fucking exposing it further. They should have just left him a couple of hours and go and have a sleep, think about what's been said, come back when you're fucking sober.
Well, I knew he was an actor, if I'm honest. I usually do. And but the last things that we said, we spoke for at least half an hour, in the tube.
I spoke to him like 45 minutes and checking, bro.
Yeah. Well, I was going to come in for a minute, but it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, so I was like, no, fuck this, I'm going to sleep. But yeah, we first, because he said he was a math guy. That was his thing. You were a big math guy and all this.
He fucking showed it.
And then I said to him, well, look, I explained to him that I sort of consider this my home a little bit, because this is the first server I came to on Discord. And I said, well, that's why I get him the, the link and that.
Bro, see if this fucking server was to get shut down, I would be fucking devastated. If I turned up one day and switched on and it was gone, honest to God, mate, it would be like a kick in the fucking balls.
Yeah.
Repeatedly. Multiple kicks in the balls.
Yeah, because then we'd have to go slide into somebody else's server and straighten them out.
Bro, listen to this, right? Jin, one day I was in fucking YouTube, right? Because I like to sometimes, like, people don't know I'm in the fucking listening to the chat. Like, there's barely any moderators, maybe a gold that doesn't do anything anyway. And fucking Jin was in the chat as a gold, and I heard him saying something to the effect of, I'm going to physically grab you and fucking open your mouth and force the fucking flat earth down your throat. And I'm like, instantly, terms of server fucking breach, physical fucking threats, even though he was doing it as a fucking, like, no specifically going to actually find them and do it, but technically it's still a fucking threat. So I jumped into the chat, fucking told him, he's like, and I ended up, I private called him, and I had a chat for a good fucking 15-20 minutes with him, trying to explain to him, look man, you can't do that shit, fucking all we need is some asshole to fucking put a complaint in. And he's like, I was like, we'll end up getting shut down, and that's the end of 24/7. He's like, we'll just find someplace else to go. I'm like, what? I was like, fucking hell, you can't. The mod team has bust their fucking ass. We were in the other server that got fucking literally fucking intercepted with a fucking maniac. It got fucking destroyed. We started this fucking server the next day, and we fucking bust our ass. We put our heart and fucking soul into this place, and there's fucking staff on the mod team that have been here a few years longer than me, but I've been here almost fucking 4 years. And it's a fucking big thing to me, man. It might seem sad to some people. Oh, what, you're that attached to a Discord server? I fucking am, mate. This is a fucking porthole for the truth. And fucking, we fucking educate people, or we at least try. It's up to them whether they accept it or not. But this is, I would say, the best place on the fucking internet to find out the fucking truth about reality, or at least find out the fucking lies. For fucking sure, man. This place is fucking... I'm surprised it's lasted as long as this, because we're on borrowed time, bro. We have been since fucking, like, before I even joined. It's always been on borrowed time.
Yeah.
Once it gets so big, they're just going to go, right, pull the plug. They're getting far too big. Because the bigger the server, or the bigger it looks, it draws more people. Like, say we got up to 100,000, people would be like, holy fucking shit, look at that. It shouldn't mean anything fucking different, like, because the fucking, even if there was only 300 people here, we're still the same team, still the same panel, still the same fucking code of conduct, still the same fucking aim to destroy the fucking globe and the satanic fucking pedophiles that fucking run it. But it lets some people that are fucking concerned with numbers, makes them think that we are fucking better than what we really are. It shouldn't really do that, like, but fuck. Sorry, I went on a fucking rant there, because honestly, this place does fucking, I mean, I would be, as I said, broken fucking hearted if this place went down, man.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that, because when I first came onto it and I realised the very low numbers, the people that watch it, etc., I thought that actually give me protection, because I kind of understood. But if you get too big, then they just take you out, you know, they just fucking. So I thought, well, the shadow banning is, well, it is what it is. Some people don't believe it.
I'm not sure who that was I was talking about this, but see us having another server, same team run by the same people, but maybe like a duplicate, but maybe a slightly different angle or whatever. So then even if they took this one down, we'd already have a good percentage of people in the other one. If you know what I mean. So then even if they took it, then we're still fucking the same team. We've still got a high percentage of people in. Because even, like, if they deleted this today, tomorrow, people would be in fucking Geo's server or in Tartaria server, and we'd be up and running within hours, man. Literally, see, when the last server got shut down, the next fucking day, we had 2 live streams running, hundreds of people here, and fucking busy as fuck lobby, busy as fuck chat fucking rooms and everything, man. The next fucking day, we were fucking pumping.
Yeah, I mean, it seems inevitable, doesn't it, that it'll be taken down, so...
Of course, man. Like, but, I mean, see if Discord, like, if any of their moderators or their admin or whatever, because they must have people that like are specifically sent out in the field to go in and like have a look about in servers and see what's going on with the staff team. If they come here, man, they've got to see that we do work. We do fucking stress fucking to stick to the terms of service. We get rid of nasty fucking racist, abusive fucking trolls. We try our fucking damnedest to keep this place as fucking saintly as possible, man. I mean, I know it does get out of hand sometimes, but this is the best run server I've ever seen. Most of the other servers I've ever been in, it's like the fucking OK Corral. People just fucking, the mods doing nothing. If anything, the mods are the most abusive cunts out of them all because they've got the perms.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Remember the politics server, Andy? I don't think you weren't even here. But I got on quite well with the guy that ran the politics server, and he literally gave us a room and gave us permissions to mute people in the fucking. And a lot of his mods were raging about it. They were pissed right off because we were able. They never muted anybody, but we were able to, because obviously people just come in and start talking shit. So we were just muting them in, and the mods were fucking pissed right off about it, man. But we ended up fucking. Hardly anybody was going over, and we lost the fucking permissions, man.
Yeah, so this is what I said to the guy yesterday. This is literally the last thing I said, because we went through I explained to him a little bit about mathematics, and I explained to him just the flat earth stuff, because he said he'd been watching McToon for a year, and I was like,
talking about Zen, bro.
Yeah.
Well, hey, by the way, if that maths was his fucking thing, he never fucking showed any of it. Never showed his hand, never went into the fucking measurements or the curvature or the fucking curve calculator, nothing at all. He kept on going on about Cavendish, kept on saying that it's a scientific experiment, says that you can isolate fucking gravity, and I'm like, well, how can you if you're on the Earth? You would have to be completely absent from the Earth to be able to isolate the gravity you are claiming that's in the experiment. He's like, well, if you see those two balls going together, that's mass attracting mass. Are you just going to ignore it? And as he went on and as he kept on fucking explaining the same thing but just slightly different, he was getting a little bit more cheeky, it was very fucking subtle, man. Most folk never noticed it, but because I spoke to him from checking, I was listening to it all the way, man. Helio was fucking raging, fucking shouting at him and shit, man. It was quite funny, man.
Yeah.
But I did keep people calm. I kept on saying, look, he has at least been kind of respectful. Just give him a fucking chance to dig himself a hole.
Yeah, that's kind of what. Well, I never warned him that because I looked in the server and I noticed Helio, and I thought, well, Helio's probably drunk, and then I know Lou was drunk too, so I know.
Lou never realised this was my alt. He kept on fucking banning me, the cunt. Because I told him to chill out. I was like, give the guy a chance, man. He's been civil. Lou took it fucking like I was fucking. What do you call it? What's that called when you basically fucking somebody low, there's a name for it, is it demasculate? No, something demasculate or something.
He was waving his mud dick around.
Yeah, man, yeah. He's only a fucking pseudo mod anyway, bro.
So anyway, I probably should have took that into the... I did look after, and I thought, I should have probably warned him about that. But anyway, the last thing we said to each other, basically, is that if you're respectful, this was the theme, of the whole thing, that did, with respect, because he were really sort of, he'd heard about 24/7 and this, that, and other.
Really claimed everybody
said, look,
we're a dumpster fire.
Yeah, that's it. And he said, I said, look, as long as you're respectful and you don't start, ad homing everyone and and you're just talking and you're calm.
Yeah.
You'll be there'll be a few people who try and get the 2 cents in and because they can't wait to prove you're wrong and this, that, and other. But in general, you'll be treated well, and you ain't be muted.
Back how specific and technical we all were. So after he'd been basically getting fucking destroyed for over 2 hours, then Miggy bounced in and hit him with the fucking first point of 3, and he would not answer the fucking question, bro. He's like, I know what you're doing, man. You're trying to fucking you're trying to lead me down a path or something. Miggy's like, look, you've got the floor. I'm just asking you the question. Who ever measured the globe? How did they do it? Who was it? When was it? If you don't know, just concede that you don't know. And he's like, well, I'm not going to play your game, mate. Yous are nothing but assholes. This is a dumpster fire and shit. I was like, holy fuck. Changed his fucking tune, man.
So he exposed himself.
Yeah, man. But I think maybe once he's had a sleep, everything kind of settles in his mind. I think he will be a little bit humble when he comes back. Either that or it'll be the opposite and he'll come in all guns fucking blazing.
Nah, this dude. I'll tell you that now.
It's a fucking shame, man. But see the conversation that he had, it's good for the people on the fence to listen to, because it'll definitely tip them over the fucking edge, because he was being more and more dishonest as it went on, man.
Yeah. I think I'm getting some feedback through.
See what I just plugged my speaker in, man. I'll just disconnect it.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Miggy. Yo, dude.
Howdy.
That's not Miggy, is it?
Yeah, that's me.
Is it? You sound like you on a different mic or something, Miggy?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. You guys summon me? No, I'm just kidding.
Good morning. How's it going?
Miggy, I was just telling him about that gamer Zim, how you only got to the one point and he wouldn't fucking answer. It was Andy, that brought him here. Andy sent him here, bro.
I was eating my dinner, but because I just got off of work and I was listening to him actually in the room. I was gonna jump in a little earlier, but I kind of wanted to see what the room would do before I jumped in. And sure enough, like these characters that come in here, they usually like to present what they know, and they like to get into topics that they want. So they steer the room in the direction that they want. Usually,
that's what he was trying to do, so he could come off as smarter than he was.
Yes, that's correct. And usually it doesn't really matter, but there was a sense of arrogance about him because I heard something in the conversation, and he started to say things like, "I don't know," but at the same time, he speaks on the standpoints of ignorance, like he does know, because he was refuting everything that people were saying, like almost like a contrarian. I would say just about the equal to a contrarian. So
he was trying to say that he wasn't prepared. He was fucking well prepared before he came.
He was prepared. So what it was though, like when it came down to it, was that he wanted to actually talk about the things that he wanted to talk about without having the responsibility or the accountability to stand up for what he was saying. So in other words, I just want to tell you what I feel like telling you, and I don't want you to hold me to anything that I say.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? But that's exactly the psychology behind what he was trying to do, and so that he can make points that aren't really points. And he wanted to talk about gravity. He wanted to talk about. I think there was another topic he was bringing up.
Cavendish, constantly, bro. He brought it up in checking, man. That's what instantly we started talking about Cavendish and checking when he was saying, "Oh man, you don't need a naturally observed phenomena." He's like, "You've got a really loose version of the scientific method." I'm like, "What? We're as strict as it fucking comes. There's no deviation from the scientific method." And he's like, "Well, it's different from my scientific method." I'm like, "You've not got your own scientific fucking method, bro. Fuck's sake."
There isn't like 5 different scientific methods. There's just the one, and then the one that people say that is too rigid. And the reason I've looked this up actually, and what it is that the specific way of like how people research things, they actually put it in their I don't want to say their worldview, but it's inserted. Like if you look into like Wiki and all that stuff, they get it to where it almost sounds like the scientific method is one of the types of methods, because they're in like, okay, so we understand like in order to find the cause of the effect, you have to put the manipulate the variables like through a rigorous form of like finding out what's going on. So you're going to find out when you see the natural occurring phenomena, that how are you going to manipulate that variable? You're going to have to test certain hypothesis, right, of this natural phenomena. But if there's no way that you can do that, it'll be inconclusive. You can't come up with a great way to have that tested. And so you're just going to have to use like the idea that maybe your hypothesis was some kind of idea that you had, and you have to quote within what you're saying that it's not something that you can test or manipulate. Like you're going to have to say things like that. But the way they're trying to say within like astrophysics, would say that you can make observations in the sky and say your hypothesis, but you can say because of, it's like correlation, because we see things here on Earth and there's a color in the sky, like a star that's putting off like a red hue or something, then we can say using spectroscopy here on Earth and the things that we're doing can attribute some of the qualities of that to the thing in the sky. So they're trying to make it sound like correlation is causation, like, and that's like inference. So you can't do that. And
I don't let them walk down that road either, Miggy. Because when they want to look at the sky using spectroscopy or whatever, I don't let them do it. It's something that's done in a controlled environment. You can't be pointing at the sky and get the same results.
You can't, because the environment, I always say this too, if you want to think about this logically, right? If you're talking about another environment, you have no knowledge of that environment. It could be something different than the one that you're in, which changes the way that even if there's a color that you're seeing, could change the way that something that you are attributing to would be different. So in the end, it couldn't be conclusive. It's just your best guess. And that's what everybody might have, but it's still not going to lead us down the path of knowing. It's just going to give us well, it could be, right? And everybody has ideas. So if the next guy is telling you his idea, how is that true? I could do the same thing. So there is no conclusion when you're speaking out your ass, So I get a little rough with it because it's the fact of the matter. I don't let people get away with nonsense. You're going to have to provide evidence as to why you're saying the thing is the way that it is, because we've all been duped. We've been duped about this for a long time, and nobody wants to be held accountable. So whoever's saying that, we have to go to them why are you saying that? What is the reason why you want people to think this way? Because you are the one thinking of this new thing, and now we're supposed to believe you? This isn't a faith-based idea. We have to understand the world around us, natural phenomena, cause and effect relationships, manipulate the variable. We get into all of this, right? So when it comes to that, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, see, when you told him that you're going to fucking hold him until he answers the question, that he's not getting out of it, he was fucking devastated, bro.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to see his face to realize exactly the fucking expression.
Yeah, he was squirming, bro. The thing about with these guys is once I get them to this point, and I know, listen, this is what happens. Whenever I get them to this point, they are calling out for as much help as they can. So he'll start saying, this is the psychology behind it, so I want you to pay attention. He'll start saying trigger words yeah, but you don't want to talk about gravity, or you don't want to talk about Coriolis or Cavendish. When he's spiraling, he's shooting out these trigger words, and it gets the attention of flat earthers. And flat earthers want to dogpile those trigger words. So you get the room riled up. Everybody's like, nah, gravity, you don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean, Cavendish? Let me talk to you about Cavendish. So what he's doing is looking for a way out. And he doesn't want me to hold his feet to the fire. So he's going to try to swing off the next branch that it's allowed to him. And I'm jumping in. I'm rumpusing the room on purpose. The reason why I talk over everybody when he's doing that is because I don't want him to leave, and I'm not going to let him leave. I will rumpus the room indefinitely until I get his attention back on me. And I will keep doing it. I will keep talking over everybody because he's waiting to latch on to the next guy. So, and that's what these guys do. So when you pin them down, what they do is they shoot out these little trigger words. This is a debate tactic, especially if you're in a big room where everybody has different ideas. And just listen. Last night, if you play the clip back, listen to when he started to spiral and how the room got when he started to spout off all his trigger words. And the room was riled up, man. Everybody was like, freaking Cavendish, you know what you're talking. And then every trigger word that he was saying, well, you don't want to talk about this. And then he started, Sasha said something, and he was like, okay, Sasha, I believe, I know what you're talking about. And talking over, he jumped over me. This is the psychology, bro. This is the reason why I'm in here. I don't allow these people to do what they do. And I'm the party pooper. I will find them, they're trying to get away in the crowd so they can disappear. I don't let them.
The thing is, Miggy, right? And I don't think he appeared to be a bad guy. I think it's the subconscious that's squirming, that realizes that all these fucking things are going to collapse in the mind. So I think that's the subconscious that forces most of these people. I don't think they're deliberately conscious trying to avoid. I think they're basically being controlled by their fucking mind.
Yeah, they're not bad people, Spake. They're not bad people. These guys are decent. Like on the onset, like when you talk to them, I know for a fact this guy is not like a jerk. But when you get into a place of like, okay, so a fanboy of the lore, like like let's say you talk to people about Star Trek, right? And they love Star Trek, let's say. But if you say that I don't know, some other kind of space movie, not Star Trek, but like, something else is better, what happens to them? Are you crazy? Star Trek is the best, man. And like they'll get into a spiral mode because to them the lore that they believe in is most important. Everything else is nonsensical. So they'll defend the lore and why it's the best. And that's the thing about these guys, the characters that we speak to, is that they're so inured with this idea of the lore that they believe that they'll stop at nothing to say things like they're throwing shit at the wall. Every time we talk to them, they don't know what you're talking about. I put these characters under a category, right? They're fanboys. So Jesse Gordon, he's one of these types. And so this character that we spoke to last night, he's the same, right? So he's him, Jesse Gordon, maybe Deck. Deck is the same way. We've already had a few people come in here that have the
Don't
same.
forget about architecture.
Architecture too. You know what? He actually stood under the radar for quite some time because he wasn't. So for some reason, if people go away and they start going to like these Globe Earth servers, the mind virus latches onto them, and they come in here like Percentage, right? Percentage was another a quote unquote flat earther that was in this room. Architecture is another quote unquote flat earther that came in this room that I personally banned. I got rid of them once I found out that because they're hanging out on those servers, the mind virus that is like the cognitive dissonance latches onto them. They come in here trying to do the same thing in here, and they're not going to. I don't care what they try to say. I will strip them of the flat earth tags and give them whatever other tag, or I'll ban them. You're not safe if you think you're going to use your mind virus in here trying to tell somebody some bullshit about how dreams are physical and other kinds of crap, and then expect everybody to be like, "Oh, dude, those are deep thoughts, man." No, it's not. It's nonsense. And furthermore, if anybody else starts saying that and it latches onto some, because it started to. Gizmo was actually talking about something. Dude, I think you have I think he's got a good point. I'm like, no, he doesn't have a point. You believe in this bullshit like this.
But no, but I don't think he was being as concrete as what you thought. Because I think, like, before I even found out about Flat Earth, I thought that words and the power of words casting spells, like the placebo effect, I understood what Percentage was saying, man. It did come off a little bit extreme, but I did get what he was saying, bro. Like if you go every day, you get up in the morning and you put your conscious mind and you tell yourself in the mirror, I'm going to be the best at, I don't know, the guitar or washing cars or whatever the fuck you're going to do. The secret law of attraction, you literally cast spells with your words, man. If your entire fibre of your being is fucking consciously like put towards a task and accomplishing something, I think consciousness, I think it is like extremely powerful, man, in this realm.
Yeah, but like here's the difference, okay, on what was being said and what you're saying. That is something that can be something surreal. It's the realities in which we live, and I'll tell you why that's the case. And case in point, right? Because of what he was saying, and so how you actually convey something to somebody can get somebody to believe what you're saying. There's oh man. There's actually something in the way of like I can go into this a little bit because I understand it completely. I have okay, so it's almost like people that in sales understand there's this certain level of how we can speak to other people and convey messages that the power of persuasion can actually have an effect on somebody, right? And so I understood this concept a while back. So I know when I speak and what I say can actually change someone's mind. I know that. But it's a very dangerous thing to have. If you know how to use it, you can either get somebody to believe what you're saying on the merit of just what you're saying and nothing more.
Bro,
and so
physical reality and matter.
Well,
Look at
it's not the fact that it's not well, you talk about like people being manipulated, right? But that's the idea. But the conscious mind is what's being It's what's being converted. It's not the actual. You can't speak into like a piece of toast and say that it's going to change into like, I don't know, a rock or something. So you can't. What you can't do is affect something physically because you're speaking it. What you can do is affect someone who's listening to you. The perception that they have will change. So that's the difference. What he was saying was a bit different. He was actually talking about things that are non-physical having physical properties. So if people vouch for that, they're in a big trouble in here talking, because he is very he's got what is considered cunning linguistics. And if you consider what he says, then the mind virus that he is trying to, like, whatever latched onto him will latch onto you, and you'll continue to spew his nonsense in here, and that's just not going to happen. And I'll point everything out specifically if it needs be. I don't need to, however, in some cases, but some people advocate for him, and it makes it difficult for me because then I have to stop and then identify each thing that he's saying. And so things that are broken down into like certain segments, and I'll give examples, like, because he was talking about very, very different things, right? He was saying things like the horizon is physical, is it not? And then the way he was saying it made it sound like because you use your eyes and your body's physical, right? Then that means that the horizon itself that you're looking at, the water's physical, you know.
Hallucinations are physical, dreams are physical, fucking mirages are physical.
So he went into a bit different. It was not what you're saying, unless you advocate for what he's saying, then there's an issue. But if what you're saying that is yeah, you can have an effect on somebody, that's absolutely true. You can. I've known that.
On matter, you can literally change matter with the fucking power of fucking the mind. Look at even the double flex, the nocebo effect, the fucking law of attraction, the fucking. It's fucking insane.
Like, you know, and I would say this much: if you stand by, listen, and you're a moderator, I think, in here, so it's difficult for me to actually address that unless we go into a different room, and then maybe we speak with like the other moderators and such, because that information. Listen,
it does take people down a wrong path. I understood what you're saying. I'm just saying that
it will lead them down a wrong path. And like what I'm saying is, if there's nothing concrete to back this up, if we can't point to certain examples and it's just like speculation, then it becomes an issue in this server.
Understood,
and that's what I'm saying.
All the saying, bro, that I understood what percentage was getting at, but the way he kind of explained it sounded quite ridiculous as well, like the horizon being physical. That's why I was asking him, so are hallucinations, are they physical, or dreams physical? And I don't think he explained himself very well. He did come off a bit.
Well, I don't know what he's told you or why there's a conversation about this, or maybe a propped up understanding about why this is real. You know, and I'm never gonna allow this room to ever dive into that. So I'll be the opposing force to that always. And so if there is always, listen, and it goes further than just like citation. There needs to be examples. There needs to be demonstrations. There needs to be primary source. There needs to be like it's gonna get rigorous for people to actually say things like that and then get away with it. It's not going to happen. Not in here.
I do the same thing when you're not here. It's real only, and that's what we're sticking to. And I've gone through the same kind of shit you do, where with our reality, dude. We work in reality. I know you do it a different way. What are you doing right now? Which I kind of like that one. But yeah, I only stick it to reality. If you start wandering away, I don't care how many people or whatever's going on in here. I'm going to make you stick to your point until you just either quit or whatever. I don't care what you do. You're going to answer yes or no, or I don't know.
Yeah. And see, people like that rage quit because they can't keep you with this idea that something else is happening. Extra perception, I call it, because something outside of what you perceive is happening, and that's not able to be substantiated in any way, shape, or form. So what you're dealing with is people's ideas always. I don't like that, because you can think, listen, your imagination and what you think of is your own imagination. And what you think of, your speculation is yours and yours alone. And you can share it with somebody else, and that's great. You talk about like what the earth could be, and that's like people can have those conversations. It's healthy in that. But once you bring it into this realm of the real, then you have to actually substantiate why that's real. Why is that real? So if you're just like, well, we collectively have an idea and it's just so great, and it's like, I don't care. There's nothing applicable to what you're saying to what we're doing. It sounds cool. it does sound cool when you're saying things and just like, man, it must be real. No, you can't. Must be, maybe, belief. None of these words apply to what we do in reality and everyday functions and practicality. None of this stuff is applicable. But you want to insert it in this room, like we're gonna listen to you because, and that's the first way things go astray. We're led astray by these imaginations. And so the imaginations lead us astray, and then we start thinking of other things, and then, well, maybe I was wrong. The earth maybe not be what it is displaying itself to me. It could be something else. And then you got a lot of people in here with this mind virus of, and check it out. I would say it this way. The 99.9999% mind virus has latched onto a lot of people in this room right now. You might not know that. They might be kind of not saying it, but that is true.
You're 100%. You're 100% accurate.
I'm telling you, this is actual reality. People think in this way, and I'm like, okay, think about it like this: if you speak to somebody, whoever it is, and they don't know what the hell they're doing, then how is it they're gonna tell you some other shit about what they're speaking of, their cosmology, or I don't know, their day, and you're gonna like, dude, you don't even know what you're doing because you just believe that it's happening. The hell? Like, you're gonna tell me what's going on when you 99.9% sure that the shit you're saying is true? Get out of here, man. Like, why am I gonna waste my time talking to somebody who's not sure? And they're like, but it's damn good evidence. Damn good is not the actual fact of saying, I know this is what's happening. Because I can tell you, when we talk to each other, we speak in as a matter of fact things, right? We always say that. How is it possible that I'm in my house right now, sitting in front of my computer, gonna tell you that I'm flying a plane? This is stupid. But this is the kind of ideas that they say, well, you could be in a simulation, man. Like, how do you know? Because you've never entered a state that you could say that from. Oh, I entered a state where I know that I've seen the computer and the levers, and I know that I'm in a simulation now because that's what, there's no matter of fact to that. There's only your imaginations. And that's what happens with these freaking ideas that these clowns that are so deep in psychology and philosophy, and they're so deep in philosophy that they don't know whether their head from a freaking their ass. So it's like that's the problem.
Listen,
because everybody's got these ideas. Go ahead.
Yeah, they want it to be a ball so bad, and when we start breaking it down, they jump to maybe it's a simulation. I just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, and it's much more. It's worse than that. So
us, man, it's to make us look like pie in the sky people. Like, I see, he shouldn't have been having that discussion in here. I said it 2 or 3 times in the chat, like, get back to flat Earth, man. And I knew what way it was going, man. I could hear that it was that you were getting pissed off, Mickey.
Oh no, I see, and because the thing, like, I've dealt with these characters before with the squirming. They squirm too much, and listen, whoever is in here, if I'm not here, and if you're in here, and they start squirming, you have to rumpus the room and get a hold of them. Don't let them go. If you're talking to them and they're so like, but you're not talking about gravity. I want to speak about Cavendish, and they're saying these trigger words, and then here comes Sasha, here comes I don't know who, like, and I'm using an example, guys. I know you're not going to do this, but please just don't get triggered. But Kiwi's like, yeah, but I'll talk to him, like, or somebody else jumps in front of you, like, Morvis would say, hell, let me speak to him, and so he's looking for any branch to swing off of instead of you. Because you're holding him down and you're holding him accountable to the shit that he's saying. So he's ready to like, I'm out of here. And if you're like, nope, I'm gonna chase you down and we're gonna talk about this until you say I don't know. And so what happened last night is I got what I wanted, which he at the very end of it said, what do you want me to say? Okay, I'll say it. I don't know. I was like, thank you. That's all I wanted. That's it. Okay, you can continue.
Yeah, I knew it was slippery last night before I must have talked to him for 25 minutes, and I thought, okay, he's told me basically that he's like been watching McToon for a year because I asked him about his history in flat Earth, and as he looked into it, and he's like, oh no, I just watched McToon for a year for entertainment. This is what he said, and I thought, oh god, this is brilliant education. This from McToon. Anyway, so I talked to him for a while, and then I've started to use this as a bit of a benchmark. I said to him, "Did you believe in the moon landings in the late 60s, early 70s. And he said, I don't see anything anything wrong with that. I don't see any issues. And I said, well, from a psychological standpoint, if you just go look at the post-interview of three naughty schoolboys, because that's what they look like. They look like three. They don't look like people who have just done this amazing achievement. No, the greatest thing the human being's ever done. No, they look like three naughty schoolboys on the naughty step. And that's obvious to see, isn't it? So I said to him, you don't need any of these. There's a plethora of proofs. You can see them for yourself. There's loads of them, but we aren't going into all of that. If you just look at that post-interview, that's all you need to see that they did not say what they did.
What it goes far beyond debate tactics. It was debate tactics last night. He's like, I just feel like everybody in this room is so hostile, and I just come in here with I'm just being, I'm just friendly. And so what this projection when it's happening right at the moment is like, you guys are so mean, and I'm like, dude, this isn't about being mean, man. You come into a room full of intellectual people and critical thinkers, and you expect to just, start flinging shit at the wall and controlling. And by the way, he was like, really, I was talking to you, Sasha, by the way. I'm like, I don't care what you were talking to or who you were talking to. I was the one that brought up the question, so you're not leaving until I'm done speaking to you about. It's like I assert myself, and so that assertion that you take once you start doing it, you're so mean. Why are you being mean? I don't want to be mean. We're having a nice conversation before you came in here. No, you were spinning everybody's wheels and saying shit, and then not being able to back up the thing you were saying just because you want to say things. You're not going to 24/7 flat Earth Discord.
Speaking about, mate, that's a point I've got to step in on. That people need to remember that this room is for a specific purpose, and we go about it in a set way. There's a ranking system here for a certain reason, and the fact that a mod's holding the room means that everybody else should hold back from interjecting or coming up with their idea. There's a way that works, and there's a way that doesn't work, and people need to learn that if they're going to progress, okay, in their own game in Flat Earth, not just in the server, but if they're going to be able to hold down every argument and answer every question logically in a good conversation, they have to learn that there's a process where they need to approach it like the way you do. You hold them to task. You don't let them go. You need them to supply information if they're going to prefer reasons for various different things. And the interjection side can't be allowed. Because it's just diversion, it's weeds. At all times, they take the opportunity to jump off the track and go down this route or go down that route. And people need to learn that. It's just the way it is. It takes a long time, but this room's got a purpose, and we're on track in here, mate.
Yeah, no, that old dude has a beat on what's going on in here. He has been for a while. And, okay, so I'll give you an example. Like, Ether, please, I care about you, brother. So I'm not meaning this in a bad way, but after the conversation, you asked him about some thing that you brought up about something that was curving. After I was trying to hold him to a point that he actually conceded when the moment that you came in, and you asked your question, and you said it very calmly. Ether, if you're there, you said it very calmly. So what it was not that you wanted to. So this guy was gonna throw shit at the wall when he spoke to you about what he said, and I already knew that he doesn't understand his natural and physical reality. So he was just gonna, after you explained to him, like, common sense and the way to understand things was not going to be something in the way of like what you weren't going to present a great logical point, and he was going to capitulate and say, you know what, you are absolutely 100% correct. This is a great way to look at the Earth not being a globe, and I know that this is going to be flat because of what you presented. Not even for something to think about, sir, because he was in a state of cognitive dissonance. He wanted to defend his globe so badly, and it was just like it's like you're casting the pearls onto the swine. It's the same effect that was going to happen, and I don't want people to give up the good information when the person isn't receptive, but which he wasn't at the moment. Yeah. So even after I found out that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and you came in with that good point, he wasn't going to listen to you. But I don't want you to like go into a speech about it, like what that means to you. And like the room needs to understand this, right? When somebody reaches a point where they say they don't know, and then you come in with your logically consistent point about flat Earth, and you know, like you want him to listen, there's different levels, right? When somebody says they don't know, they could do it with humility, or they can come kicking and screaming, right? Like the way this guy did. He was kicking and screaming. He didn't want to say it. No. If I say it, that means my whole paradigm's going to collapse. I'm like, that's the point, man. But so when these guys are coming that way, they're not receptive. They still want to defend their points, right? So even after you presented it to him, he hand waved dismissed it. He was like, you know, that's great, but you know, you probably. And I was like, it's par for the course, because I already knew he was going to do that. I just didn't want you to spend your energy, you know, doing that. And it's kind of like something flat earthers in this realm need to understand. Like you gauge the room, you listen to who's speaking, and if they're combative, if they're like being someone who's just trying to change topics, anything you present to those characters, they're not going to take on like, wow, let me think about this because it's really interesting. He sounded that way just so he can bait you into more conversation, that he can tell you at the end of all of that, And so I didn't want that for you to be. That's like Lucy and Charlie Brown. You know, you just pull the football away and you fall flat on your back. I don't want that.
You know, it's worth saying that it's a good lesson for life, not just this room. It's living in that reactionary state, isn't it? And these guys are just pulling the strings basically, and that's why Miggy, whether he knows he's doing it or not, and I'm sure he does know, that's why he takes them his route, right?
Right.
I've noticed you do that, Miggy. You take them on your route. You don't want them to take them on theirs. You want to take them on the route that you take them.
Yeah, if you hear me every
really
time, I'm always redirecting because I think I listen. I spend time with people who have been hoodwinked, and like I'm talking about just in everyday life and how people speak matters, right? The words they say, how they say. I listen to like certain cues, certain key things that they say, and you know me, like I'm like a steel trap. So as soon as they come into this room, I'm so attentive to everything that they're saying, how they're saying it, and I can catch the little nuanced things that people normally wouldn't hear. Like I listen to everything. So I know when they're making these like suggestions, I know why they're saying it. I know when they're being passive aggressive. Like I know all of these things. To me, it's very obvious. To some people, it's not. So a lot of people don't get the cues. They're like, dude, I just want to bring my point. Like, why can't I say my point? And I could say with all assurance, because he's not going to listen to you. He's going to, you know what? It's going to make you frustrated because your point has it's validation, right? It does. Everything you said could make sense to a logically thinking person. But this guy, he's just going to make you feel like you don't know what you're saying. And I don't want you to spend your energy on someone like that. I care about this room and the research that you've done and all the like. That's why it's like, to those who are humble and they're receptive, give it to them. Let them know they're ready for it, you know. And so it's just a different conversation. We have to. It's a case by case scenario, right? Like I can't say that it's gonna. You can't tell somebody that says I don't know what you just said. You can say that, but it has to depend what type of character we're dealing with at the moment. Last night he wasn't, even after he said he didn't know, he wasn't ready to listen. He was still combative. So
yeah, he kept doing that with me as well. So just for Tim, I was in the Tartaria chill section, and that's where I talked to him for like literally 25 minutes, half an hour maybe. And I mentioned you specifically by name, Miggy. I said, if Miggy's in there, you're guaranteed to get a cordial conversation, a polite conversation. And when I sent him the link, I looked quickly and I noticed you wasn't in here, and I noticed Helio was, and I know Lou was drunk as well, and I thought, oh shit. You know, I was a bit, apprehensive, I thought. And this is why I said to him, he kept talking about science, scientific method. And I was like, brilliant. Well, present your science. That'll be great. And knowing full well there's no science to the globe. Not at all.
Right.
And I'm like, please present your science. But I was hoping he'd do it today, right? Or later. That's what I said to him, do it later. But he came straight over. You know, he came straight over, and obviously Spakes talked to him in the check-in and whatnot. But yeah, I was hoping he'd kind of do it today, and I was looking forward to it. But he obviously came straight in. But it was like 6 o'clock in the morning for me, so I wasn't going to hang around. I thought it's too late.
He'll be back, mate. As I said to you earlier, he'll either come back guns blazing or come back a little bit humble.
Well, I'm just glad Miggy stepped in at some point, anyway.
No, I agree with Spake because Spake has a beat on things too. Like Spake's been doing this for a while, so like these guys and their character, they love to hate. Either he loves to hate flat Earth, or he wants to be like, maybe he's changed his mind. Maybe he had a good sleep, and because I was telling him last night, like, just take a nap, dude. Go to bed. Like, come back again, and do, let's do this again. But I'll still be here. And I started giving him the evil laugh, and like, I'm not gonna leave. Truth will not move. And so when you come back, guess what? I'm gonna say hi. I'm here. I'm still waiting for you. And he's like, dude, you're just an asshole. I was like, I know, but the truth is gonna still be here, right? Right.
I was shocked when he said that, when he came out blatantly and says you're a fucking asshole. I was like, what? I didn't expect him to just jump in at the deep end like that.
Yeah, he did, dude. Like, because like, dude, these guys, and I don't know. Okay, so the cesspool that is these imaginations, and like they want to stay in a group where everybody's like, so what do you think the Earth is? That's great. You know what I think the Earth? Well, I think this and that and yada yada. And I'm like, so it's about what's your truth? What do you think? That's great. Like let's talk about that. And then they call that a cordial conversation. And I'm like, okay, but this room here, we've been duped by a lie. So cordial conversation is out the window. You can wave bye-bye to your cordial conversation because we have to, right? This specific room is designed for getting down to what is real and what is not. And if we can't do that in here, then all hope is lost. We might as well just turn this into another debate server where you have your points, I have my points, and we're all just like listening to each other banter about, okay, go ahead, you got 5 minutes. Okay, you got 5 minutes. No. This is not a democracy. Truth is what it is. You either know that it is what something is or you don't. That's as simple as I can say. It's cut and dry. So people have been duped by these. Yeah. I mean, it's our best guess. Could be, right? Believe. And not only that, but they ask you things like after they say something, they'll say like, well, the Earth and, this is the way it is, right? They're even doubting when they finish saying their sentence, asking you, right? They're saying that at the end of their sentence because they're not sure, and they usually do that. Listen to I would say this to the next character that comes in, these archetypes, the next type of person like him. Listen to what they say. You want to write this down or just make it a point to listen to this part. When they finish saying something about what they don't know, they'll say, "Well, I think it was a Roman about 7,000 years ago, right?" Like you listen to that key moment when they start asking the thing that they think they know at the end of it, they're going to question like, well, is it true or not? Like, I don't know. Like, is this right? And they're asking you, the flat earther, who goes against their complete paradigm if what they're saying is true. And you know what I mean?
You've got doubt as well, bro. That's what they hope they can join your club, being doubtful about everything.
I agree. That's another thing too. It's like flat Earth is not a bandwagon like idea. It's not like, hey, we have a great idea. Check it out. You like our idea? Yeah, come join our club. That's a great thing for you to know. This is not something where we're trying to like, dude, you didn't get my point. You're not gonna know. It's like, check it out. This is what it is, and if it's up to you, if you want to go to sleep at night thinking the Earth's a globe, that's your business. It's your prerogative. We're not going to be like hounding you like
it was in the school.
Huh? Say again. What'd you say?
You're hot micing, Sasha.
Oh, is that Sasha? Sasha, you're hot micing, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah, the thing is, like, people have these ideas that come in here and they want to prop them up and say what they want to say and, get into their cordial conversation. They call them cordial conversations when they're spinning everybody's wheel. Dude, how do we know the Earth is a curvature? Well, you see, my man, we're going to talk about Cavendish. And Cavendish, we do these experiments. And, you want to ask me some questions about Cavendish? Go ahead. I have all the information. And you're just like, dude, that's so stupid.
Information, but I never prepared.
I can't understand that, Spake. Like when you're, let's talk about Cavendish. Okay, what have you done? Well, I don't have anything on me. See, I haven't done anything. No citations or whatsoever. But I just want to talk. No,
He said
dude.
it's a dumpster fire, so he must have been warned before he came here to expect in extreme fucking like intricate fucking arguments, man. So he definitely looked up Cavendish and for a good bit of time before he came here, man.
Exactly. Spake, you have a beat. Listen, guys, when Spake is speaking about these things, I think it's important to note that these so maybe I'd say the people that have been doing this for a while understand the psychology behind why they say certain things, and that's exactly like the trigger for him was that he knew what he was talking. Listen, don't fall for the facade that he wasn't ready for this. Don't fall for it. He was chomping at the bit to come in here and fling shit at the wall and just make it sound like we don't know what we're saying. Okay, that's what he wanted to do. That was his goal, right? His mission, to steer the conversation whichever direction, because he knows this, right? And most of these characters know this. When they come into a room where everybody's standing on truth, all I got to do is trigger the room and then say trigger words. And I can swing off different branches. I can, Sasha, no problem. Let's talk about that. What do you want to talk about, Sasha? And then when Sasha holds him to a point, but you didn't mention Cavendish. And then here comes Kiwi. I'm just mentioning your name. I know you don't do this. Kiwi. Kiwi, what did you say? Okay, Kiwi. Let me address what you have to say. And then Sasha's like, yeah, dude, we didn't finish my point. I know, but Kiwi is saying something important. But Kiwi holds him to a point, and he's like, Effie Batman, what do you think about this? Kiwi's not listening to me. And so this is how he works the room. It's all a debate tactic, especially if everybody is in here wants to take their turn and is chomping at the bit to get at this guy, right? Because of his trigger words. So it's a tactic, guys. I told you. Listen to when the room is being spoken to. And I always say this when I come in here. Somebody take point. And that person pass the damn feather to somebody else when they're done. Because we don't know when somebody's done talking to someone, like in here. But if you don't say, okay, I'm done saying, like Kiwi usually says, I withdraw. Like there's a cue for somebody to jump in after he's done talking. Usually that's important because we don't often say that in a conversation. So it needs to be kind of like a thing that we work into this Discord. Like we need to work it into the Discord to where we're kind of used to the fact that when you're done talking, please pass the feather to somebody else. Say, I'm done. Go ahead. If somebody else wants to take the thing on this, go ahead. You can do that. It's okay. Like because we don't know when you're done or not. Or maybe you had a dramatic pause for a dramatic effect. We don't know that. So when you say that, somebody else jumps in. If not, it becomes a shit show where everybody doesn't know the cues when somebody's done talking. So we're just rumpusing each other, and it's terrible. So the reason why it doesn't feel great when I say, okay, I'm moderating the room. Perceptive owl, take point. I have to do that. I think there should be a bit more kind of like where we're working with each other. And so we need to talk to each other and say, okay, Ether Grass, it's your point. Go ahead. But like when Ether Grass is done, okay, I'm done. Like it needs to be done that way, because if not, what's going to happen is he'll swing off different branches and he'll never be held down to one single point at all. And it's just going to be that's the and I'm saying this with love, man, because I know that's how they work the room. They know that there's 20 or 30 of us in here. So when Andy maybe you spoke to him in a different server, he was like, oh, okay, what you got going on over there? Oh, is that right? Okay, let me go hang out over there. And immediately comes in here because he knows he's armed with the idea that all he's got to do is say a few words and bam, somebody else will give him a branch to swing off of. So anyway, I just say with love, man, because I know you guys know what I'm saying, so it's not that difficult to kind of like, okay, we got Kiwi's got the point, let's let him have it. Instead of saying, think
about the idea. I'm just going to throw in the idea that like they'll say, well, if the sun doesn't do that, how does the moon work? And they'll start asking you all those other questions and lily pad their questions. We shouldn't let them lily pad the people, right? It's the same thing. They're just looking for other things to talk about or other people to talk about within the confines of conversation to see if they can find some weakness.
They call that cordial conversation, Kiwi. And it's not the fact that we're not cordial. It's the fact that no one's holding anyone accountable. Like if we're just talking about stuff or we're speculating things, that's healthy. but there's a point where this room was designed for getting down to the root cause of whatever it is that we're talking about. And if we can't do that in this room, and if somebody says, you guys are now, it was like he said last night, well, it was going good for 2 hours, but now it's like,
you came in.
yeah, he's like, when you came in, it's like, you're an asshole, dude. I'm like, yeah, I know. The truth is, it hurts, but let's talk about it, because we're not going to.
Feelings, get over it.
That's the weight of a moderator in this. That's the weight of the moderator's tag in this server, though, Miggy. That's where you have to, if you got the tag, there comes a time when you do have to step in and realign things and put it back on track. But okay, people might not like that, but it will always need that, because there's always going to be new people coming to the forum as well. So they eventually will be the moderators who are saying this too. It's progress, but it's going to take ongoing progress.
Yeah, I hate to ruin the game, but this guy wasn't your average Joe. You understand what I'm saying? And I realise even you guys don't like this either. But I'm just going to say it anyway, because I'm just going to be me. The fact is, I always have to pull back the curtain. This guy wasn't being sincere. This guy was a liar. Do you understand? This guy's a liar. He's not just some innocent person who's listened to McToon for a year and thought it'd be fun to start throwing shit at the wall. No. This guy's a liar. All right? Now, whatever that means, whether he's connected to this organization or that, that's pure speculation, obviously. But this guy's a liar. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't.
Maybe you don't.
Deliberately, bro. I think he's literally getting controlled by his subconscious, scrambling to hold on to the religion.
Yeah, possibly, but I would say I'd be more nefarious than that. For me, that's all I'm saying on it.
Okay, I do go with what Spake's saying, because I think it's more along the lines of what he's saying. But if you see something a bit different, because of like maybe because you had a conversation prior to him coming to here, right, Andy? Like you,
I checked him.
Yeah, I sent him over here.
No, Spake did too, didn't you? Like you guys had conversations before he actually entered this room.
It was me that started the Cavendish conversation.
No, but did you speak to him like a check-in before he entered live stream?
Yeah, I VC verified him and then brought him down.
Yeah, but he was a whole different character in those.
Exactly. I could see it because I never butted in at all. I just listened to the shit show that was almost happening, and you could tell by every 10 minutes, 20 minutes, he was just a little bit like more under sort of handed comments. Most people weren't really noticing them, but I could tell that he was getting close to starting to be an ass.
Yeah, he knew full well about this server before I sent him. Before I suggested it to him, he knew full well. And I bet when I mentioned you by name, Miggy, and I said, "Oh, I hope Miggy's in there to talk to you," I bet he even knew who you were. So that's I'm sure of it. I'm absolutely sure of it.
He called me an asshole, man. Like, cause that's one of the things I'm like, oh, that's lovely. You're calling me names. That's nothing that I haven't heard before. We've all okay, so people in here who, me, Spake, and I would say a few key others. Glatt, I would say Glatt's been called a Nazi. Like, we've been called Nazis. We've been called there's names that people, because they don't like the fact that they now have to be held accountable.
He can't play his game. He can't play his games anymore.
I'm a white guy, and I was called the N-word a lot once from this person, and I was just like, dude, you gotta stop.
What's this guy's name? Who's this guy?
I've been called every name in the book, is what I'm saying. Yeah, Nazis too. Anyway, keep going.
Gamer Zim. That's his name.
Zim. Brr. I'll look for this cat.
No, he's still in the server. He wasn't banned or anything.
Once Miggy's holding him to task, that's it. He knows that, and that's why you get the ad homs and the rage quit. I don't know. I didn't listen to it, so that's what I assume happened. But I don't know. I just
recording from last night. I think we do. It's in the archive.
It's been recorded, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, go. You can listen to it. It's kind of like from the time that I won't say from the time that I entered. I think prior to that, like 2 hours before, it was kind of like he was at some point he was lily padding, like the way Kiwi says, or he was swinging off different branches, like I've heard people say. Like, so he was a weasel. He was squirming. He was yeah. And so because everybody trigger words were his thing last night. And everybody was lit up, bro, like a Christmas tree in here. Everybody's like, oh, Cavendish, you just said that. Like, I just want to talk to you. Like, and so everybody was rumpusing each other. And it was starting to become like the thing that they want, right? These characters are juiced. Every time they come in here, they're gassed up. They want to come in here. They're like, let me go in there. Let me talk to those guys. How many people are in there? Okay, that's cool. So they come in here. They know we're all ready for this. But at the same time, because we're chomping at the bit to speak to this guy about one-on-one, you got everybody talking over each other. And then they're just like sitting back in their chair laughing like, oh, this is great. I love it.
And all they're doing is just looking for a loophole to jump on and then jump back off and then jump on something.
It's so difficult I don't want to. Yeah, come on, guys, let's not do that. But I've been guilty of it. I've done it myself in here. It's so easily done.
I'm telling you, Andy, it's psychological, man. So you know how to work the room. If you're able to shoot out trigger words and you know how to work the room, it's because you know what buttons to push. You know that people in here are logical, critical thinking people. So if you say some shit that's not logical, everybody's gonna like get riled up. What do you mean, gravity? Oh man, no way! And it's like that's what he wants because he knows that someone's gonna get triggered by the thing he says. But it's like it happens every time, dude. It's like we could even talk about it, and I guarantee you that when somebody else comes in about an hour, it's going to happen again and again and again. Like the guy will trigger the room will get like all crazy riled up, and it's not like, okay, who's taking point? Like none of us come in here and say that. I think that needs to happen. All right, who's taking point? Kiwi, you take point, go. And then Kiwi's done. He's like, all right, I'm done, I withdraw. Okay, so Perceptive Owl, you're next. And we don't have the organization that needs to, so that we can take down anyone that comes in here. But little by little, I think because of the way we're dealing with things, we're starting to see that's what needs to happen. Because if not, I mean, you got, like, I'm saying names as an example. Andy jumping in, Chris V's jumping in, Dave Hinkle's jumping in, Gladflow's jumping in, and it's like everybody's talking over each other, and we're pulling.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah. And then Glad's even like, dude, this is a shit show, man. Like, why can't we just one-on-one? And everybody's saying, dude, one at a time. It's like because of the fact that this is what they do. This is all they do.
Here's another part of it, though. The problem is everyone has to, if we're not all constantly consciously saying to ourselves, don't take the bait, don't let them get your goat, stay calm the fuck down, let them embarrass themselves. The second we want to just do the human thing and be like, no, wait, this is how I feel, no, wait, which everyone has to fight all the time, they get us. And it's not necessarily them getting us, it's us getting ourselves.
Yeah. We're dealing with our own, like,
because if they can get to me, right? If I can stand stoic and hear every word someone says, but remain stoic and not react, and then respond eventually in the proper way, that's so much better than just immediately reacting.
I would say this much too. If you can handle a conversation with somebody in this room, allow the next guy to take the reins. Step back. Don't just say things and then start getting upset. And then we all hear that you can't handle the conversation. All of us can. The critical thinkers in here, we know who's who, right? In here. We know you're able to deal with the situation, or if you're not. Like, there's some people that try their best, and bless their hearts, right? I'm not saying they're doing, but like, you have to understand when to say, okay, I'm not making any headway. Go ahead, glad you know, take it on or whatever. But it's your ego and pride that want to continue, and that's why you get the rumpus, because people want to jump in when you're not handling the conversation, because the guy is being a weasel, and you don't catch the cues of when he's being a weasel, and somebody might. So there's a lot of that happening too. So it's not like, you know, you have to be really, like, once you get like characters like that, you have to be really good at what we're doing in here. And if you're not, then I would say, take some time and learn a few things. You get your own style going and everything. But this room is designed for holding people accountable for what they say. It is that way. There's not well, you guys are being unfair. I don't care. So what? Like, this is not being about fair. It's about you being held accountable for the things that you're saying. And you're either going to stand up and say it like the way everybody's understanding, or you're just going to kick rocks and rage quit. So it's up to you, right? And you always give it to the person. You can, just come in here, provide the evidence, demonstration, primary source, citation, whatever it takes. But we're going to get to the root of whatever it is you're saying. And we're not just going to just sit back and say, oh, yeah, this is lovely. Go ahead, continue. No, that's not happening here. So there's a high standard, and I know that it's high because I would say it's just a basic standard. Like, if you're saying something, back it up. That's all it is, right? What else are we saying? Like, if you're saying something, continue. I like to hear your imaginations on why you think space is what it is.
Well, the problem is it shouldn't be a standard too high for anybody. It should be the baseline, natural way to do things is to say, I have a claim and I'm going to back it up.
That's it. It's pretty simple, really. But it gets to be, it is what it is, man. I mean, people, okay. Some guy comes in here like that. You're like, I just want to hear what he thinks. I don't. I really don't. I want to hear what he's going to have to demonstrate as far as evidence goes. And you guys need to know that that's what this room is about. It's about getting to know why he's saying the things he is backed up with evidence. I don't want to just hear him say, well, can he just speak on parsecs? No, he cannot. Because he hasn't demonstrated why parsecs are something that we do in reality.
Parsec.
That is why.
The hell is a parsec, guys? Come on.
It's like the supposed amount of distance in the sky versus the arc minutes. I don't know how many fucking light years it's claimed.
Yeah. Light years, yeah.
It's
the guy.
Isn't that so funny? I got a question real quick. It's rhetorical, so you both can keep going. I do apologize for interrupting, but it is funny. Question: how many inches are in an hour, Globers? Thanks.
You're gonna send them down the spiral. They're probably gonna come in here with that question, dude. I'll be like, damn it, Glatt, when you're not here to go like, how many? I'm gonna tell you guys why I ponder how many inches are in an hour, and I'll be like, oh shit, it's gonna trigger the room, and then we're gonna be like, I'll be looking for you, bro.
Don't give them any fucking ideas, man, for fuck's sake.
Shit, dude, we're gonna be dealing with.
Sorry.
Don't feed the trolls, bro.
The gamer Jim's probably listening on YouTube right now.
Spake, I just realized you changed your brother. I'm so very sorry, guy. I'm so slow with I'm not looking at the board.
What's that?
Because you played a sound clip earlier, and I was like, "Who's dystopioid?" Oh my gosh! So sorry, dude.
We're just testing permissions in my. Sorry, dude.
No, I was going to say, don't worry about it, Kiwi. Lunatics already banned him, and I muted him when he came into the room.
It was a gong show.
Well,
that's because it's because I told everybody to take it easy on Gamers In. Lou's nose got out of joint. He's like, who the fuck's giving out silvers?
And check this out. A YouTube live stream is usually useful for some things, but I think Stefan, I don't know if you are. Yeah, I think he's a Glober, but straight away they come out with their fantasy lore. I know what parsecs is. Here it is. It's a parallax of 1 second of a degree, and so we can measure with parsecs how far a star is away from us. And well, the guy that I was speaking to was talking about we know the distance to stars. I'm like, no, you don't. Oh, yes, we do. The parsec unit of measurement. We can. You don't want to talk about parsecs because parsecs can destroy the flat Earth. I'm like, this guy, you're a freaking clown, dude. I don't want to talk to you about no freaking parsecs. You Star Trek newbie. Like, I don't want to talk about the word. Like, you're making. It's made up, bro. Like, that's what you don't want to. You don't want to talk about that. But you go ahead.
I love to tell them, see, when they start going on about distances to stars, I love to tell them that fucking light speed's not constant. That usually blows their gaskets, man.
Yeah.
Of course it is. We've known that. That's the Great Pyramids. That's the same fucking number. Like, no, you want a band TED Talk with Rupert Sheldrake?
That's utter shite, bro. No, but like this stuff here, and they love to talk about it. Oh, you don't want to talk about parsecs now. And like, dude, you're so stupid. That's the one thing. I don't want to talk about idiotic things that you have no knowledge on. What's a star? Well, it's plasma. Well, how do you know that it's plasma? Well, it's easy, bro. Science. Science? That's all. You just like a freaking pigeon dropping a turd and flying away. It's not, bro. You guys are so far removed from reality, it ain't even funny. It is not. So we're just like going around and around with your damn imaginations, and we're never going to get to the bottom of anything because you're easily swayed by whatever some supposed intellect tells you on a TED Talk or in academia. They're standing in front of a room going, you see, people, when two black holes collide, it sounds like birds chirping. And you're just like, ooh, hey, guys, do you know that when two black holes collide, it sounds like birds chirping?
And it smells like roast beef.
Bro, like dealing with this stuff, like you have to, like, these guys' minds are warped. They're warped. Their realities go so far removed from what reality actually is. And we have to deal with this. Like, it's like our job to kind of sift through other garbage and get them right back down to where they're talking about things that we can verify, you know? Like,
we're kind of like social workers in here, man, a little bit sometimes.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, I mean, people that come in here, there's, bro, like, listen, these guys are psychologically damaged from all of their imaginations of what they think the earth is and what it can do and what it's doing actually. Like, we're flying through space at, you know, 66,000 miles per hour, and we're spinning at the axis at 1,000. And I like to sound like this really snobby. Yeah, because they're snobby when they're saying this, right? Don't they sound snobby? Like they know what they're saying. They're smug. Yeah, condescending.
Bro, that's what the fucking pseudoscience globe and all the documentaries, that's what it does to you. I've said it in here before. We used to like sit at parties and I'd be on like acid or something and I'd sit and contemplate fucking the Hubble Deep Field or something. So I'd go onto my iPad and I'd be like, start talking about photons and how long it takes for them to travel from the sun. I'm like, so that means we're actually looking at the sun in the past. People would be like, wow, that's fucking amazing. And you pat yourself on the back for being really intelligent because you're reciting a load of fucking garbage.
Exactly. And then when you stop and say, when do we verify this? How do we? Well, dude, you know, science doesn't work like that. And you're like, well, what the hell is science for anyway if it doesn't work?
Bro, that's why I really cannot take it personal. I feel sorry for them, man. I mean, fair, like, some of them are assholes about it, but I really feel sorry for them in general, man.
It's indeed something that when you're dealing with these types, and I'd say archetypes, because we can say that character is, we see many iterations of them. So, well, this one anyway. For some reason, this past week has been, we get one every day, almost just like one every day. And it was no different for the past couple of days that we've had somebody on here, and I was actually able to catch each and every one when they were on here. So I'm thankful for that. Mm-hmm. But I think, you know, most days they kind of slide in here kind of unbeknownst to anyone, and they're just kind of mixing it up with everybody. And usually some people don't really know the room. They don't know how to read the room or who's in here, or, you know, do we have anybody new that's in here, or, you know, just checking to see, like, you know, who's actually in here, and then ask them questions, you know, and then they're like, mostly flat earthers, you know, you guys are pretty calm and collected and stuff. But what happens, because we don't ask people questions, or like if somebody new comes in here and you start going like, oh, well, you know, I just want to hear what you think. Oh, that's lovely. That's great. Start a conversation. You know, you do want to kind of say things. But when you are continuously just saying, yeah, tell me what you think about, I don't know, like what stars are. What do you think stars are? And you're asking a glober this, then you're asking for trouble. Because then you're going to start going down a path where, well, I thought we were having a cordial conversaan. Aren't we having, isn't it a cordial conversation? Like, aren't we? Let's talk about parsecs. Why don't we speak about black holes? Like, yeah, you're going to get spun into an endless, well, I just want to hear what this guy has to say about, you know, what he thinks about this. Well, he doesn't think about it because flat earth doesn't make sense to him. So when you bring your logically consistent points, I promise you, okay, guys, I promise you, he's going to hand wave dismiss it. Don't do this to yourself. Like, I would say, like, guys, like, I've been saying this for the past month or so. Like, don't do that to yourself. Don't come in here like, I know. But can I just tell him what you go ahead, man. Just say it, you know, so you can hear the hand wave dismissal at the end of what you're going to say. And maybe then you'll feel better. You know, when you feel kind of like, oh, man, I could have. He's thinking about it now. He really is thinking, because I said it. So no, he's not thinking about it. He's thinking about how he refuted you and how he's right and you're wrong. That's what he's thinking about. because it's clear to see that none of what you said stuck to him. It's clear.
Poor unfortunate soul.
Yeah, I just like to hear somebody genuine. That's all. And you know, nine times out of 10, the people that come in here, unfortunately, are attached to something. They've got some, you know, nefarious intentions, or they're attached to this group or that group. That's my feelings anyway. I know you guys like, oh, shut up, that's not important, because at the end of the day, the audience gets to hear it either way, so it makes no difference. And I get that. I totally understand that. But I just want to hear some genuine average Joe or Jane just come in here, curious, who wants to like understand the place where they are, and perhaps we could talk in a different place, maybe in philosophy or in chill, about who they are, which I think is more important personally. But
there is, man. It's a when you find somebody like that, and I've seen people actually react that way. It's a gem of a person.
Yeah,
it's like a diamond in a rough, right? Because you're looking for, you know, that spark inside humanity that actually makes people actually, you know, look to be somewhat, you know, like there's hope for humanity after all, you know, and it gets you excited, it really does. Like to me, there was two gentlemen that came in here. They're very young, and you know they were still in high school, and they were like questioning things, and I was just like, man, you guys are on it. Like whatever you guys are doing, keep doing it. Like because of the fact that they were like refuting all the things that they were being taught about space and all that kind of stuff, and they were like, well, no, I'm gonna ask them questions. I'm gonna you know. And they were saying this, and I was like, man, music to my ears, man. I'm like, that to me was when people are saying things like that, it's like now we're getting somewhere. This place is actually, because they came in here, so they were, you know, they're very impressionable.
It gets your juices flowing too, and then you realize, oh yeah, there's no teacher without a student kind of situation. I got talking to this kid in chill last night, you know, and he started talking to me about this Taoist, or Taoist, as I say, horse story. You may have heard of it, and it'd be actually a good story for what we've just been talking about before. Actually, in that reactionary state, you know, not opposing your will and just letting things go and that kind of thing. Anyway, we must have talked for 2 hours. This kid, his name's Salvia Cat, 23-year-old, surprised the hell out of me. I mean, this guy's so advanced compared to what I was at 23. And yeah, he got more out of me in 2 hours than I've spoke about for a long time. All this sort of Eastern philosophy, and I loved it. It really got my juices flowing as well. You know, it was brilliant conversation actually.
That's the spark that I'm talking about, Andy. Like you don't get that. You don't get that often through all this. I guess the psychological warfare that we're dealing with. Every now and again, you see somebody come in that way, and it just like it changes your. You're like, yeah, it is going to be, you know, okay after all. You know, like you know, you're not. But think about it like this: those guys, they're going to be dealing with a lot more indoctrination, and they're going to have to so when the thing that we're doing also is preparing them for battle. They're not on the front lines right now. They're basically in the academy. Then we need to be leaders by example, right? So we need to be people that they can look up to. There's going to have to be content here for them to look back on. They're going to have to see how we dealt with situations, and I think that's why I said this place is like sacred ground, people. This place is the place where we stand and fight. Like we're not going to allow the world to just, you know, completely take the people we care about, right, which is our neighbor, just because they're convincing them about something that doesn't exist in reality. So if you don't know what the purpose of this room is designed for, it's for that, and for leading people. The next generation of critical thinkers are going to come into this room and listen to the content that we've already laid out for them. I'd say, and I'm not saying that she was completely convinced, but Siri, she was a bit combative before. And remember the conversation we had with her yesterday, and when I was talking to her, how differently she heard things when we started to play those clips of people that would speak about like they know 99.999%. She works, and I guess in her college she's studying psychology. So she was like, dude, you don't hear people saying the exact same thing. It's not like it's very rare. Like they're saying the same thing. It's almost like it's a program. And so she started to see that she was saying that too. And I pointed it out to her because I knew that once we got to like where she could understand, like, it's not just you saying this, many more. And so I played the clips. And so she started to like, oh man, she said that. Did you hear when the penny dropped, when the shoe fell? Like she was listening and it was like, ow, I was saying that too. Like she just, the point of realization happened yesterday or the day before. Was it yesterday? Good. My sleep schedule's messed up. But yeah, she realized that she'd been saying the same thing that other people were saying. It's like 99.999% belief that I'm sitting down kind of thing. So it made sense to her, and it was like a point of realization. And I think that's the thing that we're doing in here. We're churning up content for that reason, so that people can realize that this programming that has been hoisted onto people's minds is going to keep them inured into the system, into like this indoctrination. So it is very purposeful why we're in here. It's not just a place to like chitter chatter. It's to create an environment where we can all reason together. That's the point. And when we can't do that, just logic falls apart. We're just going to talk about, well, what are you? Can I just hear what you think? And that's great. How are you going to back it up with evidence? Like where's the accountability at? You can talk about that stuff in another room. Go somewhere else and talk about what you speak to them about your day and your feelings and all that stuff. But what we do in here is we sharpen the mind. We're getting everybody ready to do battle with this, like the world full of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, remember that guy who called you a Nazi?
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's exactly what I said to that guy. I said that's why I keep coming back to this server. That's why I love it, because it's got a foot in reality. And I can talk philosophy. I love philosophy. It's probably my favorite subject. But I'm happy to talk to anybody about philosophy. We'll go down to chill. We'll talk about it if you want.
Yeah, all day even. Okay, yeah. I'm always looking over the room, making sure we're speaking to everybody. We got Toaster Levens, who's got VC verified. Toaster Levens, yeah, we're just going over the room about how to conduct ourselves and such. But Toaster, you got VC verified. I don't think. How you doing, guys? Maybe I have. I think I have. How's it going, Toaster?
Good. I talked to Indo. That's how I got in here.
Well, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man. Why did you choose to come into this server? Like, what was it? Curiosity? You want to talk about the shape of the Earth?
It was basically for information, really. Like, love hearing about it and just getting enough information. But what led me here was listening to other servers and these guys really not even having a conversation, just yelling at one another about nonsense.
Okay. And so I'm gonna preface our introduction because like I said, I don't know if I've spoken to you yet. So bear with me if you've already done this, but just kind of indulge me as well. So I'm just gonna ask you a few things and just respond to however what position you're at right now. It's just the most honest way, right? So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is and why, Toaster?
Well, I don't really know what the shape of the Earth actually is because basically we don't have any verification of any of it. But from the globe perspective, I just don't see any of their math adding up whatsoever.
Okay, and what led you down the path of where you're at currently? Like, why have you taken this? So the first question was, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, which you answered. But why do you think that's where you're at right now? Like, what have you done to be in that position that you're in?
Basically trying to teach my little one about what's going on with the Earth and like things like that. It's just been very difficult to do it from that perspective rather than from actual like truth and seeing what's actually going on around us.
Okay, so you're very inquisitive about certain things, and Definitely, this is, I would say, one of the best places to be if you want to go down a logical path with anyone about it. So you can also, like, if you just want to, like, glean some off the conversations that we have with others, like how people respond that do think the Earth is a globe. And the challenge is, and I'll put it out there for all the people listening. And meanwhile, just I'll take a few moments here, Toaster. But anybody that's listening right now, we got 24 people watching on the YouTube live stream. And we got DLive running. We're always being a live stream, so everything that we say in this room is being recorded. So when we say things, we want to have content for people to look back on so they can hear what's happening in real time to other people that are talking about their ideas of what they think the Earth is and such. But if you are somebody who's listening right now, we invite you into this Discord. You guys can click the link that's in the description or that Nightbot is putting up on the YouTube live stream text chat. Come and join us. This is an open platform. It's a great way to see if you think that you know something. You're going to go ahead and test it against all the critical thinkers in here. And we will challenge you, because the idea behind this server is we want to challenge your conception of what you think is going on in the world. And whether or not it's true, you'll find that out once you come in here. We'll make sure that things that you're thinking about go through a process that you're either going to know or you don't know. And it's just being intellectually honest is all. So if you think that's something that you want to do, please join us, and you'll find out. I'd say that if I'm here, I'll give you an introduction into the conversation, just like I did with the gentleman Toaster, and we can start talking about it, because it's important. A lot of people are hearing things and they don't know how to pit that against something that they can logically say whether I know or I don't know. So please join us over here. We'd like to have a conversation with you guys, whoever you are. You guys are also, you have the ability to be critical thinkers, and we know that somebody will come in here and you'll be kind of amazed at some of the things people say. So yeah, just an invitation in for you guys. But back to Toaster. So Toaster, yeah, it's great. We've been doing this for a while. So if there's anything you want to know about why we're led down this path, or maybe any one of us, or a question that you might have, let's say, we'll go ahead and talk to you about some things. But we also would want to kind of have a conversation about, just certain topics that if you think that maybe they're too taboo, like, I don't know, mud floods or whatever, like that kind of stuff is usually in the realm of another category. But we want to stick to like the shape of the earth content. So anything pertaining to that, you can, there's something you want to ask about that. That's fine.
Yeah. No, you guys answer a lot of questions that I already have. It's like you're in my head already. So it's kind of great, man.
Well,
you can keep it on like a podcast. Yeah. Go ahead, Space.
Just ask Toaster. I take it, are you a flat earther now, my friend, or are you on the fence still, or what?
No, definitely a flat earther, bro.
Cool, bro. That's nice. What was the sort of the thing that slapped you in the face that made you think, holy shit, what the fuck? Is there anything specific?
Yeah, definitely the measurements. I started doing some math and stuff and looking at that type of thing, like from NASA and like all these other guys that have this globe earth mathematics, and just didn't work, man, from what I've seen. I spent a lot of time on lakes and fishing and that, and I've seen for miles, man, and I've never looked out and thought, wow, there's the curve or anything like that.
Do you know, like, off the top of your head, what the furthest you've ever seen, or the best amount of like drop that's missing? Like, do you know?
I've definitely seen over 10 kilometers for sure.
For just a few feet above the level of the water, I take it, yeah.
Oh yeah, sitting in a boat, man, probably like right on the water.
I've not done any measurements, bro. I mean, I accept reality. I'm not fucking moving, and I've seen the constellations the same for fucking thousands of years. Like, they're just the same as what they were when I was a kid. So
yeah, exactly, man, exactly.
The fact that NASA are full of shit and it's obvious as fuck, like that's enough for me to know that the Earth's definitely not what they've been telling us. Right.
Yeah, I into this in a different way. So, Toaster, like, yeah, you're welcome. I gave you the flat earth tag. Also, just for your information, we're always talking in the live stream voice text. So we're in the call right now, but right above the voice channel there is the text channel.
Really quickly, guys, check out the YouTube chat. They're thinking that we don't know what math is. They're saying math question mark ha 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 ha. So I just wanted to give a little shout out to those useless people out there. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, see, Glad you do it too. I'm gonna get on you now, because you chastise us when we're talking about those guys.
I know.
See, it's important to point that out, right? Because that they, like, we want to tell the world that, like, you know, obviously the way people think, and so it's good to point it out. Like I'm always.
And if there's anybody falling for the YouTube chatters bullshit, well.
Yeah, that's
I have a ketchup popsicle to sell you only if you're wearing white gloves.
Yeah, exactly. I got some oceanfront property in Arizona.
That's
also.
right. I got some dust to sell to a desert. But you guys keep thinking that math proves anything in reality. People are like, oh, well, math is reality. No. Honey, listen. Math describes reality to us mere mortals, okay? Reality itself, I mean, we do our best with languages to try to describe it. And that's what mathematics is. It's a language, i.e., conception. It's not physical. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Hate to burst your bubble, Puddin'. That's the truth.
It's amazing how everything works in their head.
Oh, yeah. That's the point. Like, that's the concept. And I call it mathematical jazz hands, you know, because they put, look at the equation. It's all there in the equation, isn't it? Like, it works out. The math checks out. I know the math checks out. Like, I get frustrated. I know it does. It's a concept, man. It's supposed to work. But how does that comport over to reality?
Well, you just change the numbers around.
Dude, if you change the numbers around, an apple can be a Ferrari. Just let's go.
Yeah, he's not lying. We got Shane St. Pierre, which is the owner of the Tartaria server. What's up, Shane?
What up, Shane?
What's up, guys?
Nothing much, man. You know, we're just kicking it.
It's the enemy.
What's up?
Enemy spotted. Where's CB at, dude? He's not awake with his soundboard. Enemy spotted.
Dude, when MC Toon came here and CB debated him using the soundboard, I was in awe. I love that. That was incredible, by the way. Thank you, sir, for that.
You know, you haven't really had a good conversation unless it's backed up by CB soundboard.
Right.
Well, let me put out some clips, guys. I just want to elucidate that point real quick because he's done some great work with. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. If you indulge me for a moment, give me a second. All right. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi. How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Nice use of. I think I was here. That was like the other day. It was yesterday. You guys did that, and he was in with that chime at the right.
Yeah, no, there's another one too. I think it's just the timing because the timing's hard, like within a conversation. But here, let me just play one more. They're really quick. They're not even long. Hold on.
What's up, Shane?
Hey, Kiwi.
Watch this one.
I don't. So I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in simulation.
There you go. His soundboard is amazing, dude. I love it.
Dude, he says I grilled him on it one day. He says he has like his phone or his tablet up to his phone. Like he's just got like two devices, one speaker into the other receiver. And he's just like playing.
And that's ghetto, dude. He needs to get like an actual setup. Dude, if he has like on his left a laptop or like an iPad or something that's hooked up to another account that's logged on here, right? Mic always on mic'd, always open, and he can just push that button, bruh.
I mean, when I first heard it, I'm like, dude. I asked him like, how'd you get your output to go through your input like that? He goes, I'm just holding up my phone.
He's like,
I was like, oh shit.
I'm just trap housing it, bitch.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but he's still so good at it, right? Like, imagine if he had a proper setup.
No, that's the guy that you really want to get a good setup, man, because he knows what to do.
Yeah,
with it.
man. Christmas. Let's all pitch in for next Christmas or whatever his
I'm
birthday
not kidding
is. Man.
either. I'm not kidding either, Glad. Like, I'm serious.
know.
Like, we should do like a GoFundMe or something for him.
Dude, I know the equipment he should get. I can make a list in 5 seconds of what he should get, or we should get him.
Yeah, dude. If you make the GoFundMe, dude, I'll be happy to contribute. Let's just say that.
I'm taking a note right now. I'm taking a note.
Yeah, and then plus all the equipment that you think you would need to get it like a proper setup.
Yep.
Because what he does in here for us, like
it's priceless. It's priceless.
It's priceless, bro. Like it's a perfect timing. He has like, and it's not easy because think about it. All of us are in here saying things, so to like adequately hit that timing right, because I mean there's lag and all that stuff. So he's hitting the cues like right where they need to be.
Yeah, it's unreal. Like he's if anybody were getting paid to do this, I'd say he should be getting paid to help us out.
Exactly.
And he was good at it because MC Toon was arguing with him as if it was a person, right? He was arguing with the sound bites over and over.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like responding to them.
Yeah, see, it's like he's kind of born to do it, guys. He's the best.
Yeah, and well, McToon drinks water out of a tap can, so there's that.
Does he really?
Yeah, he's weird, dude.
Oh no.
He's weird.
Well, anyway, I don't want to talk shit about people, even though they're really easy to talk shit about.
Really?
Well, I was stating the obvious, dude, because he was in the live stream. He was talking to Witsit, Gets It they had a debate, and in the middle of that, Witsit was like, "Dude, what are you doing?" Because he was drinking drinking pop, and then he was like, "Dude, you drinking tab?" He was like, "No, this is water in here." And he's like, "Dude, you drinking water out of a tab can?" So Witsit kind of grilled him on that. Just pointed it out. Anyway. That was not really neither here nor there.
You say we can't talk shit about the guy, but he makes it his life mission to talk shit about Flat Earth regularly. I think that's fair game, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. But and we were talking about like the importance of like why different servers exist, and even Tartaria, and what you guys are doing there, like because Kiwi was here. And we were discussing, because a lot of people feel some kind of way about like the server and stuff, and that's fine. But I've always agreed with the point that every server has a purpose, and like most of us in here have already dealt with those guys, but a lot of people haven't, so they don't know what they're talking about. So like on the internet, they're still propped up like some kind of character to be looked at, or maybe they're saying something important, and nobody's challenged them like the newer people that are coming into this like topic. They haven't challenged them. So
I mean, I'll tell you why, dude, right? Because when I first started this, they were my trial by fire, right? My first public appearance and first debate was McToon, then FTFE, and then Professor Phil Bell. So like that trial by fire, yeah, you fall, but you get up and you're stronger, right? You figure it out and you get your feet, and then you go forward. And that's kind of what I'm trying to provide over there. Like people do really well over there, actually. Right? A couple people get in that I'm like, oh, you got a lot to learn. But it's not that, oh, you made everyone look bad. It's, oh, you made, you got to get back up now, bud. What are you going to do? Right? It's kind of interesting. But also, it's like you need more than one bar to go to, right? Different prices, different drinks, different atmosphere, different goals. And it only becomes a problem when one bar is like, oh, I got to undercut the other bar and start changing my prices and trying to attract their customers. Right? So as long as that's not the mentality, I think it works out really well.
Yeah, there's so many different ways that we can like. I view what we've curated this forum to be as like an academy. So that's why no Globe Earther holds office here. So, and I was telling them like the difference between that and this is that people come here to learn how to do things and be good at what you do. That other place is like you would consider the arena. If you want to go in there, like go and see what you can tell. Like, this place can be that way too, but it's more over a place where the instructors are going through, like people that come in here, you're going to see what it is to be taking on some people that are like those guys, we always have them. So the instructors would be like moderators and Gold Plus members. Like they've already paid their dues. So now they're in a ranking system, and it's for a reason. And it just depends on like who they are. You get to listen to what it means to get into a conversation with these guys. So and also participate, because that's what we encourage. We encourage people who haven't been in the discussion, excuse me, to actually get into the discussion with these guys. But so that you can try out what you think you know, and then once you're ready, maybe you can go to a place like Tartaria and then handle these guys. So it's up to you. But like every place that's made for flat Earth, it has its purpose. But I know we always preface it like you better be ready, because like that place over there is not like this place. So
I've sent people here to like people that have come in and asking like 101 questions. I'm like, this isn't really the place for you. You should try this other server out. Unfortunately, the last person that came here was that chick. Ended up being a bitch to everyone. But
yeah, man, that was fun. It was awesome.
I had given her the link before I knew she was a bitch. In my defense.
Well, Miggy talked me down yesterday off that cliff. She's like, I owe those guys an apology.
There you go.
Yeah, but yeah, over here is like the educational academy, dude, right? Like it's not, we're not really doing that over there. We have like 60% flat earthers and 40% globers. We get rid of the most toxic globers. Every like fake flat earth, like every like bad glober, anti-flat earther, and like most vicious proponent of their system is over there. So
yeah, exactly. And some people like, dude, because they were before. I think that server. I think they were going to Gem Pandas, if I'm not mistaken. That's probably where they were heading for that kind of content. But this at least brings them this particular. Because I told them too. I was like, well, at some point there needs to be content that gets churned up. And also, if this is the route you want to go, I for some reason some people really need to get back into that. And so Kiwi would know, like, whoever wants to take the mantle. Like, do you guys offer like people to say like, I want to debate FTFE, and would you set it up, or like, does it have to be somebody?
Anything like that works. We're very open. Right,
if somebody's open to challenge, they want to step up to anything, we will like always try to orchestrate it and work it out. And man, lining up a Miggy battle with one of those asshats would be awesome. But
that would be fun.
I'll just withdraw on that one.
I mean, like, dude, we have a pretty full schedule. We have usually like debates or events every night at 7 Eastern, right? Like, if I don't have one, we'll try to make usually a full week in advance. But anyone who can call anyone else out, we do have like scheduled round events, like the toxic people, like FTFE comes in every Monday, and people know that and prepare for it. It's usually actually a lot of fun, because him as the most toxic person actually comes in and respects the place, because he knows that if he doesn't, he'll get booted, right? And obviously he wants to keep coming back, so it's kind of a good arrangement.
We had.
Let me just say real quick. He came in on the other night, and he was really letting his jaw loose because he had McToon backing him up, and my finger inadvertently slipped, and I kicked him out of the room. But of course, he came right back, so it was a nice little check him. But it was a poor behavior on my part. Just needed to throw that in for what it was worth.
Are you saying that was good or bad? Sorry.
We had the Flat Earth Arena, or the arena. We had Spartans and Gladiators, and we used to have that similar flow in this server at one point. I think for like a year or something, or maybe 2. But we were doing that, and we had Friday night fights. We had a whole bunch of stuff, just different kind of content. We were like getting 5-on-5 kind of like a thing, and it was pretty intense when we were doing it. But this place, yeah, it's shifted to now what it is. But before it used to be that. So now we like the style. I do. I love coming in here and knowing that I want to give as much knowledge as I can from what I've understood from the type of characters that we're speaking to, because there's different archetypes, right? You got your sophist, your like the obfuscator, the contrarian. And so on, and so they're the kinds of people, and I always talk about them in an archetype way, because like they're iterations of different characters that come in here, and you can, and I break it down to my crew in here. I break it down to them like, so you be aware of this. No, listen for these trigger words, and so once people start getting into the mode of like they're starting to realize how this works, then they don't get like swayed by the way that they are. Because it's very different for you to think that you can get into a conversation with these guys than actually having the conversation, because it's a live kind of like ad movement. Like you don't know the flow. You can't. It's unpredictable. Let's say, because you don't know which way they're gonna go. But if you understand like an overall kind of archetype, then you can say, oh, I know what this guy is. He's a contrarian. Like, I know how to deal with a contrarian. Or I know, you know what I'm saying? So you can put them in categories because they usually fall in some type of category. And so you start to equip yourself with that knowledge. Then you're able to deal with that character. Versus you're just entering a debate where you say, okay, I got my points. You got your points. Let's see who wins. You know, like, let's go toe to toe, you and me. And so that doesn't usually end up in the flat earthers' favor because they use different tactics. They're not civil. They're not using straight up like knowledge and you know, cause and effect. They're basically doing like attacking your character. They're making whatever you're saying just look ridiculous by saying things like, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, and I don't know what you mean. And so, like, every time you say something, the third-person perspective is kind of getting like, dude, like, why don't you make it so simple so the guy can understand? Like, so they don't know what the person that's rejecting what you're saying is doing. But so that's why you get taught in here that this stuff is like what they do. It's how they operate. It's how they have their quote-unquote debates. It's more of like a tactic to sway people back into their position without any evidence, mind you. So this is all they're good for. That's why it's like my love for this community is for the people of the critical thinking mind. So I'm here for this. Those guys, they can kick rocks. I've dealt with them already. Like they can stay in their debate servers and stuff and hammer it out with the new guys, but I'll train the new guys. That's what I want. I want the guys to be armed to the teeth when they step foot in an arena with those guys. So when you hear somebody coming in there and you hear the arguments that we talk about in here, that will make me happy. Like when you hear them saying, all right, what is reality? Go ahead and give it to me. How much do you think reality is real? And are you sure you know what you're doing right now? Like if you hear something like that, it came from here. I think that's all that I'll be like, our job is done. You know, we've armed the person with the ability to navigate these crazy archetypes, you know, that are out there. So that's what I think this is for. But some people need to hear it, man. They need to hear the slugfest. Just saying.
And I'll say it again. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again to my own horn. This is the place that I learned, right? When I went to debate McToon for the first time, I may not have showed out publicly well, but being able to spot the 7/6R, call him on the radius, spot the spherical excess bullshit, call him on that. Being able to show what they do, their mathemagics, and call them out for it sometimes is all the audience needs to see. I withdraw. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's not as easy. Like if it were as cut and dry as like, okay, they have their points, you have your points, and let the audience decide. That's not. That would be easy, right? Doesn't work that way. They're gonna do everything they can to make you look like a fool, so that no one listens to you. Like that's why they're in this.
Yeah, the anti-flat earthers especially take that approach. But I mean, we do other stuff. Like we do like regular presentations. If people have like Kiwi's running a presentation, I think right now about topics that generally people don't, debate about, but that's still interesting. Like speculation type stuff, crazy integral stuff. Like I worked out some of my Star Trails ideas and then brought it over to Jim Pandas and see what the Globers had to say about it, which was a great time. And then the other day we had the guy from Heliosorcery, Chris, who came in and talked to us. It was only flat earthers allowed because he said he didn't want to talk to any Globers. And I was like, oh, I get that, man. We'll just make it so they can't join. So we had like 40 flat earthers talking to the guy for like 3 hours. He was great.
I wish I would have watched that before. I didn't know what was going on in there. But did he discuss where he received all that his research from? How did he go?
Yeah. Oh man, he told us the whole story. He
re-listen to the beginning then.
The quick cliff notes is he was in a church and he brought flat earth to the church and it caused a schism in the church, and then he let his own branch going forward from the YouTube channel, him and his wife and his family and like the whole people who believe in it. And now he's like leading he's recruiting people for the cosmology based church that he's leading based on flat earth now. It's pretty crazy.
You know how QE had to like go back to the basics and redefine what the scientific method is, the basic building blocks for it. I believe the same needs to be done for research. I think a lot of these people, they literally don't have the fundamentals to learn how to research anything. They've never done any research in their entire lives. And I want to learn how to like break it down fundamentally. So that's why I was curious as to how he went about getting his research for that video.
He just looked into it, right? The internet searches. He had all the history, all the access that we have, except his wife was like the digital designer who made it look really nice in a wonderful presentation, right? But that video, it presents all the history, the historical facts, the leading events, how heliocentrism was introduced, literally like thought of, and then panned, and then like shoved down the throats of all the world via these, these people, their plan, their group, and it all comes from like the Vatican, right? And he did this whole big research project to give you all the details and the names and the people and the magicians and how they did what they did. And I think maybe we're arguing with these people the wrong way, right? If we're arguing about curvature for 8 hours, and we could just be telling them, yeah, but do you know where the idea came from? It was literally this goofy mathematical man who just went, oh, I have an idea, and then it's been getting crazily crazier ever since. And this is what you believe, right? Maybe that's a different approach.
Yeah, it was a subterfuge weaponized as a direct response to the Protestant Reformation.
Yes, learning against learning is what he called it, I think, which I think was a really apt name.
And it's almost like deeper truths that are not really truths at all, but it gets people to a state of confusion, which is usually the case. People usually talk about things and it gets people to say like, oh, I never seen it that way. That's interesting. And usually when they come in here talking their bullshit, I'm like, that's not something to think about, guys. You're not going to... Anybody that comes to lead my group astray is going to deal with me. And you don't want that. So I'm going to run you through the damn gauntlet until you've realized that you don't know what you're saying. And usually people come... like I defend this like this is not like anyone's playground. This is what it needs to be. It needs to be a proving ground. So if you're in here, then you're going to stand up for what you're saying, and I'm going to hold you accountable. I don't care who you are. I give people flat earth tags in here because I think everybody that says, the earth is flat, and then go ahead, I'll give you the tag, but you're not safe even there. If you say things that are, obviously not true, I'm going to call you out. And hopefully I banned like Percentage, I banned Architect, some of the guys in here who advocate for these clowns that come in here. You're not going to come into this place and make it your own. You have to make whatever we're saying collectively a part of what you're doing, because we all built this place together. 24/7 is built on the fact that people stand for truth together. This isn't something that we're just going to say, oh, we'll just, go ahead and entertain this. No. What evidence do you have to support the case? Is there any evidence? No? Okay. Off you go. So that's the rule here is like, it's too high of a standard there. Just not really. It should be the standard. Asking somebody for evidence for what they're saying, pretty simple. Like if you don't have any, then why bring it up? So, and I kind of preface the thing about like, okay, so if you're going to say anything that's true and you want to talk about it, make sure you have primary source, make sure you have a demonstration, make sure you're able to, give a citation about it, and then so on and so forth. So, yeah, we hold people to what they say in here. They don't like it. But it's all about confusion. So even the guy talking about like, the history of that, and the reason why we're in the situation we are, where that came from, it's important that now we're dealing with the art of confusion, right? We got people, man, running around in this world who have this perception about reality that there's something else going on that they cannot perceive. And when you ask them, how do you know this? Well, it has to be, right? Because, obviously I can't perceive it, so it must be happening. What? If you can't perceive the thing, then it's not happening. My goodness, it's not that hard to, we could be in a simulation. I just don't know it. Then it's not happening. You can't entertain an idea that's not real unless you're just talking about speculating on things, which is fine. But when you start to say this is our known fabric of reality, then we are going off the deep end. These aren't deeper truths. They're just your imaginations. So, got to bring them back around to like what can be shown, what's proven, we deal with a lot of that for sure. Well, it's just a case of the guy yesterday, so.
So,
But,
what did you say to that Siri chick to get her to want to apologize to us? Because we all just like triple booted her at once. She said something.
Yeah, I know.
She's just like flipped out, and we were like, no.
Most of the hard cases I'm really good with. The ones that are usually on the borderline of like having to like just leave because they're so bad. Like she was calling me names and whatnot. Like she was very combative, standoffish, and that. And to me, that doesn't affect me, not one iota. What affects me is that she's unwilling to listen. That's the only thing. But like, if she's calling me that and this and the other thing, like I'll see right through all of that. I'll be like, that's fine. But let's talk about the reason why, and I'll go right to the point. I go straight for the core. I don't get sidetracked by her like combativeness. That doesn't move me. But I posted. I'm sorry, Shane. I was just gonna get to like what. So I posted some of the clips that I had with these guys, these sophists that want to say that they only know something to be true because they believe it. And some of the clips I just played right now, but that's what I was showing to her. Here's one from what's his face, Mr. Sensible. I'm gonna play Mr. Sensible's real quick for the audience. And this one I presented Mr. Sensible, Deck, and I don't know who the other guy here is.
What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
I'd say that's yeah. But just sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that and you're sure that hey man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that.
Yeah, so he believes he's sitting down. And I think the clip was just kind of exposing the fact that they can't speak to us in terms of knowing anything. That's the issue. So when I presented that to Siri, not just this clip, but the other ones that I've shown you guys, the ones that I played, where everybody's talking about knowing something that's a belief. Like that's the where they conflate the idea of knowing and belief. And so they don't know they can't have a distinction between the two. So to them, it's just the same thing. And, it started to make sense to her when I was playing these clips that everybody's saying the same thing. And she's like, oh shit, I'm saying that too. Like, and it was like the penny dropped, And it's a great thing to actually hear that, but we have the content to kind of back up like the reason why people are saying the things that they are saying. And it's an important stepping stone for somebody to realize, like, because you can be saying anything you want to a person, but unless you have some evidence to back it up that people are actually saying these things exactly the same, kind of like running on a program, then you won't realize it. Like, she probably didn't see it because, like, who else is saying what I'm saying? I think I'm pretty individual when I'm saying what I'm saying. No, you're not. Like, you're actually saying verbatim the things that these other guys say. And that's scary. So, yeah. That's what changed your mind.
I mean, I can see right off the bat that when new people come in here, you sort of take control and they address you, right? That way, when they make combative, attacking comments, it doesn't matter, right? Because they don't matter to me either. But what happened with her was she started attacking everyone, right? And she started attacking like everyone else's, like some other nice old lady who was speaking kindly, like she got attacked, and that's when everyone just hit the button at once. So it's probably controlled that way. I think you guys got that right.
Yeah, Kim actually was in here when she was the one that got told she was a rude bitch, Right. And so what happened was, and you don't often see this, a complete 180. Man, she was apologizing and I'm sorry, like, and she out of her own mouth, dude. Nobody made her do like you need to apologize, and she didn't. Nobody said nothing. It was she realized her bad, and so she's like, I need to apologize to people now. And so what happened was like, and this is the golden moment, man. We want this to be the case usually for people but we can't make somebody actually get to that point, and they have to walk into it on their own. So the only thing we've done was expose the fact that this programming that's running is taking a hold of people's minds. We call it the mind virus. It is what it is, right? But it latches on to somebody, and it gives them the same programming as everybody else, and it's nonsensical. It doesn't have any adherence to reality. And once she heard everybody was speaking the same words that she was, it was like, oh shit, wow, like I'm in some kind of a cult now. Like she realized that it was weird, right? So at that point she was like, I need to apologize to you guys. I'm sorry. Like, and so that was a golden moment for this room, and everybody in here was like, oh shit, wow. Like she actually turned around from being like dug in to like now like, oh shit, she's actually considering what we're saying about not just we didn't even talk to her about the content of flat earth. We're just on the basis of the programming. That's it. And so for her, because she works in and I guess she was taking some classes for psychology, so for her it made sense, you know, and it was a golden moment, I'd say, for all of us.
Nice, man. That's awesome.
I attempted to deliver that message to the server yesterday, but it wasn't well received, so I still have to come in and apologize for yourself, though.
You mean Witsit was on a roll and nothing could stop him?
Yeah, I guess I got bowled over.
He's very passionate, man. Can't interrupt this. He just goes. You like literally can't stop him.
I take it as an interruption. I took a cue because somebody asked me about the interaction, so I was like, "Hey, let me tell you about it." But okay, maybe not.
Yeah, no, I did. But the second we were done talking, he just rolled on. Is all that happened. It's good.
He got comfy behind that Shure microphone he's using now. Joe Rogan microphone.
I want to, it's a group effort, man. Like we all do this together, and what inspires me is that I see people in here every day passionately coming in here, and if we're doing anything to get you to the next level of like being able to arm yourself with the right things to say, I think we've done our job. Like that's the important thing, right? So I feel like my mission is always, because I know the cunning linguistics. I always call it that. I know them. I know it inside and out. I'm a steel trap when it comes to you trying to come in here and trying to bullshit me about anything. I'm going to call you out on everything. If you're telling me some lies, or if you're not sure, I'm going to spot that weak link in that chain, and I'm going to expose it. So it needs to be something when you're coming in here, you're speaking truth. Speak logically, speak truth. Be honest. Like that's all you got to do, and no worries. Like we can all be just having a great time, you know, having nice conversations. It's the moment when you start to lie about things that it becomes like this place can turn into the worst place that you've ever been. Like you're not going to like it. Like I preface that conversation with like these guys who come in here trying to spin everybody's wheels. I'm like, listen, this can go a great way. Being intellectually honest and saying you don't know, it's a great place to be. It is. But when you say you know something that is completely unattainable, then you're going to go through a gauntlet. It's going to be rough for you. You're not going to like it. I'm going to probably be somebody that you're going to call an asshole like I did yesterday, and it's not going to go well. So, and you know, you have a choice, and hopefully you make the right one, because people in here, inquiring minds, want to know, right? Like we do. We want to know why you think that so badly that the earth is what you say it is. And then once we start to figure out, then we're putting you in categories. Okay, he's a sophist, he's a contrarian, he's, you know, not going to be agreeable in anything. Like, you know, we know, we start to parse you out into certain archetypes. So. It's going to continue to be this way, but like, man, I'm telling you, like, I always say this, Shane and Kiwi, because you guys are doing, you know, whatever work you're doing there, but the instructions that come from this place are point for point conversations, never wind up with a person whom you're speaking to actually considers the information. They're not going to. What they are waiting to do in each side, right, either side, flat or globe, they're waiting to hand wave dismiss the next point that comes up. Nope, that's wrong. This is how it is. The other guy's like, nope, that's wrong. This is how it is. Nope, that's wrong. This is how it is. Hand wave, hand wave, hand wave, hand wave. So there's never a consideration of the point. There's only two people hand waving, dismissing the other point because they have their point. And so, like, this place is teaching people there is a way to get somebody to listen. But you have to expose their ignorance because they don't know they're ignorant. They think that they're totally within the realm of, like, logical thinking. And so if you arm yourself with that knowledge, knowing that going point for point will not get you to get the other person to understand your point. You know what? In a rare case, it might work. In rare cases, somebody who's humble enough will say, I can see what you're saying here. And because that happens, that gives us the kind of like, oh, I can use this. It's not going to work every time. That's only on these rare cases where people are humble and will say, no, I think what you're saying makes sense. But when do we find people's egos and pride are not, inflated? That's very rare. But the majority of people, they want to be right on what they're saying, so they're not going to accept what you're saying. And they're waiting to handwave dismiss the logically consistent point that you just said, which is usually the way.
That's very true. That's very true, man. But like, here's a big difference, right? And here, your target is the person that you're talking to more often than not, right? Like the revelation you had yesterday is probably a case in point. The person you're engaging with is the person that you're targeting, right? I think it's not that way over there because at our place, like, because there's so many globers who are already firmly entrenched in one side and so many flat earthers obviously firmly entrenched in the other. It is no one's really listening, but there is like this neutral observer minority, maybe 10%. We have a really couple of really vocal, really intelligent fence walkers who just been like dabbling on either side, but they hang out when they come, they hang out like all day, every day, like they do here. And then eventually they're like, no, I need to be like, and they make everything flat earth comments, all good questions, and then you follow them. But really our target is the neutral observership that is potentially watching the exchange so that you're never going to convince the toughest anti-flat earther that the earth is flat, right? It's just not in the car. So it's a different strategy, I think.
Yeah, well, the neutral observer for us is the 22 people that are watching the YouTube live stream. Right. And some of the people that come in here who are on the fence, but we do have that as well, but it's not as like a debate style platform. So our forum is curated differently. So we do have neutral people, but they're just not seen. They're probably just lurkers or people that just click on us as a podcast to kind of see what we have to say. Because one of the things that we do say is that we get some long-time listeners that come in here and they're like, dude, this is my first time being in here, but I've been listening to you guys for a while. So we do have that. And that's why we want to keep this curated the way we do. No Globe Earther holds office here for that reason, so that people can have a standard of what, like, okay, so I've been to a debate server. Now I'm going to listen to what it sounds like for somebody that comes into this server that don't have an argument. There's nothing to, combat. And they call it the high standard, but it's like, well, I mean, if we're going to try to find the truth, wouldn't you want that to be the case? You want the highest standard you can possible to know something? I mean, that would be logical for anyone. But apparently it's not. Like, you can know something without it being, put to the scientific method, and that's true. But we're not talking about things that are not related to something we can't use a cause and effect relationship for. We're actually talking about things like, what causes things to fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. Like we're looking at stuff that isn't what you'd say is the effect and trying to figure out the cause. So that's why it gets put into a realm where you need to know what you're saying. Either you do or you don't, So that's important. But what do you guys think? Just me and Shane.
Hold on. Yeah, perfect timing in the YouTube chat. Bendelight's claiming hills of water once again. Water hills.
Let's see. Bendelite. The oceans are never level. They are hills of water at what? Tides due to tides. Hey, that's cool. Let me clip that. I'm gonna put it in here. We'll give
they keep trying to invoke refraction too for every single instance of the horizon appearing and observing flat, and every single instance of zero curvature being observed or detected or measured. They say it's just refraction. Uniform refraction to make the globe Earth appear and measure flat. What a world, guys. Backwards. Here we go. It's opposite day every day, right, Ben?
Yeah. We also, Mimas is here now, but Mimas is, he can agree, like, this forum was like, dude, man. And it's not easy, like, trying to keep up the like, we need people to step up into the place where, they're starting to become ones who want to lead by example as well. And I'm always waiting for, like, the next guy to be like, hey, let's get this thing going. Let's call some people out and stuff. So,
yeah. And here's the thing, Ben, like, we know you don't believe that. You're just saying it because you have to. But, it's unfair because there might be people out there that that there are hills of water, right? What's a hill made out of? Not water, right? A hill of water would be what? It's called waves. Partner, just listen. Swells, tides, and waves are not Earth curvature. Okay? Sorry, bud.
So what are we talking about that I already know I agree with?
We're just talking about the forum. Shane St. Pierre from the Tartaria server has the, your well-known globe Earth proponents and why we're different than that server. But at the same time, the use case for that server, just like Kiwi was saying, there's a lot of new people that haven't seen, FTFE have a debate with people like in the flat Earth side, and so they want to use that forum for that. And I said, like, this forum is a no nonsense, like, reality check kind of like a place. So those guys that come in here thinking it's like, well, this isn't fair. I'm like, I know it's not fair. That's the point. You're going to stand on your 10 toes and speak to me about what you know, and you better damn well have some demonstrations, citations, primary source, and you're going to go through a gauntlet. I always say this, me. You're going to go through a gauntlet. If you think you're going to tell somebody something in here, you got another thing coming.
That is the problem. That is the problem I have with servers like Tartaria. Is instead of pushing everyone to the place where they're forced into the debate, the real debate, it's left to the land of the woo, the woo-woo. And then, a lot of these people, accountability is like kryptonite to them. And the moment that you talk about measurements, they say it's not fair. This isn't a fair fight. I don't want to do this. Blah blah blah.
Well, it was the case last night. I wish you were here. It was like I got off at work at 2:00 in the morning, and the guy that was in here was very much having a kind of like, how he gets when these characters come in here. They say trigger words, and the whole room gets like, "What do you mean, Cavendish?" And we're just jumping on the guy, chomping a bit. But what happens also is that with these guys, once you start holding them down to something, and you tell them, I'm going to ban you or I'm going to do something if you don't answer my question. Oh, you're being unfair. Why is this so unfair? Why? I don't like this. This server is such and such. I'm like, yeah, you're saying that because you don't like the fact someone's holding you accountable right now.
Fairness feels like oppression. Fairness feels like oppression when you've been privileged with the upper hand, the whole argument.
Right.
It feels like oppression. It feels like it's not fair when you've been given leave to not be fair to anybody else.
Indeed.
So the moment that fair rules are enforced on you, it's immediately just whining and complaining.
Mate, would you say you're good enough at maths to work out how many miles per hour the sun slows down and speeds up on its solar orbit? Because I was speaking about that with a guy earlier.
You'd need to know how, like something at. The problem is you have this law of relative motion, right? You can't tell how fast it's going because you don't know how far away it is. You don't know how high it is.
But they do claim the 66.6, like 66,600 miles per hour. No.
I don't claim any speed because.
No, the globe proponents.
Hold on, my Bluetooth just died.
But it slightly varies from place to place. They like to say 67,000 and 66,000 rather than the 666. But
well, that's the thing. It doesn't matter because it's relative motion anyway.
Yeah, man.
if you were moving and you didn't know how fast you were moving, and you saw the mountains in the background moving, but you didn't know how far away they are, how would you calculate your speed? How would you calculate their speed moving relative to you? I mean, you don't know how far away the sun is. You don't know how big it is. You don't know what it is.
They think they do, though. That's the thing.
Well, then it's on them to prove the speed of the sun.
I always just thought it would be a good fucking showstopper of an argument, man, because they like to claim, oh, well, it's constant, and then you explain that it's not constant because it's elliptical and it's constantly turning, and then they're like, oh, well, it's so slow, you just can't notice it. Like, they keep moving.
Yeah, I agree with Mimas too, because what it is entertaining an idea that doesn't exist in reality. So we're kind of pitting it against, like, it's the same conversation when somebody says the sun's 93 million miles away and we say no, the sun's close and local. It's like you're talking about close and local to what? What's the baseline? To Narnia? Is that what we're saying the sun is close and local to? Like, I mean, we don't have any reality checks when we have conversations with these guys. So at first it's like, okay, prove Narnia, and then perhaps we can pit it against if it's closer to Narnia. Like, we haven't done that yet.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
We're skipping the step of like holding them accountable to the shit they're saying. So the sun's doing what? How did we get to that? Like, where did you?
I agree with you, but it's still another slap in the mouth when in the middle of an argument with the little motherfuckers.
Yeah, but they see, the thing about these guys, Spake, is that they're ready with and equipped with a great obfuscation. You know, like a great answer to. Well,
don't think they've got anything.
You see, my man, you didn't understand that the fact that we're going in rotation is just, it's happening every 24 hours. That's why you don't. So they'll say something to you, and just when we think you got them, they got away, because like we're entertaining something that they like to talk about, which is their explanations, their imaginations, and it seems like a good point for us. Bake, don't get me wrong. It's like you might be thinking that that's a great way to. It's a showstopper, but not to them, and not to the audience, because the audience is like, "Oh man, good try anyway." Like,
bro, you need to pick something out their arse constantly, man. It's good for the show as well. It's good for people just listening that are lurking. That they're like, "What the fuck are these people all about, man?" It shows how.
Sometimes I do engage in the conversation, but it's only insofar that I'm trying to get them to accidentally state their contradiction. They always, and that's the only reason I would ever engage in that. It wouldn't be to prove a point. It wouldn't be to offer them some alternative or an explanation or try and trap them with a direct confrontation. I just want to show people them contradicting themselves.
Let them hang themselves.
Yeah,
that's important.
And not everybody is equipped to be able to enter into a conversation and be able to get somebody to do that. So generally, it's best to stay away.
Yeah, I would say generally, because usually if you're not equipped to handle, if you don't know how to, they're gonna take the reins of that conversation, and they're gonna make you look like a fool because you entered into thinking that your logically consistent point is gonna be dominating theirs, and if you don't redirect from the moment they start obfuscating, you're gonna be looking like you don't know what you're saying.
Or
they
end up making both of you look stupid, which is usually where they're happy. If both of you look stupid, they're happy.
Yep.
So I'll find someone that can help me. I need to find a savant.
Well, and this kind of like actually goes out to the room, because when you're listening to Mimas and myself and maybe Spake say these things, but like when you engage with somebody, the dynamic of that conversation, you kind of like don't know what to expect when you're talking to them, but at the same time, armed with the idea that that if you engage in their fantasy realm, you have to be ready to know when to redirect. If you're not ready for that, you're gonna go off and talk about all their imaginations, and they're gonna make you look like a fool when you don't know their lore about their whole space, galaxies and quasars and shit. And you're going to be just like, oh man, I didn't know about that. And you're like, see, you don't know about parsecs, do you? It's just the most basic information. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And no excuses either, because they have the most lore channels than anything else. You go on YouTube and get the space lore in like one click.
Yeah. Or they come up with things like, did you know that the DART mission is actually going to send probes out to asteroids? And you didn't, maybe let's just say you didn't even know that. But not knowing that also makes it sound like, well, your flat earthers should know stuff about what globe is saying, and now you don't know. And so, like I'm saying, it becomes, I don't know, just entertaining their garbage just becomes more tedious and
they can only do that. They can only do that if they're in control of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So if no one's in control of it yet, which is what I prefer, is they would be asking you, hey, do you know about the DART missions? And your response would be, why don't you tell me about it?
Yeah.
What do you know about it? Tell me about it. And that's how I engage. I get them to spell everything out. I get them to make all the claims. And then at some point, my questions are just tailored to the answers they've given. Let's get the contradictions out of the way.
Yeah,
and then I start pointing at the contradictions. I don't even offer an argument anymore.
It's you got the foot in the mouth scenario with those guys. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly how to handle, because they think they know what they're saying in the conversation, even with whatever context that they use. Like it could be the Earth spinning on its axis or whatever. Like it doesn't even matter. Just allow them to say whatever they're gonna say, and you'll spot the contradictions of what they're saying, and it's just say like, okay, like this thing that you said contradicts this other thing. How are you gonna reconcile that?
Yeah.
And like, and you're like, yeah, that's right, buddy. What we've been saying.
Yeah, they're not the smartest.
Hey guys.
Bonjour.
Hey, I'm at work right now. I know this is kind of abrupt, but I've got a couple of guys, a lady and a guy that I work with, and we just started talking about the globe. And I'm curious if you guys might want to have a conversation with them. They definitely believe we live on a ball.
Let them on. Yeah. Give them the mic.
Okay, I'm putting you on speakerphone right now.
Got my globe right here.
And here they are. Oh, he's got a globe in his office. It's awesome, just like the movies.
First off, can they hear me? Warrior?
We can hear you.
All right, so I'd just like to say thank you guys for giving us a small bit of your time. And if you guys have any questions, but I'd like to preface usually the conversation with an introduction, because a lot of times people think this is hooey or we're just some memes on the internet, or we're just kind of foolish to think these things. But I would say this: the information you've gathered from the idea that the Earth is a globe, it cannot be substantiated. And I'll say it this way: I'll speak to the whole entire room, whoever's there listening. If you've ever thought about the measurement of the Earth's curvature, radius, diameter, and circumference, right? Now, I would speak to the group and say, at any point in history, can someone tell me who has measured the curvature of the Earth? And I would like for anybody to, whoever gets on the microphone, tell me the primary source. I need anywhere we can look up a citation of when somebody said it and done the measurement, not just a calculation. A calculation is not a measurement. So who's measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? So going back to ancient times, because I'm saying that for a long time ago, people said that the Earth is a globe, for at least 1,000 years. So for anybody listening right now, if they have the answer for the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, and I'll go ahead and pass the mic to you guys. Anybody wanting to chime in?
I have no idea.
Thank you very much. That's an honest answer. Is there anybody else? Anybody else? Okay.
No,
Sorry, what? Who, what?
They were both out on that.
Who, what, did what? What was the question?
I'm speaking to a group of people that Warrior Unit has on his phone. He's talking to a group of people at work.
Cool.
So
hey, dudes.
I'm actually having an open conversation with the group. Okay, so no idea was what I got from. That's an honest answer. I have only 2 more questions, and they're pretty simple. If you know, if you don't know, that's great. But just say you don't know if you don't know. If you do know, go into detail. So the second question is that axial rotation or the spin of the Earth. How has the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth been measured, or who has measured this, and how have they done it, or how do we know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. Now, mind you, I'm going to ask you very detailed and pertinent information about it. So if you don't know, it's best to say you don't know and be intellectually honest. If you do know, please chime in and pass the mic to whoever would want to answer that. Warrior?
I would say they probably get their measurements through satellites.
Okay. And that's a great way to say that you think something is going on, but what I need is a definite knowledge of how they do it. So if you don't know, please say I don't know, or just tell me the exact information. So you either know exactly, or you can say you don't know.
I have no idea.
Thank you for your honesty. Is there anybody else that would like to chime in? Okay, I'll move off to the third point, which is the last one. And they are claiming, with the Earth being a globe, that it's an open system. Rockets can leave, which is there's an exchange of matter and energy that can leave the open system, right? Rockets going to the moon, rovers can land on Mars, satellites can go into low Earth orbit and far beyond the solar system and such, so on and so forth. So with it being an open system, we got a matter and energy transfer. So how is it possible with gas, because gas is also something that can transfer within this open system? How is it possible that we have gas pressure here on Earth that you and I breathe, right? The air that you and I breathe is somewhere around 14 psi. So how is it possible the air pressure that you and I breathe is next to the vacuum of space without a containment? Because they're telling us that it's an open system. But as we know, gas pressure in every instance needs a container. So what is containing the gas that you and I are breathing on this open system, as they say with the globe? Now, if you have the answer to that, please go ahead and give it to me in detail. Or if you don't, just say, I don't know.
No idea on that one either.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to chime in and answer that?
No, they're pretty much I don't know.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just close up the three main pillars of the examples of why people think the Earth is a globe. So I would say this much. For as far as the group has been listening to me right now, I would say the Earth being a globe with curvature, right? The very first question, curvature, axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis, and the vacuum of space being what they tell us where rockets go and such, is all just a belief. And a religious belief into something is not known truly if the person holding that belief isn't able to speak about it in a way that is tangible and known to us. But it's just something that you took on because it was told to you at a very young age, perhaps, and you didn't know how to reconcile that information because you weren't a critical thinker. But now that you are, you can challenge these ideas. And I would go so far as to say this much. I'm not trying to convince you about something. I want to challenge you. So the idea that I gave you these questions and that the Earth being a globe with the idea of curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is just a belief at this current time. So you don't have a knowledge that the Earth is actually a globe. You just believe it to be so at this time. And it's a belief so far as we know in this room, because nobody's given us any information to lead us into the place where we can test the idea that the Earth is actually a globe. So you have been inundated with a lot of indoctrination from the idea that you see videos of ISS flying over the Earth, pictures from space, people saying that they've been to the moon, and so on and so forth. And so what you have in your mind is a complete belief system that you cannot substantiate with hard evidence. And this might be a little difficult to reconcile at the moment, but like I said, it's a challenge that's out there for you, and I'm not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat or anything. What I want you to look into from this point forward, if you can, and be honest with yourself, is if the Earth really is a globe or not. So that would be a challenge for you. You can take it up, you can not. It's up to you. But anyway, I thank you for you guys' time. And I go into more. You can sit here and listen to the podcast if you like, and we always talk to other people, but that's for you guys. Anyways, thank you very much.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. Definitely something to think about. I'm gonna have to do some research, and I might be back.
No worries, and thank you. Yeah.
If you scroll to the bottom of this Discord, you'll find every video you'll want to watch on the subject. So all the info's here if you need it.
If you want, give them that Google Drive link. It's got gigs. You want me to drop it for you? What's that guy's name? What's your name, bro? That got the other people?
Warrior Unit, I think his name is.
Yeah, what's that?
I've got a Google Drive link if you want. You could text it to them or email it to them or something. It's got fast.
Yeah. Did you put it in the chat?
I'll send it to you in DM.
Okay, that's perfect. Thanks.
It's got some kind of stuff that talk about.
No, sorry. Go ahead. It's hard to hear on this damn thing.
It's just hard to believe. I used to think, what I was thinking while the Earth was flat, may not even be logical, but
just when you were younger, like a kid, or like just
even
adolescent.
I used to argue with my friends, and then they just call me stupid. But hold on, man. Even on the plane, you can get on a plane and you just fly straight the whole time. Like you don't see no dip off, no nothing. And like all this water, which I guess there's gravity, but no water is just pouring off the earth.
What do you mean, like the edge, basically, or you mean off the globe?
Yeah, like at the bottom.
Yeah,
of the globe.
yeah.
I mean, it's gravity,
But like that's the interesting part. Like gravity is just a concept that people made up. It can't be measured. It can't be found. Do you know what gravity is? What they say gravity is something as heavy as the globe actually warps space-time. You can't touch space-time. You can't see it. You can't measure it. This is just a concept that people came up with. And they said it warps it. Like if you've ever seen one of those science documentaries with the trampoline with a bowling ball in the middle of it, or like the thing you put a quarter in at the museum and it spins around until it goes in the middle. That's what they say space-time turns into. So this object with that quarter, when you drop it in there, it's actually going in a straight line. If you couldn't see the space-time. So like the satellites are going in a straight line, but they are caught in that funnel, that cone that goes down to the deepest gravity well. Like it's all weird. I changed my mind about it all when I started to think about it and realized that it was literally all conceptual. You can't measure gravity. We do know that things fall. Like it's just a reality of the world. Things fall. Well, they tell you that things don't fall way up there. If you get way up there, they don't fall anymore. And that's just a story. We don't know that. And I've seen enough NASA, like, dude, NASA's bullshit. All these glitching out and shit. Like, I've seen enough glitches where I'm like, oh shit, they're faking
what
it.
about you seen the guy who like jumped out of a?
Yeah. Felix Baumgartner. There's a video of that where he's inside the cabin and you can see the horizon out of his door that he's about to jump out of, flat as a fucking pancake. Then it switches cameras to the outside camera from the exact same distance. It's curved. Yeah, it's crazy. Like
What's in there?
It's Felix Baumgartner. Hold on.
Look in the live stream text. I just posted the clip that you're talking about. See the fish
Felix, could you hear me?
Bro?
Yeah, we could all hear you. We were listening.
Yeah.
I think he's talking to his buddy at work. He might be talking to his buddy.
So you guys could hear me the whole time? I thought I had to push to talk.
No, we heard you talking to your friends.
Man, I hope I didn't make myself look like an imbecile to the chat.
No, you're doing fine, man. You're doing fine.
Yeah, tell your friends to get VC verified come in and get checked in and on their own devices, and they can come in and have a discussion or ask.
Yep. Yeah, tell them how to work Discord, brother. Just tell them to come in here.
Oh, this is the clip.
It's just a little GIF that he put in there. Spake at like 38 minutes after the hour. Well, not Flat Earth Professor, dude, but before that.
But then you've got Felix Baumgartner claiming he saw the curvature of the Earth. He claims he was in space. But then Neil deGrasse Tyson blatantly says that he definitely never seen any curvature. The Earth's too big and he's not far enough away from the Earth's surface. But they like to contradict each other and keep people thinking around different. 1 minute it's this, next that.
I think I'm going to make something to eat. Kind of famished.
Peckish?
Yeah.
Take a look at that news page. It can't be real, sure. No, but part of too new looking.
That's weird. It kind of looks real, but you never know.
The main piss on the moon looks too new. Font.
Oh.
The other one, old and faded a little bit.
All right, let me know if something happens. I'll keep you guys on audio, but I'm gonna go make something to eat.
Maybe a gamer Sim will come in now that Aldi's sitting listening on YouTube for you to go away.
Yeah, he's gonna wait till I leave.
He's definitely not gonna come in when you're here, Maggie. No way.
By the way, I go to work at 4:30 my time, so if you're listening out there, gamers, they've been waiting for me to leave.
I'll DM him and let him know.
Yeah, just let him know, like when I'm gone. All right, is Miggy here? All right, guys. So what were we talking about again? Let's go talk about Cavendish. It's just like he's
like, I knew as soon as you started speaking to him, I could instantly tell the change in his voice. Instantly.
He wanted to rumpus through me and kind of get the control back, and it was lost, dude. When I came in, like there was no more control for him. Hey, we got Rhinoceros in here. Rhinoceros has got VC verified. What's up, Rhinoceros? Hello.
Hey, what up? What up? Can you hear me?
What's going on, man?
What's up, guys?
Not too much. I seen you got a VC verified tag, so and usually everybody that does have that tag, I will ask them, what they think of the shape of the Earth and why. So we can, and I usually like to assign tags to people because we don't have to have the conversation over and over again. So, so basically, can you tell us like what you think the shape of the Earth is and why, Ryan?
Sure. I mean, I do believe that it's round, or curved and whatnot. And why I think that is just because there's just so many videos, live streams of rockets going into the space and stuff like that. That I don't know. It's hard to, with the amount of videos like that. It's hard to not think that, I guess. So yeah.
I agree. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Take a look at I'm just going to post in the live stream voice there.
Sure. By the way, I am working, so if I have to dip out quickly, I'm sorry, but I'll come back.
I'm gonna give you a Globe Earth tag for now, because in case you do leave. But if you change your mind, you want to, say that no, you changed my mind, I'm on the fence or something like that. We'll just adjust your tag. But just for now, because I gotta make sure that everybody's gonna notice that this is the position you're at right now.
For sure.
Be a globe believer instead of globe earther.
Say that again?
Just
have
a globe believer tag rather than globe earther, because you need to weigh up the information that we've got before you honestly decide whether you are a globe earther or not undecided.
You were like cutting out, man. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I'm saying rather than jumping straight onto having the globe earth role, possibly you're just a globe believer if you've not gave the evidence of flat earth a good crack of the whip to see what the deal is and make your mind up. Because I just posted, if you take a look in live stream voice text, just where you're mentioning rockets going up to space, if you take a look at they're not time lapse images, I'm not sure what they're called, but you can see the rockets make kind of parabolic arch and basically go away from the viewer from the area they took off from, because they claim that they orbit the Earth before they can actually achieve escape velocity. So we don't actually have a full video clip from the base when they take off the actual space. There's always edits in between them. There's never an entire video, not one. And there's thousands and thousands of launches.
Which live stream voice text am I supposed to be looking at?
The text channel.
It's a text channel right above the one you're in, right? The voice channel that you're in.
Oh, I was in number 2, my bad.
All right, so I could get into this, but I'm getting kind of hungry. So does anybody want to take the reins on maybe speaking with Ryan?
We'll just chat.
Because he might have some questions or he's got limited time. So anybody that wants to take the reins, take point, I would say. And with the person that takes point, please just go through a few things that we talk about in here and just see what he thinks. So I'll be listening, however, but anybody that wants to take point. Anyone? Bueller?
Yo, guys. I just got back in, but yeah, sure, more than willing to have a conversation with our friend if he's here or anybody else.
Yeah, Ryan Osirus, and he said, mind you, he's at work, so he might pull away real quick. Just Ryan, if you do leave, just let us know if you're gonna go away, so we don't be talking to empty air, please.
Yeah.
Roger.
Thanks,
So
Rhinoceros.
you see those images that I posted? Does that make sense to you that we can't really confirm what these rockets are actually doing once they get away from our view?
I'm having trouble. Is it under your name?
No, I'll actually tag you.
No. It's fake. It's he's getting confused. It's not.
Oh,
it's not
fake.
Yeah.
Just tag you in the room, bro. You should be able to see it now.
Okay, yeah. The kind of arcs, I guess.
Yeah, man. So there's no way of verifying these rockets actually go to a place scientifically cannot exist and breach law.
So they're just going up and then coming straight back down?
Up and away. Who knows? They might, they appear to be Florida. They might possibly dump them in, the Bermuda Triangle area or go on further. I mean, I'd really give you
Okay. But by the way, is my mic, do you guys hear any noise or anything? I keep seeing my thing.
Just your voice.
Okay. Yeah, man, I don't know. Whenever SpaceX live streams their stuff, they have the two views. Usually it's one, you'll see the one where the boosters are coming back down to land, but the main one, they're live streaming that and it looks up into space. It doesn't look like that one's coming down. So I don't know. I don't even know where these images from.
They're just taking rocket launches.
Which ones?
Specific people.
You're cutting out, brother. I can't.
I'm saying I can't tell you specifically which launch, which time, date, but people are in these kind of constant. See, if you take a look at what I just posted as well, there's a short clip from an old movie that's almost identical to the SpaceX launches of when they land back to Earth on their ass. I think it looks fake as fuck, honest. I don't think they look real.
Oh, you're talking about the boosters landing back down?
landers, and they always seem to disconnect because, like, supposedly the rocket coming down interferes with the signal or some shit, and it always goes, "Oh, sorry for the inconvenience."
Well, I mean, say what you will about the Earth, but that is definitely real. I mean, people were there and they watched it. I mean, I know somebody who went and saw the Falcon Heavy launch.
Yes,
and saw with his own eyes the boosters come back down. So, I mean, and that's just an incredible piece of engineering right there.
Did he record it?
Did he record it?
Surely, he must.
I mean, maybe I could ask him, but
yeah, if you can, bro, please, because I've yet to see an authentic looking video of those landing on us.
I bet you used Snapchat, because I think I remember seeing it on his Snapchat story or something. So he may not have. I don't know, but I mean,
ask him if he saw them play golf on the moon while you're at it.
No, saw it on the radio.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard that dune buggy on the radio rolling around on the moon. It was awesome.
It's just a bit of a coincidence. That movie, that 1959 movie showing you those rockets landing, as well as that book. It's not Arthur C. Clarke. Anyone know who wrote that book? That's got Elon as the fucking person who's doing the mission to Mars. That was in like 1950s. Just a the rhinoceros. What would you say is best, if you had to pick something, what would you say is the best evidence you have the Earth has truly been taught?
I would just say the videos of Earth from space and stuff, and rocket launches, things like that.
TV's really good enough to dictate your reality.
Say that one more time? What were you saying?
Is there nothing in reality you've personally experienced? All that stuff true?
Is there nothing in reality?
Yeah,
no,
like
propaganda does it for him.
I mean, surely TV's not good enough. That's really tenuous.
I'm sorry, bro. You keep cutting out, dude. I'm here like the beginning of your sentence and then like the end. But I mean, the videos are reality.
The special effects that they've got.
No, videos are not reality. Have you ever seen a movie about Santa Claus?
Yeah.
So have I. So is that video of Santa Claus reality?
Are you trying to tell me you're a Santa denier, dude? I'm just kidding.
No, I'm trying to tell you I am Santa Claus, homeboy.
I'm fucking Santa Claus, bro.
Well, me too.
Wait, I am Spartacus. Like, instead of that word, I am Santa fucking Claus.
Dude. Well, the whole TV thing. It's if that's what you're hinging on, go take a good look at all the narratives that have been presented over the decades. Not looking too good under scrutiny. Gain some rudimentary cinematic and photographic knowledge and take a look.
Can you give me like some examples of what narratives are you talking about?
Yeah, the whole archive, the visual narrative, what was presented on television, what was claimed to be single frame exposures from a Hasselblad strapped to an astronaut's chest on the moon. Examine it for yourself. Dune buggies, golf on the moon, rockets landing in reverse that your friend saw.
I mean, so wait, you don't think those rockets actually landed back down?
Nah, I don't think so. Like,
do you think it even launched at all?
TV, bro.
Man, I think they are launching, bro, but I don't think they are landing on their ass. I've yet to see someone with a camera phone, some kind of footage that a normal person's recorded. All these, like, they look like studio fucking recordings to me.
I've seen some like amateur footage of somebody. I'd have to find it again, but like regular people.
All of a sudden he's got it. Yeah, regular people. Mm-hmm. Oh, pretty sure.
Again, even if you had 100 videos, that's still not going to like bypass the fact that reality we experience non-moving, like there's not any motion to the Earth whatsoever. but we're, according to the globe model, we're barreling through space at mind-boggling speeds, different fucking vectors. Like, there's nothing moving, bro, and there's no curvature. Apart from on TV.
Oh, okay.
But again, I don't think TV's good enough, man, to dictate my reality.
Alright.
And look at the garbage that comes out the TV, man. Look at the news, look at the media. Look at the shit they're pumping into everyone's brain.
Don't feel bad. I mean, we were all duped by it. It was a propaganda masterpiece. They did a good job. They had a good run.
For sure. The rhinoceros, have you seen the claimed motions that the Earth is supposed to be doing in this model?
Can you be more specific? What motion?
The different motions that the Earth's supposed to be doing, the spin, the orbit around the sun's orbit around the galaxy, all these different motions that we're supposedly being subjected to currently.
I've seen yeah, I think so. Like, you're talking about the movement around the sun.
Yeah, all of them. But if you take a look in live stream voice text, I'll post you a little animation that sort of points towards what they claim to be happening. The numbers are like round about what the numbers that are claimed. Because if you go to different sources, they are slightly different speeds and different like rotational and axial rotation. So, I mean, 500,000 miles per hour, the sun's supposedly dragging all the planets while we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and we're orbiting the sun at almost 70,000. Like, do you not think that is completely ludicrous?
Right.
You know, that sounds far-fetched, bro. In comparison to how we experience this place.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this animation before, I think.
That's what I'm saying. Do you not think that is quite ridiculous when you look at it in comparison to what we experience, and the fact there's 88 constellations that have been the same literally since they were named thousands of years ago? The constellations revolve in circles like they always have done.
I mean, if you think about it, if it's a random universe, how did it all of a sudden just lock in for us, and now it's the same stars forever and ever and ever and ever? We could base our whole reality, the way we run things here, on the patterns in the sky. I just don't see how that's possible in the universe described to us as we were growing up.
I don't know, guys. I don't really know how to. Excuse me.
You don't have to have an answer, bro. Just try to pose some questions just to get you thinking. We don't want you, we're not trying to convince you. We just want you to give you some information and get you thinking yourself.
Sure. I actually did have a question. When this was about the earlier conversation, when one of those guys questions, like, who was the first person to measure the Earth? And he said not to calculate it, but to measure it. I mean, what did he mean by that? To actually measure, take a tape measure and walk all the way around the Earth and measure it? Or
you could use a laser, or you could use an extremely high powered camera, work out how high you're off the surface, work out how far you can see, how much curvature there should be, how much.
Measure the curvature. Okay, I thought you were talking about the actual the circumference of the Earth.
There will supposedly, according to the globe, the radius was supposedly measured by a guy called Eratosthenes back in the ancient days of Greece over 2,000 years ago, where he put some sticks in the ground. Originally, he saw the sun making its way down to the bottom of a well, And he formed this hypothesis that if he put some sticks in the ground and measured the variations of the angles of the shadows between his spot where he was and Cyrene, I think it was, like a few hundred miles away, that he could work out the Earth's circumference. And to this day, that's still where they've got the radius value. Like, nobody's measured it since. Which seems a bit strange.
Hasn't it become like more accurate? Haven't they, like, I'm pretty sure they've revised it a few times. I don't think his
Google
measurement was still the one we go by.
See if you can find who provided us with the radius of the Earth. Try Google it.
Okay, I'll look at it. Here, I'll write down. Why don't you guys give me some things to like go look into, and then I can come back and maybe we can have a more like productive conversation. Because I don't really know. I don't know how to engage really. Because do you know what I mean? So what was it? Radius of the Earth.
I'll give you a Google Drive link, and I'll give you a link to my channel. It's got a lot of fake NASA stuff. Discrediting them is a good way of thinking to yourself, well, there's some bullshit going on here. I think I'll look further. Once you see that they are lying, man, it starts falling apart.
Okay. Man, I hesitate to say this, but, and you can, I mean, you don't even have to believe me if you don't want to, but I actually just got a job at NASA.
Right. Fuck off. No way.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, you don't have to believe me, but like I just graduated from graduate school and I got a job as a.
Well, you should really look. You should really do some company research and look at the narrative that they've presented to the people of the world.
What's your job title? What kind of work are you doing?
So I'm an electrical and computer engineer. So I'm
cool.
Making like ASICs, ASIC designs and stuff like that.
I would watch how far you're broadcasting it, because you don't want some asshole getting fucking contacting your work or whatever the fuck, bro. So be careful what you're saying, man.
So yeah.
Be very careful who you're telling that to, Ryan, because a lot of people looking into flat Earth have been terrorised and dogged and doxed and all manner of stuff just for looking into flat Earth. So be careful what you're saying and where you're saying it, bro.
They've lost their jobs, relationships. They've fucking been ridiculed by their family. Like, there's some nasty people in this fucking discussion.
I'll give no personally identifying information.
I wouldn't even talk about it at all, bro, to be honest.
Yeah, so what are like some other things you want me to like look into here?
Well, I sent you that Google Drive link, and that's got gigs of stuff in it, plus the fake NASA stuff. So there's a fair bit to keep you going. I'm sure it'll make you pose some more questions.
Okay. Well, what's your like the most convincing evidence that the Earth is flat? Give me that one.
Reality, bro. Like, I'm not moving. There's no fucking way that I'm barreling in different directions at millions of miles per hour. And then you've got most of the Earth's surface, supposedly 3/4 almost, covered in water. We know how water behaves. It's always trying to find its equilibrium, and it lays flat when it's not been moved. If you've ever been to the sea on a really calm day, it's blindingly flat. So if most of the Earth's surface is covered in water, like, how can we be a ball?
For me, it's the application of the math. Although I don't fully understand the math of the globe, I get the dimensions that we're only supposed to see so far from a certain height. And me personally, I've seen tens, if not hundreds of miles past that. So it can't be curving. It's about going out and physically testing it for yourself. So take the time to get your head around the dimensions of how they say it curves and how much curve there should be over distance. And just start looking out and see what you can see for yourself. And the questions will come to you. It's not about leading you in certain ways. If you ask us about certain topics, we can help you. But it's got to be about your own journey.
Okay. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, let me look into. Maybe I'll look into the radius of the Earth thing and see what I can find on that one. Maybe
get yourself a curve calculator as well. Go online and just put Earth curve calculator. Then you can work out your elevation, how high you are off like sea level, how far you can see. It takes refraction into account as well, some of them. I could give you a link for a curve calculator if you like.
Sure, man. Just DM me all this stuff. I got to do some work stuff real quick, so I'm going to go on mute, but I'll listen.
Yeah, don't get fired.
I work for NASA too.
Congratulations.
I've got flying reindeer. Does that count?
Wait, who works for NASA?
Yeah.
I do. I'm actually supposed to go to space.
I've been. It's shit. You don't want to go. It's quite shit. I put a bad fucking report on that. What's that fucking TripAdvisor? It's quite shit, man.
My particular job pays really well though, because nobody wants to do it.
Funny, I have a friend, someone we knew in LA, and she couldn't even rinse out her cereal bowl, and she got an internship with NASA recently, and I laughed out loud.
She probably does the same job I do.
Bro, I'd keep all that shit to yourself, man. I wouldn't be broadcasting that if you want to keep your job, bro. Honestly, like.
Okay, I'm just kidding, guys. I was trying to bait you into a joke, but nobody asked me what my job was.
All right, I thought we were talking to the other guy. Shit.
No, I think he said he had to do something for work, so he was muting. That's when I said I work for NASA too. I would like to say that was pretty awesome. I randomly kind of started talking about this with a couple people in my office, and I threw them in the Discord, and it went way better than I thought it would have went.
Yeah, no worries, man. I got your back, bud. Anytime you want to do that again, just let us know. I'll be happy to.
Well, I sat there and talked to him for a few more minutes, and he's kind of, he's a skeptic. And before, he has a globe in his office. He pointed at it, and I just started laughing. But you got just having that short conversation made him at least think.
Oh, was that how the conversation started? Because you saw the globe?
No, I don't really remember what started it, but another friend of mine that I work with, we always talk about all kinds of crazy shit. So occasionally people will overhear us. We talk about all the conspiracy crap, and they'll overhear us and ask. So it had something to do with that. I don't remember exactly what it was.
So I was just about to ask that rhinoceros guy. I was wondering what other red pills he might have had before possibly taking this one. Like what other, just to find common ground, but I don't know if he's still listening or can say.
He's got to do something, I think. It's one.
Yeah, haven't heard you in a while, Fuzzy. Where you been?
I've been all over the place.
Just not in Flat Earth server.
No, well, I was also on another one, but I kind of try to bounce back and forth. I only really have time whenever I'm walking the dog, because then I can do, But it's like if I do it at my desk, then I don't get anything done, and I need to be working.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, but yeah, just welcome back. It's good to hear you again. That's all.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to listen in sometimes more often than not. Also, what happened to where's the live stream on YouTube? Is that down or is that not current?
No, I'll give you the new one, bro. I'll drop it for you.
Thanks.
Right.
Yeah.
Just want to address new people. Himmel's in here with the VC verified tag. Himmel, are you there? He's like, no, I'm not.
Yeet. Leave me alone.
Yeet. Oh, there he is. Himmel, are you there?
Fuzzy, there's that link for the server, for the YouTube.
Thank you, sir.
Cool, bro. Anytime.
Himmel, are you there? I'm going to keep asking. I guess usually I get a response. Are you trying to work Discord, trying to figure out where the unmute button is, or I'm not sure what's happening, Himmel? What's happening, Captain? Having Discord troubles, bud? No Himmel. Okay.
Were you saying Dave Hinkle, you weren't working?
Yeah, sorry, what?
What's going on, Himmel?
Oh, no, I'm good. How's it?
Yeah, very well, man. Just getting to know new people that have the VC verified tags. So, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Himmel?
I'm interested in debates, basically about topics, because I've been hearing this globe earthers talk for years now.
Okay. And what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Himmel, and why?
I think the Earth is like a plane. It's flat. Okay. Like everybody's standing upright. There are no people who are upside down or at other impossible angles.
Okay. That's fine. So you have that as your perspective of what you think the Earth is. But when did you realize this? Was it after a while that you were looking into the flat Earth content and you just like, yeah, that makes sense? Or how did you come about knowing that?
No, it's when I met some people on Facebook who were flat earthers.
Okay.
And at that time, it was maybe 2019, 2020 there. It's about the same time I also joined Discord.
Okay.
And then it has always been hard to believe that the Earth is a ball, floating in space, rotating and doing all the stuff that they claim. Those are extraordinary claims that. And I was looking for the proof. Like how did they actually find out that the Earth is a ball? And once I started looking into that, into the proof, they claim they can see ships go over the curve of the Earth, and then in the same breath they say the Earth is too big to see the curve.
Yeah.
All manner of things that did not make sense. Yeah. Then that's when I started looking into flat Earth, but just recently.
Okay.
2020, 2021.
Oh, thank you for that, Himmel. I gave you the flat Earth tag, so welcome to the group. And if you want to just make this a place so you can come and listen to us like a podcast, join in the conversation. Just a few things. Know that if you're going to put something in text form, we're talking on live stream voice text, which is a text channel right above the voice channel you're in right now. And also, we're live streamed 24/7, so we're always on YouTube or DLive or Twitter. We're always live streaming every single day, every day.
So you have members from all over the world, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to make a joke, like stuff like we have flat Earth members all around the globe.
No. I meant like you do have members from all over the world in order to make it 24/7 chat. Yeah?
Across the world.
People from different time
people
zones.
from different countries are in here for sure.
One second. About the property. Maybe 3-4 weeks ago.
Yeah, the time zones varies here quite a lot.
When you replied back to me there and you said that when would I want to move in, I've got a couple of things I've got to do up in Scotland, but I'd be coming back no more than 3 weeks.
Spake, you're hot micing, bro.
Well, I mean, how much would you want?
Maybe someone should mute him.
I'm about to, yeah.
The one thing I noticed about your channel here, you guys are very serious. I saw Mickey's 3-point takedown in the video. That thing was amazing.
It is. They don't know what they're getting into when they come in here, Himmel. They think they're just going to say this. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's also what I wanted to say. They just think that they can just make claims.
Mm-hmm. That's it. If you can't hear Himmel, you might need to leave and come back because he's definitely talking right now.
It just got into me that these people are lying because they claim people are standing like upside down relative to where I am right now. There are people on the other side of the so-called globe that are upside down, and they don't have proof of this. I've never seen buildings that are upside down.
It's foolishness. Yeah.
It's just crazy. If the earth is a globe, then that means that there are people who are upside down, and that is just the craziest thing I've ever heard.
And shout out to the antipodals.
Australians or drinking water upside down.
Boats being upside down.
Boats, planes, like once they get into like the southern hemisphere, they have to fly upside down. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a clip also, Himmel, since you're in here. Give me a moment. I'm posting the link right now.
I don't. So I just said I believe I'm on
right now. Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go. Could be plugged into a simulation. Notice that he said could be because he doesn't know. You see the confusion?
He's not sure.
See how confused they are, Himmel? They're so confused.
Yeah, they are not actually sure of their position.
No, they're not.
They're not even like aware of most of the claims that are inherent.
You know, it's funny too. They think these anti-flat earthers, especially, think that they're making headway. That like they are actually posing as opposition to the truth, to us. It's like I don't know. The mental break that they're suffering right now it's almost sad to watch, to be honest.
I always say this, Glad. You hate to see it, man. It's the case right now.
I just joined a group on Facebook, Flat Earth Friends. There's a lot of globers there making some weird arguments that I've never even heard before. Like one way, come on, a flat Earth, planes have to constantly bank if they are flying east to west.
Yep, that's the size of it. Here's the thing: like if the Earth's curvature were so obvious and everywhere, it would be so obvious and everywhere, wouldn't it? I just don't get how people think they can get away with looking into this subject genuinely for even 5 minutes and then remaining on the globe side. Right? I feel like there's some kind of incurable disorder inside of these folks that no matter how much blatantly obvious truth we show them and how it contrasts with the globe narrative, there's something almost, I guess, physical blocking their brain from getting to the point where they can set their pride aside, admit they'd been duped, and move forward.
It's not that you can plant a seed and show someone in 5 minutes, and they can spend 5 minutes, looking into it, but it could take years or months or decades to undo years and decades worth of indoctrination.
That's true, and honestly, I real quick, I'm actually kind of being insensitive because it didn't take me long to wake up to reality, right? I for whatever reason, I guess I'm lucky. I don't know what it is, but I was just like, yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense in the globe. I don't even know why I didn't give Flat Earth a chance sooner, right? So, but anyway, go ahead.
We got Kevin Dashel that just joined us right now. Kevin Dashel, are you there? Sorry, guys.
No, go for it.
Kevin Dashel, are you there?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing, Kevin?
All right. I thought I couldn't speak in here.
No, I see new people in here, so yeah. Usually everybody comes in muted, but I open up the microphone so that you can have the chance to have a, just to see what you think about the server and all kinds of stuff. So like, just as an introduction, what brought you here, Kevin, to this?
A friend of mine sent me a link, and he's been on for years. You probably know him, Dr. Law.
Oh yeah. But I haven't seen him in here. I mean, it hasn't been a while since I've seen him.
Right. But I was just listening and checking it out.
No worries, man. So we asked the question. What do you think the shape of the Earth is and why? So I was just asking.
I mean, I've done observations, and we see too far, but as far as the shape goes, I don't know. I know it's not what they've told us.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say flat Earth, but I don't know. I don't know. That's how I go at it. I mean,
yeah, but you don't think it's what you've been told. So at least that much is true.
right? No.
So could I call you?
I've been checking it out since about 2014, 2015.
Could I put you in a category of globe skeptic? Would that be fine?
What's that?
Could I put you, because like everybody has a tag in this room, so we know where their position is. So with it being what you said, could I put you a tag on your account as globe skeptic?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't mind flat earther, but I just don't know.
Well, the Earth being flat doesn't mean we know the entire realm. What we know is our known reality, everything that we can see. So if no, there hasn't been a measurement of the entire realm, and there's a lot of people that say that there is, but then you're gonna have to take it to the verification process, and it might be rigorous, and like how do you know, and how did you verify, and all that kind of stuff. So there hasn't been that.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, our known reality is that it is flat and level plane of existence.
Yeah.
So I'll give you the flat earth tag. It's cool.
Hey, would you mind changing my tag as well? You called me a globe skeptic the other day, and I felt offended. Not legitimately, but I'm definitely not a globe skeptic anymore.
You're flat earth? Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll change it right now.
I like your method, man. You're one of my favorite people I've been listening to talk to people in here for.
I agree. Mickey's the shit. Mickey's number one. And listen, anti-flat earthers, that's two people that just realized the flat earth truth. But we're not growing? Huh.
That's weird. I appreciate it, brother. And you guys inspire me to be who I am. So as much as I feel like I'm doing my work doing this, I think that you guys are a part of the reason why I'm doing this. So we share in the growth and the knowledge together. So it's all communal for me.
I like how you stay real calm, and I get it with some of the other guys. Like, I get how it's easy to get angry, but some of them I feel like they're really working against themselves. And I know, like, you're dealing with trolls and stuff, but I'm not going to name any names, but there's a couple people that just constantly, it's like, man, I could see even me if I was talking to you 3 years ago, not you, but a couple of these other people, I think my personality would have immediately tuned them out because they're so aggressive in the way that they're trying to get these people to realize that they're psychologically abused. Like almost.
There's a flavor for every taste, though. There's some people out there that really respond to big attitudes, and there's some people who don't. You know what I mean?
Oh, does it work? Maybe I just haven't witnessed it.
But I agree. There's some people that really. Yeah, I agree. There's some folks that just yell and try. I don't know what the problem is, but again, I don't see that as a bad thing. I think that the fact that everybody can pretty much be themselves
and we still accept everybody as themselves and let them speak, get the facts out the way they do it. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I could see where certain people, like snowflakes and sugar folk, would get turned off, but other people can sit through it, and they don't really need the guy to be calm. They just need to hear the information. So I think it takes all kinds.
Good point.
I usually look at it as a case by case basis. I assess each case, individually according to how they're responding and such. But I wouldn't say there's like a one for all. I think there's different categories that these characters I call them archetypes, because it's like the sophist. He becomes who he is within the context of a conversation. So when you're having a conversation with somebody, if they're a contrarian or if they're a sophist, or if they because everything you say, they'll just nope, can't be, and that's a contrarian. Like, you can spot that archetype immediately, so you know how to address them. So each one individual type of archetype is like, you start identifying. Some might have multiple types within them. That's interesting too to see.
What is sophist?
Usually somebody's they're trying to do everything to obfuscate from what we're saying, so they're gonna start making up things. They're gonna nothing adheres to reality. It's just it's a misdirection, from what you're talking about, and it's really gonna get it hard to get back on point because they're talking about just random stuff, and you're just gonna be wound up like going nowhere in the conversation. So they're really good at there's people that have, now the thing that you learn about in here is debate tactics. You learn what it means to have a conversation with somebody who has been argumentative their whole life. Some people that have been argumentative and they love debating, they have an advantage over you even with your logically consistent points. Because you don't experience the way they can be agile in a conversation. I'll give you an example. CB was talking to this guy named Dean that came in here, right? And I was observing the conversation. But Dean is a known obfuscator. I call him a sophist if you want, but he was talking to CB, and CB was presenting him some of the globe arguments, which is that 70% of the earth is covered in water, right? That's what they usually say overall. 70, you can quibble about the number, 72% or whatever. But it's around 70% of earth covered in water. And Dean proceeded to then tell him, why did you say that? Is that your claim? Why did you bring that up? And so CB's like, I'm just telling you that is no, you brought it up. And he interrupted him. You brought it up. You brought up 70%. So you got to tell me why you said 70%. How do you know it's 70%? Is this your claim? You said it. You're the one saying it. I never said that. You did. And if a person doesn't know how to deal with that, you're going to get swallowed up in their sophistry, and you're going to be taught, you're going to be made fun of because you did say it, right? You're the one that did say it. So the audience is listening, yeah, you kind of did say that. So it's not easy for somebody who hasn't dealt with that kind of archetype to deal with them in a real-time conversation. So you can get you can look no, I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say, no, you meant what you said because you said it. So now we're going to have to hear so he's really turning the tables and making it sound like you don't know what you're talking about.
So using your example, what do you feel like the best way to respond to that exact example? When that guy said that, how would you address it and get it back to topic where that's no longer an issue?
It just depends. My premise and what I go with is never usually telling them any globe facts. I need to have them tell me what they know about their globe. So I'm letting them destroy themselves. So I wouldn't be in that logically, because that point was not. It's not even. It's a non-point. And I'll expose that point like this. That 70%. How do we know that has been known to be right? Where is the verification for that? We know there's a lot of water, but the ratio to water to land And to put it in a percentage, like how do we know that? Who's given us that information? Where's the primary source? How do we figure it out? Who verified this? So like going into the actual like statement of like who said that in the first place, to bring it up in a context of a conversation between globe, earth, and flat, we don't even have a standard for a baseline verification on that. So to say it said that 70% of earth is covered in water, we already start off with a presupposition argument saying that that's the case, right?
A large percentage.
Right. So we are now advocating that we're stating that that's the case. We're siding with the idea that, and so this has been kind of the thing that has been weighing flat Earth down, because a lot of times we come up with things that have not been verified and we're using them as arguments. Well, the sun's not 93 million miles away. It's close and local. It's close and local. It's close and local. That's all you hear. And then the thing is, you're like, where's the baseline for close and local? Close and local to what? 93 million miles away? We didn't even substantiate that. So why are we now using that as an argument for anything? And that's the case, right? So 70% of Earth covered in water being posed to a glober sounds like we're using a globe argument against them. But in reality, it's not even something that was verified to be true. So how are we now using that untrue statement? We're using an untrue statement, putting it against a glober who already doesn't understand their worldview, and then starting to say that we're going to say that, well, we got flat water and that much amount of, you know what I'm saying? So there's the idea that we're not doing things correctly in the sense of like, where does, and this might sting a little for the flat earther who has been using this argument or others like it. Close and local sun, the sun revolving around the flat earth in a spiral pattern. I can go on and on. The ice ring that surrounds flat earth, many different ideas, right? That are not verified, that are not being, even using globe earth ideas. So what we do, right, and I'm addressing this in a bit of a long-winded way, but the reason why is because it's loaded. We don't we want to sound like we're coming off from a standpoint of verifying reality, right? But sometimes we use globe earth ideas to kind of like give it to them to kind of demonstrate, well, 70% of Earth covered in water and it's flat water. How is it possible to have a curvature over all that much flat water? But then if somebody like Dean comes up, he's already primed and ready to throw it back at you as to why you're saying that. And then how are you going to verify 70% water if you've never done it? That percentage is what I mean. So it's most important that we stick to what we know to keep us safe from the things that we don't know, and then being able to sound like you have egg on your face when you can't answer, like, why did you bring it up? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why. Sorry, it was a long way.
Right. It's good. You make good points. I like listening to you talk, man.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes it's not easy just to say, look, well, it's just because of this. Like, it really does take... It's an unpacking of like why we're using these inconsistent arguments to throw it back at these globers. It's like, you can't say close and local sun because that's already that's putting a false dichotomy. Meaning I'm pitting 93 million miles away against a close and local sun.
Yeah.
That's still illogical because the baseline is 93 million miles away. And it's not, because it doesn't exist, because it's all fantasy. So it's like Narnia against a close and local sun. It's not, you can't do that.
I think it's been a while since you had like a seriously kind of true believer here. Because like there's two types of like kind of flat earther people in a category. There's people that are trolling and like doing it for the lulz, and there's people that are trying to figure stuff out.
Who's that, Claw? You've been in this realm for
a while,
I think.
Probably 4 or 5 years.
We've had conversations on many different levels, and I don't think the interactions have been all that great from what I remember. And if I do recollect correctly, you were in the study of law, I think, or still are. Or maybe you finished, or nothing like that. Maybe I got you confused someone else.
I was in esoteric shit. That was about it.
Okay, well, but you headbutted with us on a couple of matters.
No, whatever.
Yeah, I'm just calling a spade for a spade, man. Like what I'm saying is, people that are that have a foothold in this server are the ones who have been true throughout. And of course, they've changed because they've adapted to the reality of the conversation, which is we can't say things that are not substantiated. So a lot of what happened in here was like an evolution. I hesitate to use that, but it's like the reason why it's like it was like every single day you wake up it's a time to reset, refocus, re-energize and come at this thing again. So maybe you can be better than the day before and so on. You don't have to be the same old, you know. You can change things up. What was I doing yesterday that I can improve on and so on. So it's not always going to be like the same flat earth argument. You know, you can look at things differently and say, okay, maybe I was talking about like 70% water that covers the earth, but now I know that's an argument that can't be substantiated, so I won't bring that into a conversation. Because why would I say 70% of the earth is covered in flat water when I can't verify that? The percentage, not that water is flat, the percentage of ratio from land to water. Do you follow me, guys? Like, there's some things that we say we're taking as a foregone conclusion, or, you know, even if we're trying to point out the ridiculousness of the globe, we're using the globe, and the globe is imaginary. So we're using imaginary. You know what I mean? Like, there needs to be a standard for how we speak truth. Hopefully I'm making sense to someone out there.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I get it.
But and there's many different things. So I would say sift through all the information that you've been consuming for Flat Earth and see what works, see what it can be substantiated. Don't use arguments that cannot be substantiated, throwing it back to the Globers thinking they're not going to notice. You know, because that's another thing. We know that their whole paradigm is made up and it's fantasy. But it doesn't mean they're not going to notice when you say things like 70% of Earth is covered in water. So Dean was quick to point that out.
Yeah. Check it out. Listen, you can demonstrate that water seeks level, right? And you can demonstrate there's a fuckload of ocean on this earth. That's it. I can't demonstrate that it's 71%, 70%, 51%. I can't demonstrate a number. So we get sloppy when we start assigning numbers that we actually can't prove, because then we just kind of sound like a glober.
Exactly. So what is true and can be said, say those things. And stick to that. You don't have to go into the realm of like giving these ratios that there's no way of knowing, you know, and that's why, you know, when he got thrown back at CB, it was like, it's pretty hard because he did say that, right? As in, you know, this is a statement to go against Globe. And Dean was like, because of the way he was, you know, we're talking about what is a sophist, you know, because of the way he was able to navigate away from that. He didn't have to have the burden of proof. He shifted the burden. Now that someone else said it, he's like, well, good. Now you said it, so now you got to come up with it. You know, like the
well, answer. And I like the motivation behind using it. It would be using their own numbers against him anyway. The Navy says, quote unquote, certain amount of, you know what I mean, certain amount of water, and that's, you know, if they're, you know, I'm going to send my sons and daughters in to be with the Navy, but I don't believe them about the size of the ocean. So you're out there backing up their quote unquote numbers, whatever they say. Okay, so that's y'all's side of stuff. Same time, I'm not able to go out and prove how much ocean water there is compared to land. So I'm not actually going to make it a claim or use it as an argument. I'm just going to kind of slip it in there as, that smells fishy. That's all.
Important things, guys, that you guys, when you engage, so much stuff you got to look out for, man. It's so many pitfalls, but that's what we're here for. We'll go through it all. We'll talk about it. And welcome to the new people that have joined our Discord. We want you to be kind of looking at all the information that we have here. The rooms down below have a lot of videos and content. this live stream specifically, and I think somebody put it in the live stream voice text. Just go there and go to the live stream, and there's videos on Helio Skeptic. He's got a few channels, man. So, and he's got a lot of content on all the channels. But currently, right now, I'll put up the one that's on. I'll put it in live stream voice text for you guys. And there it is. So just click on that and then go to the channel. But this is all for your benefit, so you can go out into the world and speak to somebody logically that thinks like, flat earth, what is that? It's pretty funny, man. Ha ha ha, you think the earth is flat. Like, and you can have a great conversation with someone like that, you know, because you can turn it around and get them to think. Where they never had the ability to do so, because that's the kind of thing that you just let the experts handle, you know, in their mind.
Water gas.
It's all that water gas. Up there in the dome, the way he always says it. Dallas Dave, he hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen them on other servers either.
CB, you need your own introduction when you come into the room. And this is John Cena. Dun, 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 dun.
I know. I always think of the John Cena song too.
I know, dude. You need that kind of introduction, man. But we were talking about yesterday, yesterday. We're thinking about doing a little GoFundMe or something, man. Glad was talking about he knows what kind of equipment to get you hooked up, man, so that when you got your soundboard going, man, you got us hooked up. So we're just kind of like, we're talking you up, man, when you weren't here.
Sure. Oh, shucks.
I'm serious, man. We're like, dude needs a nice little, you know, setup. I think so. You've been like doing great work with your soundboard, so.
Oh, thanks, man. Well, shit, nothing's broken. I'm not in desperate. I don't need anything, so don't worry about all that.
You're gonna take these gifts,
appreciate it,
sir. Like, no, but he's taking it because Glad said that he knows it's, that guy knows his way around some audio equipment, I think.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
But you know, trust that he probably has something in mind of what he wants to like set up. But then, you know, he was saying like we could do like a raise somebody like probably around Christmas time this coming year, be like a present or something. I don't know.
Word. Oh, that's cool, man. I appreciate you guys thinking about me like that. I'm thinking about y'all too.
You weren't here last night, were you?
Last night?
Oh no. It was still what time zone are you in?
Eastern. It's 2:41 here.
Oh no, you weren't here, dude. It was late for you. When I get off of work, it's like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And it was popping off, man. And I got off. I didn't go to bed till like 4 a.m. because of this character that was in here.
Oh, last night? Was it that gamer guy?
Gamer's him.
Okay. I heard I heard one clip of it today. I just listened to it and then popped in here. He was like, I didn't come in with any evidence. Something like that.
Yeah, I love it. They're speaking my love language when they say that. I'm just like, oh, that's what I want you to say. No, but I wanted him to say I don't know. And I even told him, dude, when I started, you're gonna by the time we stop our end of our conversation, you're gonna say I don't know. And you know, I already at that moment, dude, I was like all on his heels, like you couldn't get away. He was squirming and trying to rumpus me and trying to change conversation, talk to Sasha, talk to anyone he could other than me. I was like, nope.
Oh yeah, that's been a tactic recently. I've noticed is the if someone kind of chimes in, they'll be like, no, let that person speak. It's like, no.
It's like, get over here.
I got you in the corner. You ain't about to jump out the window now.
No.
Yeah.
I told him, I was like, the only way you're leaving is a rage quit. That's it. You're not going to leave, bro. You're going to stay right here with it. And then I told him, I'm going to hold you to this point indefinitely because you say you know that the earth has curvature. You're 100% sure. I was like, that's all I need to hear. And, you know, and he's like, well, I said I didn't know. I didn't come prepared. I was like, yeah, and you're 100% sure? That's weird. So yeah, there was no escaping it. None. And then finally, it took some time to get him there. But once he did admit, he's like, I don't know. Like he was already just like his mind was already weak and worn down. And I was like, thank you. I'm done. Anybody else can just take over the conversation. I was like, Dad, dude, I'm not going to stop until you capitulate. I want to hear it. Say it. I want you to say it. I don't know. And he was like, well, what do you want me to say? Can I just say something? No, I don't want you to
Just
say
speak
something
the
else.
truth. Be honest.
I told him
You have
I
to
want
twist their arm for an hour just to say something that at the end they're like, yeah, of course. It's like, well, why didn't you just say it at the beginning?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
why do we have to
Oh,
go
he
through
did
an
kind
hour
of sound like that too, CB. He was like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I said that from the beginning. I was like, no,
Like,
my friend.
really?
You're not.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, because all along he was like, oh, I know 100% the Earth's a globe. I was like, bullshit, dude. Like, you're in here freaking defending yourself like it's no other. I'm not here to debate. I was like, that's the exact thing you're doing. What you mean you're not here for debate, man? You relish in it, like, because he had a great time trying to, like, he's like, oh, I'm saying, guys, I'm not here to debate. Like, yeah.
No, see, that's where you can't listen to what they say. You gotta watch how they move. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. Your actions are speaking a lot louder than you're trying to tell me things that, you know, you got your left hand doing one thing while the right hand is doing the other. You're not slick.
Holy smokes, how many iterations of Glat Flobe are there? 3 Glat Flobes in it.
There are at least 80.
Oh my god, you guys have an army. Well, you guys are going to have an army, but once you start making them, you guys make your own little army. Then you have the little Glat Flobies that are coming.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, so that's funny.
Congratulations for you both, man. Hopefully you guys, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we're getting married. We had to reschedule the day because of the damn weather, so we're getting married in a couple weeks now.
Hey, hopefully you guys don't sound like NASA postponing things because of the weather. You know? Well, it's raining clouds. We can't launch the rockets.
Right.
Oh, just drop like 20,000 and have them, make sure that it doesn't rain on your wedding day.
Yeah, weather manipulation. Yeah.
I've heard that you can buy that. I'm not sure. I haven't really researched it a lot, but I've heard you can buy some stuff like that.
Freaking clear weather? What? Okay.
You manipulate that water gas.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's apparently a thing in the wedding industry. Is that, I mean, again, I haven't looked into it or had a wedding where they tried it or did it, but apparently it's tens of thousands of dollars, and they can spray stuff to try to make your weather on.
Oh yeah.
It's like perfect wedding day. We already dropped like 70,000. What's an extra 20?
But you know what? The reoccurring theme, I'm going to jump back to the conversation about these guys. The reoccurring theme has been that these characters have been coming in plentiful, man. Like, we get one a day, I think. That's pretty good. I mean, we're triggering some response from some people out there. Let me go in there and show them what's what. Because I think Andy Hold My Beer had a conversation with that guy last night, and he's like, yeah, you need to go in there. And like, he was like telling me, and this like earlier when he was here, like, I was hoping that you were going to be there so I can, but because he said, like, I named you specifically, but that I wasn't here when he came in, and sure as shit, dude, he was just like, he was driving the wheel, driving the car. He's like, and hey, let's talk about Cavendish. Oh, really? That's interesting. And so when I came in here, I'm like, yeah, oh, what do we have here? So the way I am. I'm always sarcastic about it. But needless to say,
seen these fossil records?
Yeah, that sound at the like it's like no.
Right. Yeah, he's like, Come
on, look. I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like,
yeah, I would say that level is it. Yeah, My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
Commander of the armies of the north. Father to a slain wife.
Father to us. Yeah. No, I'm more of like Leonidas, dude. Spartans, what is your profession? Oh, you know what I mean? Like, 'cause I want to inspire, like, the idea behind the everyday man can be the person who is like a giant in this particular realm, which is someone who stands up for truth, right? You don't need to be somebody who's just, well, I got a PhD and I need to let you peons know what I know because you guys are beneath me. And so since you don't know what parsecs are, which is the most basic knowledge of knowledge, like, hey, come on, dude, shut your pie hole. You don't know shit. Like, these guys come in here and they're just it's so irritating. They're smug and they're just like, it's narcissism. It's like, dude, you just, dude,
Actual reality exists outside of a university campus,
Right. I was gonna say they learned that attitude from the same like podcasters and stuff that talk the same way, I would imagine. You see, it's from the parsecs that you don't fully understand that you need to rely on my information, and I'm here to teach you. And just talk in that certain type of tone,
And I know for one way or another, dude, that just puts you over the edge, dude. You're just like raging, raging in your room. I could just see you like a friggin' caged tiger, dude, just pacing in your room. Like, dude, once he's done talking, I'm gonna let him have it. Like, I could just, and then when you do get on the mic, you're so calm and collected. You're like, so did you mention Waterhill? Because you sounded like it comes out like really. Like you just want to like grill him with his arrogance, like you.
Yeah, dude, they're always just underestimating us here. They're like, well, they just have never looked into the globe, so I'll need to go in there and just tell them one good time, and that's it. It's like, no, that's not gonna fly with me.
We're gonna lambaste you with the knowledge of how you don't know something, and expose you to the entire community of people. It's not even. So who cares? There's 26 people watching. We're going to generate content, my friend. And at some point in the future, when somebody looks back and says, oh, what were they saying again? Let's look into this. Then they're going to hear your stupid voice saying things that you didn't know what you were saying. And so that's all we need. Just a bunch of archives of things that you said. Here, dude,
I've never talked about a hill of water.
Yeah, that's great. It's like sometimes it's like jujitsu. You get someone tied up into a pretzel, and you didn't even have to throw a single punch. You let them overextend, and then you wrap up the arm, trip the leg out. It's like it's just easy nowadays because they make all these mistakes.
But they're tripping themselves.
Yeah. Let me play this clip, CB, because this is like where I feel like people don't know what the kind of work you do, why it's legendary. Let me play a clip here. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
What the hell was that? I was yelling into my muted mic right in that very instance right there.
That was a great moment.
I heard it.
So good.
I heard you yelling.
I was trying to talk so much shit to that guy.
I like that more than anything in the world when they say shit like that. Oh, I'm just like, you made my day.
But you guys are crazy for not believing this thing that I just said that was really crazy. Like, no, you're just crazy. It's not us not believing. It's just you being weird, saying things like you're not sure if you're sitting down or not. Why is it so hard to believe? They get so mad.
Everybody knows if you're sitting or not. It's simple science, right? You're either sitting or you're standing.
Brad.
Is this what's his face?
Who's Hellboy?
That's Brad.
Branch, dude, freaking Branch. I could. Your voice is so unique, dude. You can't even. You could name yourself Jibber Jabber. I'll know.
No,
it's
no,
Branch.
I'm not trying to hide myself.
I know.
Everybody knows I'm Branch.
Hang on, Branch. Let me play. Let me play this other clip because CB has to be well known for his soundboard. Right, here's another one.
I don't. So I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go. Bum, bum,
Easy.
ba-dum.
They just make it so easy, man.
Yeah, just wait until they actually bring this up. Tell the whole population, maybe you are in a simulation. Come let me give you this product that's never been used before. Then they're gonna hook you up to the computer systems, bro. We're gonna be AI run.
Just like the simulation.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bam.
Let me go to a fact checker's website before I can answer this question.
Reuters is the best.
Hold on, let me check Wiki. All right, Wiki confirms you guys are crazy.
Bro, listen.
I won't change my mind on anything.
Anthony Fauci used to work for Reuters, so that's the best place to get your information.
Yeah. Some other satire media as well, like Snopes.
Absolutely.
Snopes is man. Go to Snopes if you don't know what's going on.
I've never heard of Snopes. What is it?
Oh,
it's just where all the facts are.
That's the facts.
I'm gonna
You
look it
go
up.
there. Yeah, Snopes.
I mean, I almost feel like that's a good onion.
The definitive fact-checking site and reference source.
Snopes. Yeah.
Wee! Hey, can y'all hear me?
Looking at it. Oh my god, this is a joke.
No, it's for real, dude. It's an ultimate
Yeah,
source.
it's for real. Snopes, dude. I was talking to my mom back, when the whole nonsense started a couple years ago, and I was giving her real facts and info from doctors and such, and she checks Snopes and says, no, honey, it's been debunked, and I'm like, no fucking shit. Did that just happen?
Yeah, Snopes said so, man. Well, Snopes said so. I guess Snopes is that's where you go, man.
Check the chat.
I don't.
1 at 55 minutes past the hour. There's two of them.
35-year-old debunker.
Yo, Miggy.
What's up, dude?
I'm on Snopes, and literally all the front page main hashtags are the most controversial garbage. It's Russia, Ukraine, Elon Musk, media literacy, politics, and the CVV, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You are fake news.
I mean, that's just where people go to fact check, man. I mean, you don't.
I've never heard this place though.
Yeah, dude. Like, it's been brought into this Discord plenty of times. You guys, have you seen Snopes? And then people are like, what Snopes? And you go there, it's just like a dumpster fire. Like, really, all
the first mainstream one.
Propaganda. It's like a place where all the propaganda lives. Like all of it, all the agendas, everything is just all there.
Yeah, if you wanna know the complete opposite of the truth, Snopes is one of the best places to go. Best place.
Dude, they have a whole section
I like
just
the
for Elon
ambiguous ones,
Musk.
though. I like the ambiguous ones. It's misleading. The guy
they're all
said something
misleading.
like that, but it's misleading the way they're trying to phrase it on the internet.
They're all misleading, though.
Snopes was like the first popular one, the one that got mentioned in the mainstream, and then everybody discovered who it was behind the computer. I believe he had like a porn star wife was his actual researcher, and then they fell out of favor. Everybody stopped
Who?
talking
David
about Snopes.
Mickelson?
The guy from Snopes. It was him and his wife, who was an ex porn star, or still is a porn star.
No, that's kind of makes sense now. I mean, and
I'm
then
looking
people
at
are
her.
like,
She looks like one.
you can see me. Too. That's where you're getting your info from, man. You're fact checking against it. That's. Hey, I mean, to each his own, right?
Yeah, he was the front man. She was the researcher.
Yeah, that makes that total. That makes
Yeah, I
total.
bet she was the front man.
I thought that she was he left his wife for some porn star. And then that ended up being helping him run the site, like, afterward. Like, he started it, and then he left her, cheated on her with some, and then they ended up running the site.
Like,
if I recall, it was some kind of weird, it was weird drama, though. I remember that. It was weird, whatever the hell happened with that crap.
Shame.
Yeah.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
We got Jedi in the house. What's up, Jedi?
Should say claim.
I'm exiting out of this website, Snopes. I'm never going to go back to it again.
Yeah, dude, Snopes is toxic. It's poo brain place. Don't go there.
I actually like Project Veritas, dude, if you know who that guy is.
They're, far more legit than Snopes could ever imagine being.
Well,
Wiki, Snopes.
Maybe.
I mean, you got all kinds of, like, New York Times. Like, just name it, man. Just whatever's out there.
It's controlled opposition, but it's still more legit than Snopes. Snopes is like the bottom of the barrel. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's, oh my gosh.
This just in. Snopes has been presenting everybody information that's not true.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to do the announcer for that.
I'd rather listen to The Onion and Babylon B than trust anything on Snopes.
Babylon B.
The hell?
It's more accurate.
It's like a.
I'd rather listen to Branch than listen to friggin'. What is he still in here?
I'd rather listen to a libtard scream at the sky for 7 hours straight nonstop than listen to that. Like, it's that trash. Like, Snopes is that much garbage.
I'm gonna put a GIF into what Branch, when he usually gets in arguments, what they look like if there was a visual.
The only thing is missing is if it were to land directly into a dumpster that is also on fire.
Yeah, that would be great. Like, the guy who was in here just a while ago, Hellboy. Every time he gets into a debate, because he's like, that guy's epic levels of confused. Indeed.
Dude, I remember when that one guy came in here and it sounded like his brain was melting. Like, it sounded like you guys broke him. Like, he was screaming into the distance off in the background of his microphone as his brain I could smell the rubber burning in his head from a mile away. It was something like that.
Every time I hear those guys, I'm going to put a couple of GIFs, man. This is how I get right here. I get primed.
Why do I feel like Glat Flobe could do a perfect impression of that laugh?
Check it out.
Oh, my God. That was on point, though. That was exactly it.
Yep. And this is
What the hell did you just say to me?
I guess they make the same sense.
This is what I tell them. Let me see. I got it all in GIF form, by the way. And then this is how it sounds like when they're presenting their argument.
Yeah.
Let's see, because I got it all in GIF form. Because all of these are like save. This is is the audience listening to him trying to present his argument.
Yeah.
Let's see. I got everything.
It's gonna run away. Hey, I'm out.
Yeah, this is when he
Okay,
doesn't
I'm
want
done.
when he doesn't want to adhere to what I'm saying, and he finds out.
It won't answer questions.
This is what I look like to him, right here.
They won't answer questions.
This is me in the corner listening to the nonsense.
That means just to calm down.
Like a whole pack of cigarettes lit at once.
Because they'd be in here, monkey swinging from branch to branch, different points, gish galloping, fallacies, and just sitting in the corner like.
When you do the point for point, this is kind of what I'm saying. When I'm in the middle listening, this is what it looks like to me. I'm in the middle listening, and this is what they're doing. They're like Jim Carrey, and you're like the guy over there. This is what you're doing. I'm just in the middle, just like, oh my god, are you serious? And they're doing that, and you're just like, you're not listening to me. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. I'm like, you guys.
And I get what you were saying before, Miggy. I was just way too tired to even respond. I passed out. Like, I took my computer inside, muted all of my things, and went to sleep. And when I wake up, they tell me that somebody had apparently unmuted my mic, either one of the cats or one of the kids. But I digress. That's not what I was trying to say. When you're saying before about wasting time, like, yeah, we can have good points that would make sense. But if somebody's just here to waste time, there's no, don't give pearls to swine. Or what's holy to dogs. These people are here to waste their time, like monkeys flinging poo. They'll come in your living room, fling a piece of crap on the wall, and then when you react negatively, they'll act like you're rude.
Right.
That's what I'm saying when they're talking to me.
Yeah. So I get it. Like, yeah, I couldn't say that before because I passed out.
I'm like, that's just a pile of dinosaur shit, right? Like, you drop the T-Rex right now.
If you do have a really good little pearl, though, it might plant a seed. If you can plant a seed of a pearl and just be like,
Yeah, but sometimes they'll get mad if they have like this treasured piece of turd, and you're like, dude, like, I'm telling you, that's poop, and this isn't poop, it's real. Okay,
but show them something a little bit more shiny. Be like, look, there's something shiny over here, but hey, it's up to you.
Yeah. If you're comparing the shininess and value of something, that's all you got.
I'm not eating my boogers. I'm eating.
No, bro. China's got the world right now. They got Canadian real estate. They got some American real estate. They're propping up real good right now, actually.
This is what they look like after they have the conversation with me, right
here. Yep.
Oh, I got one more. Let's see. This is how I feel after I've heard him say, I don't know.
Yeah. That's it.
Lovely.
And that's the thing, man. It feels good to see someone be honest for once. Feels great.
We got 27 people watching the live stream. Guys, if you're out there listening right now, we're just talking about like some of the characters that come in here, but you guys are welcome to come in here and have a conversation with us. We do want to talk to you about the shape of the earth. If you think the earth is a globe and you think you got some evidence, come on in here. Tell us about it. I'd like to hear it. Also, there's a huge panel of people in here waiting to talk to you. Would love to, by the way. And just come in here, let us know what you think and why you think what you think. What evidence do you have to support the case? So for us, it's listening to you, but definitely come in with some evidence because we're going to challenge you. That's what we're going to do. So it's not a surprise. Don't come in here. I'm not prepared. I'm patting your pockets and I had the information is somewhere. I don't have the information. Well, yeah. Come in here with your stuff. Be prepared to answer some questions. That's all I got to say.
Circumference, radius, angle of rotation. Come on. Bring all that math. Bring everything. Go ahead and check it all first. Double check your facts.
Well, I would tell you guys the truth, but it's Thursday and that, so I can, it's just not really down with that.
Right. The rule of thirds.
I don't know. It's just weird. They're weird.
Yeah. Not allowed to break the rules. Can't tell them today. I'll wait till tomorrow. But it has to be at like 3 a.m.
And what's funny about those GIFs that you're putting in there, DB, is that the White Ranger committed suicide. That's weird.
I mean, that's not funny, but I mean, I get why you say it's funny, but not funny.
No,
Oh
yeah,
my
it's
god,
not.
it was funny the way you said that, though.
Yeah, it's funny in the sense of like, that you take something that's imaginary, like the Power Rangers, and then somebody from that imaginary thing,
dude.
committed whatever suicide thing.
They sacrificed the White Knight of the '90s. It's the Green Knight. He turned into the White
weird,
Knight.
Man. Like, we live in a world where we're being told so many different things and how to think and stuff. But to stay in our imagination without coming back to reality is really bad.
Oh, I remember when the little kid, everybody wanted to be a Power Ranger. Like everyone. And you just make up colors and be a Power Ranger. Like there's new Power Rangers with different colors because there weren't enough. I remember that. Like the boys and the girls were all playing, like just fighting random aliens and crap because Power Rangers were so popular.
Well, the whole thing about like staying in your imagination is just like seeps over into like what the globe is, because people want to aspire to be astronauts and stuff. So just like in the same vein of like being a Power Ranger, like they want to do something that's cool, And then you got all the movies and everything that prime people to be, that kind of indoctrinated with
reading the commentary on the stream. The interesting take. Somebody trying to shift the burden of proof off of their great claim and onto something that's just a natural observation. Kind of funny.
The guy in the friggin' YouTube live stream text chat.
Yeah, Miggy. Yeah, it's Bendy Light. I'm just wondering though, like if this
not
is
Bendy, the Brian.
The flat Earth is so.
The Brian
is saying stick to the script. Don't you dare ask them for positive evidence of a flat Earth. That's grounds for permanent ban, stuff like that. And it's like that's no. We're asking for positive evidence of a curve because
the Brian S guy says, "Yo, Miggy, all you need to know is how the sun works on FE." You don't even know how the sun works, man.
Yeah.
Like no one knows how.
So let me get this straight. When I'm trying to build my floor, I'm going to look at my ceiling.
Yeah. Specifically the light in your ceiling. And then you'll have everything down. The light in your ceiling will tell you everything you need to know about the ground you're standing on. It's pretty easy, right? Facts, my guy.
So I don't know how you could know how your floor measures without that light above.
Yep, obviously you definitely have to look above to know what's below. I mean, that's what the old ones say, right?
So this is how I know that my room is a ball, because I just look straight up at that ceiling with them lights and see that the light bulbs are curved and look a certain way. So I have to be standing on something that looks like that. It has to be. It can't not be.
Freaking Bendy Lights, like the guy's epic levels of a train wreck. Like he's a train wreck, like on top of like a dumpster fire. Like he's crazy. You're crazy, man. I'm gonna put it in live stream voice text. What are you saying? Everyone who studied the Earth or observed a sunset has positive evidence of the globe.
Do me a favor. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that guy.
Bring the sunset back over the horizon with a telescope.
Oh, now he's shifting the owner. He shifts the owner.
Get rid of your internet subscription there, Send a Light, and start booking psychiatrist appointments, because you're not going to like the future ahead of you.
Well, he thinks the sun actually goes under the ground, like under him.
So here's my question. Who's the more willfully ignorant person? Somebody who is a ignorant flat earther who just doesn't know anything willfully, or somebody who wastes all of their damn time arguing with somebody who they know is willfully ignorant? Who's more insane?
That's a good point.
Come on.
There's him and Brian S. Either they're sharing the brain, they're passing the brain to each other, or that community brain that they're sharing is not working.
Kind of like the fates when they share an eyeball.
Yeah, look at
like the three fates sharing an eyeball.
Well, yeah. Speaking of eyeball, Bendy Light an hour ago gave his own eyeball as an example of bodies of water curving.
I feel like the Dumb and Dumber part, like when they say, just when I think you couldn't get any dumber, you go out and do this, totally redeem yourself. Look at, he says,
That's like
explain
saying-
long summer days on FE, Southern Hemisphere, outer circle. Bro, who in the hell have you been talking to?
What the hell did you just say?
Liquids don't curve. What about implants? Yeah, see, boobies exist. That sounds like that logic.
man?
Come on, man. Come on. You're no. The eyeball is a fucking container that contains liquid. That's why it does that.
Your community brain is
You're
not working
talking about the
again.
outside of the eyeball.
Oh god. I now know how that other guy felt when he felt like his brain was melting. Like, oh my god.
Your community
This
brain
is
is not
gotta be
working
on
again, guys.
purpose. Yeah, it's got to be on purpose. It's a troll. It's got to be a troll. It has to be.
And look at what he put. They just proved it again. Posted what I explained as evidence, and they just laughed. Yeah, because you're a numbskull. You think that's freaking.
Well, he thinks the sun goes under the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
They honestly believe in a magical floating disc. If you read what the globe Earth belief is, like the level, the flatness of the North and South Pole, and then the roundness of their oblates, they literally believe in a floating disc. I'm just saying, that's their actual belief. They believe in a floating disc in space.
Hey guys, I'm giving them every chance. I know the government lies. Help me help you.
Why would they lie? I don't know. Why does redacted information exist, dude? Answer that. Everyone wants to know.
Why would I want to explain longer days in the southern hemisphere when I don't live on a sphere?
Exactly.
I think we need that Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song a little more often. I really enjoyed that being interspersed with McTunes.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, CB aims to please.
CB, listen, here's what's going to go down. We're gonna fund you to get the right equipment so that you just have like an iPad sitting next to you, and you don't have to do all that shit with your devices. You just have your left hand over the device over here. You got your right hand on the mouse, and you're just destroying fuckers. And it sounds better, and you don't have to mess around. You know what I'm saying? You need the right setup.
He likes his soundboard.
I'm with Glad on that. Sorry.
I mean, he's good at it. Let me tell you, it's perfect.
Well,
and that's what makes
what you
that's what makes
described
me
is
say he
pretty
deserves
much what I already
the right setup.
have. I'm using an iPad right now.
All right.
All right. Well, what I mean is like plugged into the system, so it's like nice and crisp, and then we open up, we create an account for
If
it.
it ain't broke, don't fix it. The last time you messed with your mic, Glad, no one recognized your voice for about 4 months.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying. Whatever.
No, I actually know what you're saying.
I know. I'm just saying.
Internally in the system, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Hey, CB.
Yep.
Hey, do you have the Looney Tunes song for every time somebody mentions McTunes?
Like the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That is a good one. I can do that.
That is a good one. Yeah, I like that. Good on you.
Yeah.
If Glad becomes CB's producer, I'd watch that live stream.
Yeah, that's pretty epic.
The Curb Your Enthusiasm, the one that Barrington was talking about, was the one that the clip that I just played, and I do want to play against Barrington's here, but
That's it.
Let me put it in.
I told him I shut the door. Dude, that show is so good. And like, whenever I get done watching an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, like, I have a bad taste in my mouth because of how people can be. But I'm also like, man, where would entertainment be without those, without the J's? You know what I mean? Like,
let me play that clip real quick for Barrington. Here you go, Barrington. How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. But as sure as I can be about anything else.
There we go. That's
It's
it.
not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Who are you? You are so intelligent.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday there was a guy on here claiming that Mercury did not expand.
Oh, I heard that. I was there
You
for
know,
that.
then I was just, the whole time he was going on that, I'm like, somebody please play the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme there. Please, please, please.
We're gonna have to start paying CB at some point to be on here just as a job. Like there's gonna be.
Nah, I said it in my song Push FE. You know, we do it for free, not money.
That's true. I just feel like you need some compensation. That's all.
Same here, man. Like I'm.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of a reward in itself. I'm over here laughing my butt off. You know what I mean? It's fun. It's fun, dude. It's like it's not work. It's not work for me.
Hey, CB, have you ever, like, with your music, have you ever had somebody, like, bring it up to you and say, hey, look what I heard today? And then you're like, yeah, I made that.
No, because we said it's such a small community. You know, like, the most popular song, the 10 Flat Commandments, has, like, maybe 1,000 plays. So, no, I haven't had that happen yet.
It'd be cool, though. I mean, that's kind of like the ultimate, like, high, like, to kind of like you're known by your regular name out in the world, but then somebody's like, hey, check out this guy Creation Bear.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy. I get that every once in a while with like an argument or two, because there are some, you know, when you like throw a rock into a pond or something, it creates a ripple. And so like I think I've thrown a few decent chunk, like heavy sized boulders in the pond, so it's fun to see the ripples every now and again. Like later on you'll see like somebody use your argument. It's like, okay, yeah, that's
right. Like I know I made that argument because nobody else was using it at that time. And
yeah,
so let's play the. Hey CB, let's play the clip of you and what's his face, Bob the Science Guy, because that was a more notable one that you had with him with the water hill.
Yeah, let me get the longer one. Let me get the longer one for context. Yeah, I should have had that one to the board.
What do you see? Definitely not a water hill. That's exactly what you see.
Oh yeah, you'll hear.
It's better in context.
Yeah, I know. Let me get the full context one real quick. Buried in here somewhere. And then this is it.
Way
beyond where it's supposed to be. Also, horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be. So there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Gotta love it. He's so damn smug, and I come.
It's either listen, guys, listen, Glovers. It's either a hill or it's water.
Right. I got a train. Hold on.
I thought that was your sound.
It's not a mountain. Is it a mountain or is it a hill?
Oh God.
See, that's where I was kind of biting my tongue, because I was like, oh boy, don't let me get in these water mountains. Don't let me start the water mountain now.
Yeah, the hill. Oh, who was that? Like, not. Thank you for reminding me.
That was in the chat.
Is it time for Bendy Light's hill and mountain conversation once again?
I'm looking for it, man.
Bring it back around. Bring it around town. Bring it around town. Let's see. Hang on.
And what's sad is he has no problem continuing to repeat that he thinks that, you know, that water forms into a physical hill and stays like that.
Where is it?
But then he wanted to pretend.
What's the difference between a hill and a mountain, audience? What's the difference? Well, we'll ask Bendy Light. Ben, what's the difference between a hill and a mountain?
There's a place in between hill and mountain where it's ambiguous and no one knows. So you don't know.
No, they're not above a certain height. It's classed as a mountain.
I know, but he doesn't think of it that way.
Sure, that's what it is like. A hill's under a certain fucking height.
There is that shit.
And then in Scotland, you get the Ben, like Ben Nevis and Ben whatever. Like they're a specific height as well for it to be classed as a Ben. And then it goes up to mountain.
Maybe it's in my downloads. Here it is. I'll put it in live stream voice text. Here you go. There it is. Bandy Light. Laugh out loud, Miggy. You're the one claiming there's a clear definition of when to call a mountain and not a hill. And then I posted the little meme that says hill and mountain. And then the different distinctions between both of those, right? And it wasn't my claim. It was already put there when I got here to this earth. So what I'm showing him is that there is a distinction between the two, right? And then he says, this is why FE will remain in the internet for eternity. They spent one entire day on whether hills or mountains or not.
It's exactly what Bob tried to do, reverse. He tried to hit the reversal when it's his idea, not mine.
Listen, it's so easy to spend at least a day on something so trivial when you can't find Earth's curvature. We'll talk about whatever in lieu of you getting that curve measurement. Do you feel me?
Yeah, Bob the Science Guy, Saya. Yeah, he was here. We have him up. That's the audio clip that CB was playing right now. It was Bob the Science Guy. Yeah, it was a month ago, 2 months ago. It feels like it's been forever, though. Maybe more than that. Who knows?
Sorry to interrupt. Can I get a microphone check? How am I sounding? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sound okay, bro.
Is that the good one? Is that the good one?
Yeah, that's the good one, Mickey. Yeah. Uh-oh.
You know what that means.
It's taken me a good hour to set this up, so I'm glad you can hear me, guys. Do you want to interrupt? Just saying hi.
Hey, what's up, brother? There might be a pot of coffee brewing in the back because, rolling up your sleeves. And I got to get to work pretty soon, but I know it's going to be in good hands in this room now.
Got the real Jedi from way back in the day?
That's the one.
Oh, wow. Long time, my friend. Long time.
I was telling him in a voice call that I had with him that he inspired me to be the way I am today. Like, he's one of the reasons why I do the things I do. We started together almost at the same time, me and him. I met him right around the same time that I entered the arena. But
I always appreciated his delivery. I thought it was excellent.
Yeah, same here.
I'm telling you, man, he would do legendary flat smacks. Like on the voice call, we were all stunned sometimes just listening to him. I said, that's something that no one can ever take away. Like, no matter what happens or where you go or whatever happens, like, you'll always be remembered as that guy, like, in here. So it's a lot of people don't know who he is because, like, he's maybe coming back from a sabbatical, but at the same time, the stuff that he established are what is the foundation why the room the way it is. And everybody put in the work, right? But I would say, like, the founding members are the ones who were curated this forum. He's one of them. Like, so yeah, it's like, I don't know, like, it is what it is. But if you've, like, just give him some room every now and again to, like, if you can, guys, like, just don't interrupt, let him go, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Does he have triple OG? Does he get a triple OG tag?
Now, he's the guy that actually made triple OG. Like, he.
Somebody can get rid of my space herpes if the moderator can do that for me. That'd be helpful.
You'll get that if you hang around here long enough. You might pick up some space diseases.
Especially
here in the lobby.
I should create like a special tag for
Why do you have Globus Hystericus? Did you like that? Did you want that?
No, some motherfucker just gave it to me. Get rid of that shit for me, please.
Coming off, man. There's no way. No freaking way. Yeah. Triple OG. Do we have a role that says that?
No.
Anyway, yeah, there you have it. And he's the guy in the sound clip that I have on my YouTube channel. At the end, when I hit the guy up with the 3 points, and he didn't know what happened. Like, Jedi is the guy that actually chimed in. Shut up! Like, you heard him say that at the end. That was him.
It was just so cool, man. Like, when I first joined the live stream, like, my first experience ever, it was like Jedi running through the live stream. Hey, everybody's just checking everybody in, saying hello. Like, just really set the tone for a lot of the things that I do too. So, I mean, we've just been following the footsteps for for a couple of years now. We appreciate it, man.
Jedi, it doesn't seem like fucking almost 2 years you've been gone, bro.
It does. It's been 2 years, brother, for sure. If you lot give me any more love, I'm gonna get fucking pregnant. You know that, right?
It's like
no, I know for real.
6 months ago. Fucking crazy, man.
It was just a really cool first impression, man. Like, I'll never forget it. Wolfgang checked me in. I joined the live stream, and it's just popping off. And like, you were just really kind of hosting at the time. That's the vibe. So, yeah, I've been telling other people to like step up and like don't be afraid to host for like 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes.
We don't get the same. Yeah, we don't get that same vibe anymore. It's mainly just people chime in every now and again. We don't get the ones who want to like lead by example anymore. So there's really just solidified people that actually do that now, and some people that are aspiring to be that, but there's not ones that are like, hey, let me take this on for a little bit.
Yeah,
no, don't get that.
Since you've been gone, bro, I've been for months and months and months. I kept saying to myself, I'm going to go back into the live stream or the past chat I used to have and pick out some fucking golden moments, and I've never fucking done it yet.
Yeah.
So hopefully just get some future golden moments, because back in the day, bro, I mean, I know it's not that long ago, but back then we had some legendary fucking nights, man.
Man, I could.
Oh yeah,
it got so good in here, man. Like I wouldn't sleep some days, man. Just like we would go.
Right. You just glued to you just want to listen or keep the conversation going. For sure, there's been a lot of good epic moments even since then.
Well, I'd only doze off for like an hour or two and then be ping right back into the lobby, fucking non-stop. Fucking like, when I first got here, bro, I was like 24 hours a day. I was fucking barely sleeping at all, man. Everywhere I went, even when I was on my mountain bike, man, I was fucking like constantly on the phone, almost fucking crashing, getting myself almost killed with buses and lorries and shit.
Time flies when you're having fun, right?
And you're flat smacking, bro.
But it's like the crew's coming back together again. So I told him last night, it's time for the reckoning. We're coming back, and like I told him, I just started a channel too. So I was thinking about doing something with that. Just
I have a question. So,
yeah, bro, something that's gonna fucking blow this place up. That's what we need. We need to get the thinking caps on.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, CB, and I'll talk after you.
Well, you see nowadays there's a trend. We deal with people in the DMs, these anti-F flat earthers who might slide into some random new person's DMs and try to sort of pull them along a certain direction. It's like I can't imagine you guys were dealing with that back in the day, were you?
Oh God,
or was that still an issue back then?
Like the Jim Panda's fucking mob, man. Like they had some kind of fucking special love for us, man. I would imagine they were constantly in and out of people's DMs till they got for life.
It'd be really cool to see something like the arena fire up again, but I would imagine that would be difficult because you'd have like, hey, don't do that. They're just gonna say this, or have people in the DMs the whole time, type of thing.
Nah, the thing is, the arena was like no holds barred. That was a bit too hard for us to stick to terms of service, man. I thought it was risky.
Yeah, it was. So we were dancing on the edge on that one for sure, because we were going off the rails, dude, on either side. And everything goes as far as like whatever ad homs, or we don't care. But you could like, call them a lying piece of shit. Like it was just crazy, bro. It was no holds barred, kind of like smackdowns.
Yeah. No holds barred match.
I was a little bit pissed off how hardcore it was, man. It was a bit too much for just because we allow 13 years old and upwards, man. I just thought it was too much.
Yeah, it started to get a little risque because like even if you put NSFW, not safe for work, and kind of like to preface like if you enter here, but you got younger people that might wander into such a place. It was just
I'll just make them do the dim mock.
But yeah. It's still good anyways, like still today, like what we're doing. And I get CB's point too. But one of the things I did want to bring up, as I mentioned to India when we were having a conversation, some of you guys were in here, is that I want to create a new status, which is legendary. And legendary status, and then I mentioned this kind of to him, but I didn't go into a detail as so much as to say like what the legendary status would encompass. But I think it would encompass a bio as far as like the character. Like, so myself, I would have a bio, and it would go through like who I am, what I do, what I'm good at. Like the legendary smackings that I've done. Some sound clips perhaps, but it would have a little bio connected to me. And so everybody who's legendary status within this server, not just in Flat Earth, just this server, has the ability to. It's like, how can I say it? It's like the Ring of Elders, or you know what I mean? It's like the guys who have risen above and made a difference, and not just like, I don't mean just a little talking here and every now and again. I meant really stuck it to some of these big name guys. So there's a few people that I could say will fit that category. And it's not to like put anybody down if you're not. I would say aspire to be that. Like, that's kind of the thing we're talking about. Like, you want somebody to get that. Like, hey, just give me 5 minutes. Let me get in here, and everybody in here is listening to everyone. So we all agree who's at what level and what positions they need to be at, and so on and so forth. So it's not like we're just gonna just like hand people that. So it's more of a, you got to earn your stripes. You got to really work hard. You got to know your arguments. You got to, logical fallacies, all kinds of stuff. You have to be really good at what you do, and effective, right? And so efficient, effective, all the things that would encumber somebody being holding a legendary status. And it'll come with a little bio that would have all of the information attached to who you are as a person in this community. And therefore, it would give people, like, it would be almost like, I would even dare say we should do a webpage on it, and just have like the bio, and like have who we are and stuff, and what inspires us to do things, just like little tidbits, maybe things, little sayings that we say. And then of course it would kind of give people a reason to know, like, who's this Mickey? Who the hell is that guy? And people would be wondering. They would just look up the bio and be like, oh shit, yeah, let me just sit back and listen, because I was interrupting him a while ago, and I know now who he is, to anyone. So if you've earned your stripes, I would say legendary status would be the status that you'd have, and it's like, it's not above admin or below moderator. What it is you become a part. You are 24/7. There is no more like admin. There is no more like moderator. When you become legendary, you are 24/7. You're the representation of truth. You are like the reason why 24 is what it is. So it's almost like an honor to be somebody at that level, because of the fact that you've actually worked through the arguments. And like I said, there's only a few people in here that can actually hold that status. So it's not just like something flippant to get just to give to your average Joe. Like, this is something you have to really be good at. Like, and people know, right? Like, who you are. And so once you get to that place, yeah, sorry, Spade, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I was trying to just jump in at every now and again when I thought you were stopping. I was just thinking, like, there's people put effort in different ways here, and I think it would kind of end up feeling like the lead mod role, whereas it doesn't really technically get used. People have got it that don't use it. People maybe, I don't know, covet it or feel a bit pissed off they've not got it, they've not been recognised. I don't know if it would cause a little bit of dissent in the ranks, Ken. You don't think so?
No, I honestly, the way I see it though, is you want to be so you want to aspire to be the best you can, an advocate in this forum. Whether or not that you're good in another forum, that's great. You're this forum, the way it's curated, is so that people can have a place to come to, a platform to come to, with content, with everything. So this forum is curated so that it's specifically designed for people that are going to uphold this particular role model, or example, right? So if you are somebody who's done the work in this forum to make it what it is, then you should be recognized as such. So people would want to aspire to be that kind of person, right? Like, I want to be that kind of guy. What would I do too. So it's all you got to do is, it's pretty simple, right? Sit back, listen to the people who've already put in the work, that the years of like being in here. And so once you pick up like more or less your style, then you go at it your way. But you come at this. So how can I put it? You know what to say, right? So in other words, I've been giving you kind of like a little hints of like what works, what doesn't work, how we can see things, what are the logical fallacies, all these things. We have the people that have already put in the work to make that. All you got to do now is figure out your style, and once you figure that out, then because like Gizbo, I could say this: when you're in a conversation, doesn't the dynamic change from what you have in your mind to how you're talking to somebody, like on the globalist side? It's different, right?
Right. Like how they respond, and the way that they're grasping it kind of changes the dynamic of the conversation.
Yeah, so you're not like, maybe you had it one way to tell them like something about the point you were going to bring up, but then because of what they said, it changes how you're going to, like, maybe you're going a different way. But like, and that's what I'm saying. Somebody who's really good at being able to like handle a conversation, you're able to recognize certain key moments, whether you're going to redirect or whether you're going to stay on point and kind of like elucidate another thing about it. And that's what I mean. Like, so the legendary status would be someone who's already really good at doing that. And everybody knows this, right? We don't have to be like, well, like it's going to cause dissent in the ranks. And no, it's not. It's going to be people. It's like, okay, so CB always mentions the crab mentality. The crabs in a bucket. Like once one crab is starting to make it, the other crabs pull them down. This is different. We lift our members up. We want them to be the best, right? So we want everybody to be in a position of legendary status, but you have to earn it. You have to want to go in, and not just, you can't just go in there flinging poo at the wall and seeing what sticks as a flat earther just to be a legendary status. You have to actually know what you're saying in a conversation and be as agile as these guys who have been in the conversations are. You know what I mean? Like, and then you can break it down. You can even explain, and you can show them why they're wrong. So
I call it like buzzword mentality. Like there's some people that are really good at throwing buzzwords out there, but they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah. So I'd say that to like anyone that's coming in, like, it's one thing saying it, it's another thing entering the conversation, man. Having it. Like, now listen, like anybody can jump in and do it, but if you know that we hear you when we try to get into your point with the globalist and it's not effective, everyone's gonna know it. Like you can't just like force a specific way and then think, yeah, I'm legendary status now because I went for an hour and a half with this guy, and like, no, that doesn't make it. You have to actually, understand. Like you have to take apart what they're saying and really make it seem to them they don't know what they're talking about. And then once you do that and show it to them, and the audience can be like, damn, like, that's when you're reaching that level. And it's difficult if you're somebody who doesn't speak to people a lot, like in an open forum. I think it becomes a bit difficult, because you're like an introvert.
Not everybody can be recognised. I mean, some people like to be in lobby. I'm personally myself, I love to be in check-in, bro. I like to try and dispel some of the preconceived notions that honest, genuine people have got when they come in. So, like, I bust my ass in the lobby, man, and in the fucking check-in. I don't know how many thousands.
You've done the work, though, Spake, on the voice channel. People have heard you over the many years you've been doing this. So, there's a difference between somebody who's just in the lobby and such, and like those who aspire to be vocal and on the front lines. But you've done that already. So like people haven't done that. Like they've like some people just want to only be in the lobby, and that's great. But they're not. They're the audience. The ones who we're talking to is a wide variety of people, from text to audio. So we need to reach as many people as we can. So if you're vocal and you're in text, then that's great. That's even better.
See, what I've done a lot of work as well, Miggy, is spreading links. I'm not over Facebook for a while now because I just got sick of the place, but over fucking YouTube, fucking Facebook, all over the camp, man. And CG had a look in the admin logs. We're not able to get it, just having moderator status. But the last time CG told me how many hits my invite had, it was like 1,600 fucking hits, bro, on my invite. So that's fucking, and that's a huge fucking server. If I'd been building my own motherfucker.
But yeah, my only thing is that like that's what listen. Everybody is good in their own right? That's not what I'm saying. So you could be great in your own way, and then that's okay. But the legendary status comes along with a responsibility. that everybody that, like, let's say there's a sophist that comes in the room and he's really good. I'll give you an example, like Rumpus, like Dean, like Gem Panda, like these guys, McToon. Not just your average Joe is going to be able to contain them. It needs a special person who's been in the conversation for a while. You know what I mean when I'm saying these names.
Yeah, the problem for them is that a first-rate troll is just a second-rate human.
But here's the difference, right? So if they engage in an argument, like Mimas gave us an example, right? As soon as McToon came in here, Mimas was on him, and of course McToon was like, "Well, I thought you guys were gonna let me, like." I wasn't here for the convo, but from what I gathered is that he was really hot under the collar when Mimas got on here, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when you're confronted with someone like that, there isn't any recourse. There's nowhere to go. There's no quarter, and so like that's what people need to hear. And the legendary status person could actually make somebody feel that way. That those big name sophists, right? The ones that come in here thinking they know what they're saying. And it's not going to be spinning everybody's wheels for an hour and a half where everybody's jumping in and it's a shit show, and it's not that way. The legendary status person is able to handle himself very well with these guys. That's the person that I'm speaking about, and that's who I want people to aspire to be. That's why I'm saying this is what I want for everyone. Hopefully everybody makes it to legendary status, but you'd have to put in the work. It's got to be done where you get in there. Don't just say that you like to do it or whatever. Learn the arguments, learn the fallacies, then jump in and do the damn thing, And so aspire to be that. It's not just like, well, that's unfair. That guy's legendary. I'm not. Well, aspire to be it. Just do the best you can, and don't just say it. Do it. So there's no need to just like, let's sit here and like quibble about like why this person's not. It's like, get better, do better. That's all.
Some people have not got those kind of strengths, man.
Yeah, I think that's a facade though, because like everybody can aspire to be anything. You can be anything you want. It's just you're not conformed to whatever you think you are. You can every single day you wake up, you can reset, refocus, re-energize, be a better version of yourself. And
shit like that. But some people, they don't like talking on, like, specifically YouTube. They don't like talking in front of a big crowd. Some people, like, they just don't like talking.
Yeah, that's great. But we're not speaking about those guys. Those guys, they have their own niche, man. They do what they do on their own forums. And I'm talking specifically to this forum. So they can do whatever they want. But in this forum, if you want legendary status, you'd have to be that kind of person. And aspire to be it, That's it.
But some people have just literally not got the capabilities, Miggy. I think it would be a bit unfair to some people who, like, maybe people will covet it who are unable to get it. It might cause a little bit of fucking, I don't know, anxiety.
That's a bit of divining that you're looking at this in the wrong way. I think, Spake. You're thinking like the coveted, like, well, we are the legendary people, and we're now snobbing our nose up at you because you're not legendary. No, what it is that if you're able to handle yourself in the way that you are, people want to welcome you to this category. We want you to be this kind of way, to be able to handle yourself in a conversation and not just be someone who's pushed over by the rhetoric of the world. So it's up to you, right? We're giving it up to you. It's now in your hands. You can do with that with what you will, but it's not going to be something where there's a group of elders who are snobbing their nose up at you. But what it is that if you don't understand that along the path of learning, you don't want correction, then that's your own pride, because you don't want to be corrected in what you're saying because you think that you got something going. And no, in this arena, there's a lot of learning to do. Every one of us, each and every one of us. And like I said, we all help each other. But the difference is the legendary status would be the one who can actually understand and like navigate a conversation versus the one who's not, would aspire to do so. So there isn't anything that needs to be worried about, like, well, we got legendaries, because people are already legendary, but at the same time, they're just not given the tag.
Yeah, wait. So, what's a legendary? I've heard 5-year-olds say some pretty legendary stuff. I'm just saying. So, what's legendary?
I don't know if you've been hearing me for the past 20 minutes. I've been laying down what it is.
I know. I'm probably agreeing with everything
right now. Maybe you need to rewind the live stream, because I've been saying the word. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
But
I'm telling you exactly.
I'm agreeing with the spirit with you, bro.
Is in here. In this room, I don't want to sound repetitive, okay, guys? And listen, you can call somebody a legend or whatever. That's great, wonderful. But the status in here means that a person is going to have responsibility to make sure that everybody is adhering to the server, kind of like the tone for the server.
Yeah.
So, and they have to get it back on track. They have to be able to navigate a supreme sophist that comes in here, legendary, anti-flat earther. Because I name drop some of these guys. And let me just ask you, if you were in a serious debate with these guys, do you think you can handle it? And don't just say, yeah, I could take McToon on. You don't understand the level of sophistry that he brings to the table. So he could
practice.
Yeah, what he does is he skirts around what you think are your logically consistent points. They're very good at doing so.
So like moderators in gold, they would have like the ability to like mute people on the server. Is that something a legendary person would be able to do too?
I'm saying that the legendary person is.
Go ahead.
The legendary people that make up this server would be the fabric of the 24/7. They're the reason why that people come in here. They would be like, dude, I heard about Jedi and Miggy and Spake and all them. Like, I know these guys I know them. So their names are being the ones that get tossed out and the ones that people fear. Like, they don't want to come in here because
actually rise.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Like, they actually have legends about them, like true stories of things that occur. Like they honestly are legendary.
See, for me, Mickey, that's almost that's kind of moderator status in here anyway. I do agree that there should be a legendary capacity because the moderators are able to handle any of whoever it's sophists or just troll armies, or they're able to adapt in every way. So for me, I would partly upgrade a lot of the moderators to legendary straight away, bro. But also the admin, and that goes without saying.
Yeah,
people should know how the ranking.
Hey, we should make it go the other way too. Sorry, go ahead. Finish up. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, but people should know that the name color and that if there's a purple name in the room, then if they're wanting to talk, let them talk straight away. That's it. They're not going to talk rubbish, and I think we can do that as well. And people would want to aspire to learn more and maybe climb it too.
And the only reason why I asked about that whole muting process, like let's say, like just hypothetically speaking, like let's say I'm not a moderator, I'm not admin, but you gave me legendary status for whatever reason, like I was putting in the work and everything. Like if nobody was around, and I know all you gotta do is tag somebody to like an admin or a moderator to come in and moderate, but just like if somebody like sneaks in and you recognize the voice and you're like, look here, this is what's going on, we're not going to tolerate that, and like, are they going to have the ability to mute, not necessarily to ban, but to mute a microphone to prevent them from discussing in the live stream? Or, I don't know how to explain that, but I agree with what Spake was saying. Like, I think it goes without saying the moderators and the admin definitely deserve to have that in their name too.
Yeah, the point about like the actual the titles right now, I think they hold more of a standard of like what a normal like Discord server would look like, with the moderator, with an admin, with all that stuff. But the legendary takes that away, so it's more like you don't say, well, this person is moderating the platform. What it is they hold a standard as a legendary, like they're like not anymore looked at as like, well, let's talk to a moderator to moderate this debate. They're looked at as in like, this is like an instructor. This is someone who's looked up to. This is someone you would want to listen to. That's who the legendary status actually exemplifies. So it's not a standard. It's not a standard Discord status that is just like a moderator is like what you see us now as, because of the tags that we have, like that's what you say. That's why you say it's attributed to moderator, because you've always seen moderator status act this way. But if you understood that we had a different tag, like a legendary, then it would take out like, this isn't a person who moderates. This is someone who educates, who kind of like leads by example. Like there's different things that would be attributed to it. So a moderator would be given to somebody like I would say, then it goes to somebody who's aspiring to be legendary. They know how to moderate, which would be, I can kind of in the same way, Gold Plus would be looked at today, right now.
The OG flat earther, bro. What if we took the OG flat earther off, but take it off of most people, and the only people that get it are the people that fall in the category you're speaking of, and then it doesn't need another role that might cause, I don't know, some kind of resentment. I think that was discussed in the
I think the resentment comes from people wanting that, thinking, here's the resentment. I think the resentment is because everybody feels like everybody's a winner. There's this idea that, you know, like when young kids play sports and like, we're just gonna give everybody a winning tag because we're all winners here, guys. And it's like there's people that are never aspiring to be good anymore. They're just, everyone wins. And it's like the idea behind what we're doing here is people aspire to be the best that they can, the best versions of themselves. And if you take that away, then no one's aspiring to be good anymore. We're just all hanging out like a, hey guys, what you doing? We're just hanging. Like there's no one really wanting to be exposing the other side. So here's the thing. Like we do this here anyway, but at the same time now we're making we're shedding some light on this. So what it's doing is maybe it makes people feel uncomfortable, and I know that's what it's doing now because I can hear the conversations flowing that way.
I'll give an example. Like, let's say, dude, right? He comes in the evenings. He's got the surfer accent and everything. Like, let's say he gets legendary status, right? He's not a moderator. He's not a admin. It kind of, but like, because I mean, you guys handle the moderation and the admin very well, but if you just keep adding more moderators and admins, you're just going to put like too many.
That's not. No, you're taking it wrong. No, I have to stop you, Gizbo. No. You're getting. There's a misconception.
Okay.
Let me try because I get exactly where you're coming from. I could probably help out. I could probably help extend the point.
Go ahead, CB.
Anyone that's not getting it, but it's like we already know who these people are anyway, right? And the legendary status wouldn't be for me, and I already know who that person is. Right. So it's for people who are new. It's for people who just joined the server. People who sometimes join the server and they're talking to Nemus and they have no idea. Like they don't realize they're talking to a legendary status type of person. Right. So it's just a little badge, you know. It's like here's your sheriff's badge. It'll let people know, like, hey, get your notepad out.
Sounds big, man.
Get your notepad out and take some notes.
And you're not. That sounds fucking terrible, bro. Really unfair.
No, what it's doing is recognizing the work you put in, Spake. A lot of people don't know the work people put in here. So based on just what we're saying, they would rumpus you, interrupt you. They don't give you the due respect within this forum. That is like what I'm saying is like once people click on people's names in here, they start to say, oh, wait a minute, that guy is such and such. But that's just because of the title that they see. And so if what you're saying is true, then you should take every tag that you have off, even the moderator one, and just be just a regular Joe in here if that's the case. But it's not. You have a status right now called moderator. And so what I'm saying also holds true. It's the hierarchy that we set forth as an example for other people to follow. So what you're saying contradicts the idea that you already are a moderator and already have a status. And you can like mute somebody and ban somebody and all that. Because the entrusted level of rules have been given to you because of that. Because the work.
But bro, I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone by those rules. I've just got more permissions due to like previous fucking history and work.
Yeah, but why?
Because I've busted my
previous.
That's right. That's my point.
Exactly. Sorry, Mickey, but that's, you said it. You've bust your ass. You've put in the work. You've got moderator. It's the same thing with legendary. It's exactly the same thing, mate.
Exactly the same thing. Yeah. So that I don't want to take it out of context. It's still within context. It's still the same thing. But what it's doing, it's like the moderator, who's people are going to have that. It should be like the Gold Plus members. They're like one step away from becoming legendary because now they're moderating the room. A legendary status person doesn't have to moderate the room. They could sit back and listen to everybody in here and not interject. But when they come in and interject, then the whole room needs to stop and listen. So when Spade comes in there, if he's got legendary status and he says, hey, look, let me speak to you guys, and you guys rumpus him, then you're disrespecting the fact that he has put in the work to be saying things. That's what I'm saying. And people lose that respect for the people who are speaking because they don't know who they are.
But most people are not even going to know that that's what that stands for. They might look at it as a little bit big. Oh, look at fucking these flat earthers. Look, he claims to be legendary. And I think they might mock us even further because of it. Huh?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. We are that way because we've changed paradigms from like their nonsense to reality. So we are in essence like we are the reason why people want to come in here. All of us who put in the work. And so people that actually aspire to be the best version of themselves and put in the work, like I think there needs to be some recognition, man. Like we all having a moderator tag right now in this server is special. Having an admin tag is special.
Hey, man,
whether you think about it or not, like you put in the freaking hard work to get here. It's not easy. So
hey
why
guys,
you have
Rhinoceros
anyway.
is a Glober who's jumped in. So sorry to butt in. I just didn't want to miss him.
No, we've talked to him earlier.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
spoke to him earlier, Timbo. Thank you very much. Yeah, we had a conversation with him. And that's why I gave him the Glober tag. But I just want to tie up the point here because I don't want it to get lost. The fact that it's good to have a conversation about this, but it's not anything different. What it is, like I said, with the legendary status, it's a person who doesn't have to moderate. You don't have to jump in and stop that. Okay, guys, let's get this back on track. Legendary status can stay quiet and not jump in. But when he jumps in, like the whole room needs to stop and listen to him, whoever it is. Because that person has been through the ringer, like of all the bigger name sophists and anti-flat earthers. Like we have. So there's a lot of things that you may or may not know about us. And so I think that's the reason why. Like Indio, for example, like if you knew that the people that he spoke to and the things that he said and how big the rooms were when we were speaking, you'd be like, damn, this guy is like, it's kind of cool. I think it's cool, really.
Hey, I mean, he knows some amount of shit, bro. The most obscure information you could ever fucking contemplate, and he knows something about it. You're like, what?
Yeah, including you, Spake. I'm including you in this because you've been through the ringer yourself, man. And the shit that you've been... I don't think people know about it. Like, and so the reason why I say it this way is because those people, right, that have the moderator tag right now and the admin tag, you don't even know, man. Like I was here when the server was like a shit show. It was all over the place. And there was people that hate us and like, I mean, how many times people, dude, even our own FE would come against us. FE people would come against us. Each and every one of us, even the ones that are in it, like I'm telling you, even myself, they thought I was taking over the server. There was like all kinds of shit, man. Like they were coming at me like, dude, chill, man. Like, and I'm serious. And so, it's a pretty rough road, man. But I'm saying once you've gone past all of that and you're now still here and people listen to you and now more than ever, you know the difference that you made in the lives that the people you talk to, it was all worth it. So that's why like this category doesn't come with just like let's just give everybody legendary status and make a hierarchy and so we can thumb our nose up to. No, this is not that.
Well, bro, see one thing, all the shit that I've been through in here, the most legendary thing was when me and Bev convinced Fight the Flat Earth that I I had multiple GoFundMes and I had all the moderators paying hundreds of pounds for me to dig fucking holes like in Eratosthenes experiment. I posted the image earlier, but I'll post it again in the live stream voice text. That was the image I sent to Fight the Flat Earth. And he was convinced that I was robbing all the fucking mods, and he announced it on Red Rhetoric, man. It was fucking hilarious. Probably the funniest.
It was a big conspiracy, wasn't there? It was a conspiracy that you were fleecing the flock, like you were taking money from the FE. But no,
I made announcements about it. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I used to have the video for it, but when the last Pantomath channel got fucking deleted, they deleted that as well, bro, so I lost it, man. Well, that was fucking so funny, man. He thought he was fucking, like, getting information out that nobody knew. He thought he was, like, fucking exposing me for robbing all the mods.
He thought he was Inspector Clouseau, didn't he? Idiot.
And Red Rhetoric was fucking pissing himself laughing when he shared that picture of that gormless idiot in the well. He's like, what the fuck is that? And Fight the Flat Earth's like, yeah, man, he's fucking robbing them, man. He's got all these fucking GoFundMes.
Yeah, he made a big stink about it. But
Quantum Erasers still hang around. Sorry, Mickey. Does Quantum Erasers still hang around here? Has he been in the server much?
He hasn't been as active, and I think it was due to a fact of the falling out that he had with Witsit.
Plus, his account got deleted when fucking what's his name, Nathan Oakley's server got shut down.
Yeah, his account also got deleted as well. But there was a falling out due to the ether conversation. But you know, from back in the day, it was always brewing, and it came to a head. Like I think as of late. So, and then there was like, you know, I'm not gonna go in there anymore. And so he popped in here, like it said hi, and that like was it a couple weeks ago, but he doesn't stay long.
What about Lemonbird? Sorry, I'm just asking about old people now. What about Lemonbird? Does Lemon still pop in here from time to time, or is he flown a coop?
Never seen him for months.
Anyway, I'm putting it out there so it doesn't come in the chat. What is this legendary status? But yeah, that's kind of what the way it's going. Just to let you guys know, this is something I've been. It's like I want to take the server, all of us who have you know put in the work, and we are the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I said that in a the one moment that I said I think it really made an impact to what's his face that was trying to take over our server. Human Sheeple. You remember when he was trying to usurp his authority? We were Jedi. Were you there in the conversation? Okay, so that conversation would have went down in history as like a pivotal moment for the server, and so we had all of the legends in there, right? I call you guys legends because we were all there. And so the legends were there, and we were talking with Human Sheeple, and he was like. Because he had just gained access to the server owner account. And he was like, now, this is the 24/7 mostly flat server. And you guys will call me the most flat. And so we thought he was kidding around right at the very beginning. But it wasn't so. He did get account ownership of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And along with that was my show that I used to have here with Jedi and the rest of the crew. And just like wanting to usurp it. So the council, the legends were there, and we were all. And I remember before the guys, I came through, and I was like, you may have taken the actual Discord 24/7, but you have not taken the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The 24/7 Flat Earth Discord are the people that are in this room right now. And I started naming everybody who was in there. That is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not what you took. So we
had 2 live streams running and hundreds of people.
Do you remember, dude? I'm telling you. So what this guy thought he was getting with the ownership of this, and no one can take this away, like because you guys are the fabric of what makes this thing actually work. So.
I realised that during that big extensive mod meeting, I'd only just got mod like 2 or 3 months, maybe a couple of months before it, and I was fucking an emotional wreck sitting listening to it. I didn't even want to speak up in the chat. I fell asleep for a few hours, woke back up, maybe 12 o'clock, and it was still going. And Sheeple was ended up, he got left with a fucking troll server full of trolls run by trolls.
It was hilarious. Meme just started deleting everything behind his back. Meme just started removing everything and took it over to our server, which we're now sitting on right now.
Yeah, I was irate, bro. I was beyond angry. Like the fury in me was like, if you know that people come against this server, how angry, like I turn into something else. But like when he was usurping, and I was like, give the damn keys to Indio. Don't keep them, man. Give them, and you know, I was, and I told him, you know what? Okay, fine. Keep them, but I'm leaving. I'm taking everything with me. And so it wasn't far beyond that everybody made our voyage over to this new server. But none of us were going to take the idea that somebody's usurping their authority over. So we all came together. This is the reason why. It's like I see this server in a different way, perhaps, because I've seen like man. I don't know. There's a story behind it, is what I'm saying. The story is like we fought very hard for what we have here. So it's anyway. It'll always remain that way. Like no matter if I leave or if Spake leaves or if Jedi leaves, like at some point when we get old enough to where we've done our bit and it's time for us to say farewell, we'd have like the legendary conversations already put down in content, like with live streams that we've been in, and like for the next generation, man, of critical thinkers. They're gonna look back and say like, damn, now we have something like, they have a foundation, whereas, this movement started with like, just very little people. I don't know.
Sorry, Mickey, quick question. Does Indio still clip stuff out and put it up on Spotify? Because that's a good kind of library for past conversations.
Yeah, we have not just Indio, but there's many more people that do that.
Awesome.
Actively. Were you in here yesterday with the lady that was in here, Siri?
I caught the tail end of that conversation.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I showed her some clips that there was a guy named Simcord was taking from the live stream, and I'm like, it's great, but he puts it together and then hands it to us.
I gotta say, that's how. So I found this server from the Apple podcast. Junior. So it was I if anyone's still doing it, that's how I got in here. I went, oh geez, this is amazing. And I went and found the server. So it's good if they are still doing it.
Yeah. Anyway, I wrapped up the legendary status conversation just for you guys. That way you can know. That's all it was. It's no more, no less. Shouldn't be something like, that's scary or anything. Just it is what it is. People in here that they have been here for a while, they've earned their tag for sure.
And Miggy, I know something that makes that sheeple story a little bit more disturbing than it already is. That voice is a complete fabrication. That's the character.
Seriously, is it?
Completely and utterly.
Really? He's fucking English.
Serious? He's not.
Yeah,
he sounded like he worked at a kebab shop.
Sorry. Yeah, I would say that's where I'd put him to.
No, I met him in person.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Well,
he slipped up one time on the thing, but then he also later shared a video where he was just completely talking in a entirely different accent. And that's just a character. The human sheeple, whatever Cypress do, that's just it's a facade. It's a character.
Crazy man, huh?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. That crazy bastard knows where I live, but I have no idea where he is.
No, either way, man. Like,
don't tell strangers on the internet where you live.
Anyway, yeah. So
they are.
Good stuff, man. And well, we don't know yet. We're still talking about it because there is kind of a bit of an idea.
I was just gonna say that he's just the way he did. I know more about this situation than other people probably would, and it was very scummy. Like, I agree with everything you're saying, and God, I ain't gonna talk shit about him. Moving forward.
Okay, then. Yeah.
I'll send you a message, Miggy, because I'm not going to leave you hanging like that. But it's we're on the live stream.
Yeah, just send me a DM.
Yeah.
We got some new people in here. We got Dust in here. This is VC verified. Dust, are you there?
What's up, Dust?
Can you guys hear me? I don't know.
Hey.
We got you loud and clear, bud.
Oh, you can? Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, the other day it was my first time kind of listening in and wasn't really able to talk yet, so I'm glad it worked now.
What brings you to our server, Dust?
I met a Flat Earth dude at a meetup and in Huntington Beach. I live in California. So, yeah, I mean, it was great to meet him and other like-minded people and just kind of getting to know how everyone came to this information and where it's led them at this point in their kind of life,
How long have you been looking into the subject of the Earth being flat yourself?
I It's interesting. I kind of got exposed to this back in 2015, but it was really hard to wrap my head around it. And my brother, who was he was in the military at the time, was very adamant about you need to pay attention to this. And since I respect him and his judgment, he was a Navy SEAL. I was like, okay, if he's saying it, then maybe I need to kind of look. But I watched it was probably something that Hibbler Productions did, or maybe it was the Flat Earth Clues. I can't remember exactly because I think I watched a few things. And the information just it's like a seed. It gets planted, and then you kind of look for reasons to discredit it, I would say, as a natural, person if you're going through this and trying to debunk the information. But then years went by, and so many questions kept getting unanswered in my mind, such as the sun and the moon and how they function and the moon landing, and of course questioning things with COVID and questioning 9/11. All these things just kind of added up into, why is there all this deception? Why all the lies? And, I think I went on a spiritual journey kind of looking into evolution, which then led me to Flat Earth, because I don't want to say, that this was God's doing necessarily. I don't know for sure. I mean, that would be a nice thought to think if God was kind of had his hand in his influence in my life, to kind of be like, this is how badly you're being deceived. Even the ground you walk on isn't what you think it is. And so when I found Flat Earth, it was kind of after I had looked into other things, and it just, I don't know why it makes so much sense. So is everyone still there, or am I on mute?
No, we're all still just patiently listening to you, buddy. You're all right.
Okay, well, I mean, that's literally my journey. So I was like, all right,
That's a lovely story. That's lovely.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was scary, obviously, because you don't want to be different. You don't want to turn away your friends and your family. But because this information just seems so important, and it's like the more that I looked into what is NASA really doing and just the lies of the system that we're in, I mean, I really can't deny that there's got to be this deception is
taking
real.
Your money, buddy. That's what they're doing.
What was that?
They're taking your money, my guy.
Oh, the world? Yeah, exactly.
What is it?
Exactly. So yeah, how about you guys? I mean, anyone else have like a similar journey, or?
Pretty much. I mean, you mentioned Flat Earth Clues. I think that might have been one of the first YouTube videos I watched back in 2015. I think it's quite similar to a lot of people. You see something on your recommendations on YouTube, somebody's asking the question that the Earth is flat, and you've never heard somebody ask that question before. 15 minutes into the video, you're then starting to question your own reality. That's quite a common thing, I think.
But I guess for me, did anyone else have a similar spiritual journey? Like they were trying to figure out if there's an intelligent designer, a creator.
But that was the first that was the first video I ever watched. It was titled "They Are Hiding God with the Biggest Lie Ever Told," and that was right up my street. As a I don't know how to define myself, conspiracy theorist that sometimes likes to look into spirituality. I'll put it like that. So when they're saying they're hiding God with something really, really big, I was like, oh, I'll click on that, see what it's about. Like I said, 15 minutes later, I realised they were talking about the Earth being flat. And it is one of those things that gets brought up in the surfer quite a lot. Why is flat Earth so important? Well, because they're hiding possibly that it was created. If it's created, you need a God.
Well, and that was kind of the conversation I was having with my friends and my neighbors for the past few years. I don't know if you guys remember during 2020 how there was a lot of like satanic memes coming out, and like a lot of information about a cabal and a lot of information about what are the elite really doing. And I don't know for sure. I mean, I can only speculate, but I know that bad things are happening to some people, and more than one person is one too many in my mind. So it was like, is there hope on this other end of the spectrum of whatever this evil is? So looking for God led me to flat Earth. And now to me, it doesn't really matter what the shape is. It just matters if they're hiding God or not. And that's why I like listening to what you guys have to say. I have more questions. I'm hoping to get more answers. And it's all very new and kind of exciting, but also nerve-wracking at the same time. So kind of my journey at this point.
Oh, glad you found our server, buddy. Really appreciate you popping by.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's great to be here, and hopefully I'll kind of listen in daily and get to know you guys better.
I just wanted to say real quick, like, because everybody else is speaking, and I just want to be polite and patient and everything. Sure. But I had the same spiritual journey. Flat Earth was the final lie for me. I learned all about all the other lies first, and then and when I was learning about, like, you know, the ancient deity worship and everything like that, and like how they were worshiping this god and this god and this god, and I was looking into the stories, and I'm like, well, that makes sense. It's a similar ritual and everything like that, or similar ceremony that they're doing. And then I was having a conversation with somebody, and they're like, you know what all of those ancient civilizations had in common? And I was like, what? And they're like, they all believe the earth is flat. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, it was like almost an immediate veil drop for me. And I'd heard about flat earth before, but it was unlearning everything else first. And then that was the final lie. I was like, oh, now I need to do more research on this.
Yeah.
And for me, I was so blessed that once I found out that the earth was flat, within a few months, I found this server. And I have everybody here to thank for just a wonderful conversation that I've had for the last year.
That's great. That's very cool. And it's interesting to hear a similar spiritual journey, because maybe that's what's happening here, is that there's some sort of divine intervention that's helping people kind of come to the truth, to spread the word, also give them hope, and to not let the system kind of get the best of you. I mean, I don't know if that's too spiritual for some people listening, and I apologize, but you know, things are happening around the world that are, I think everyone's kind of feeling like this despair in a lot of ways, and feeling like, is there any hope? Like, who can fix this? Is man going to be able to fix his own problems or not? And I'm like, if there's an intelligent designer who created this place perfect, maybe he can fix it, you know?
Mate, you're on a flat Earth server. I don't think anything is out of the question here. Nothing's too much, you know. It's go ahead, mate.
Good.
I don't think the creator takes anything to do with the creation after he's made it.
Yeah, you're in for an incredible journey, man. I think, you know, the next few months, even the next year, is going to be quite the discovery for you, and like the growth is just going to make you feel more happier. Even though you may seem like things are beating you down, you're like, man, why don't people get it? But you're still going to be so content with what you know, because you know the truth.
Well, I think that's why having community is important. So,
did you ask a question, Spike? What was that? I missed the end of it.
No, I said I don't think the creator takes anything to do with the creation after he's actually created it. Like, I think we're on our own.
Okay. He created it and then left it.
Well, because look at the fucking disgusting shit that happens in the world, mate. If God fucking was there to at least stop some of it, look at I don't even want to mention the things I'm talking about. You can imagine, man.
Yeah,
right.
I know
well,
what
the Bible does say that he's going to step in. So
yeah, like when we left the garden, we were on our own. So yeah, I could definitely see that from your point of view, Spake.
Yeah, man, it's just fucking. I mean, I do accept that there must be a creator. Like, there must be. Like, there's no doubt about it. I was an atheist, then I found out about what an agnostic was, and then I found out flat Earth, and then that made me a deist. But I never knew the word until I heard Crypto speaking about it a couple of years ago. So that's what I would claim to be as a deist. I accept there is a creator, but I'm not going to stories.
But I know there's some horrible evils out there, but would there be? Would you know the good without the evil?
Right.
It's just a part of the same scale.
Well, I mean, if you read the Bible is very clear that, like, hey, God's not in control as far as allowing evil to run its course. He's letting that happen, and then he's going to step in, and he said that there's a lot of clues to look for as far as his return and when that be. Nobody knows exactly, but it means that he's never left. He sees what's happening and he's going to fix it. So that's where the hope comes in.
Tell that to the people who are being fucking abused right now.
Yeah, absolutely. God knows it's happening. He sees it and he's not happy.
But like, why? It doesn't make sense to me that a creator would create an adversary that's going to be the bane of humanity's existence so God can fight this fucking adversary forever. and that adversary is going to, because of the temptation that it puts in front of everyone, is going to keep a good percentage of the people burning eternally in hell. That's ludicrous, man.
What this place is one big. Listen, what this place is one big troll, big old joke. Listen, a little nonsense competition for no fucking reason.
Yeah, I mean,
Hell isn't for real in the Bible.
But a bunch of assholes sitting beside a quantum computer using us like fucking avatars.
I'm gonna side with Spake. I just want to say I'm gonna side with Spake on one part of the argument that probably hasn't been discussed yet, and Spake will probably agree with me. Like we all, like as Christians, generally believe, like I'm a Christian. I believe that the Bible is God inspired. That people had inspiration from God, and then they put it down to work. Because like it's extremely intelligently written with basic concepts, but like when it talks about like all of these plans for the future and everything like that, like and all of these little signs that are going to happen along the way, they were written by humans. Like it was all written by humans. So like, was this part of their plan to keep us in control? So I get what Spake is trying to say, and I'm just playing the devil's advocate on that side to show, that I'm willing to cross over that line and understand why Spake believes what he believes, that the Creator created something, and now we've all been left to our own vices. We're left to work the land,
or possibly life itself is just as it's like we're all part of the same thing. Like all this energy, this life, this force, whatever the fuck it is been kind of fractalized, if that's for lack of a better word, and we're all part of the same, I don't know, energy source of some kind. Like in all these stories, all these religions have all been there, they've been used to explain the unexplainable. And sadly, to keep a lot of people in control as well.
Without technology and without all these advancements and everything like that, if nature was left to its own vices, it would survive just on its basic means. So I agree with you, Spake, on the concept of that, and I just wanted you to know that I don't want you to feel like you're attacked.
No, man, fuck.
You're like, fuck
it
it
sounds like
attack.
I mean, everyone wants answers, right? I mean, everyone's kind of hoping that things will fall into place, and sometimes it can feel like there's just no plan or outline or any hope for humanity, for the earth. But there are a lot of scriptures that says God never left, that He is coming back, that He does care, that He is love, that evil will not prevail. So, I mean, it's straight out of the Bible.
Here's real quick about religion. When we speak about religion here, make sure that everybody can say what they want. We want to keep this an open forum. If you feel like, God in the Bible, that's silly. As long as we understand that you can say what you want in here and don't oppose anybody about religious topics, that's fine. If you say that's foolishness, everybody reading the Bible is silly, following that, like, I don't believe that, that's fine. That's your opinion. That's what you think. And when somebody's saying the same thing about God and their religion and stuff, and it's okay for them to say that because that's how they feel with their faith, then we're at a good place. It's when you start railing against what that person is saying about what they're understanding God to be. That I listen. It doesn't matter. Like, Glad has a different perspective too. He's still a brother in the faith of like knowing that we're talking about the good of humanity, right? So we're still in the same idea. Like we wish the best for the next fellow man. But when it comes to like religious topics and stuff like that, everybody can have their own stance on that, and that's okay. We just can't rail against their stance. Like that would be the worst thing.
That's where I think it's like sharing knowledge, right? That's what it's about.
Further books to be written, man.
Yeah, but we can't rail against somebody for believing those things. When you start doing that, then you're taking a hard stance, is what I'm saying. So you can feel the way you do and say, hey, look, this is my opinion. This is what I feel. And somebody wants to join you in that, that's great.
I don't feel this way. It's not a belief I hold, man. That guy AL, when I came across his channel, I got him to the server as well. And he was going to come in and do a talk in the religious room where the specific parts of the Torah that he quoted. And when I first found these videos, I was constantly pausing the video, going up, looking in the PDF of the Torah that I downloaded, and clarifying what he was saying that were in these parts of the scriptures in the Torah. and everything he said was fucking. Pardon the religious.
Your perspective, though, Spake. Your perspective is what he's saying is true. So you're going to look with what he says. So what we're talking about here. I know, but it doesn't matter what book, though, Spake. We're talking about the different people that have different faiths that come in here. We have to respect their faiths, and if they want to talk about like this is the reason why I'm a flat earther.
Bro, it's the same God.
Yeah, I know. Spake, but if they're telling us this is the reason why I'm a flat earther is because I read the Quran or I read the what is it, the what's that one that the people from the Buddhists that they read they say and that's their faith, then leave it. I think that's great. That's what you know. I'm not going to disturb that. But however, I will tell you my perspective. My perspective is like, and you can go into your perspective and tell them why you think the Bible is not true or whatever. But if they rail against you for saying that, then they're.
I never said anything of the sort.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Like, if you speak against anything, like if you say they're wrong for thinking that, then you're already saying your position about.
Why are you assuming shit? I'm just saying to you what the Torah said. The Torah was the first book of the books, or the Tanakh, and it says in that Yahweh, the Father, who in the Bibles, in the Gospels and stuff like that, that's claimed to be Jesus' Father. In the Torah, it says you're not allowed to write any more books or remove from this book. It blatantly says that. It also says that you're not allowed to do any more sacrifices. You're not allowed to do any more idol worship. No more solemn worship, i.e. churches. No more religion. The Father, Yahweh, he did not want people to be bound in religion with all these structures and...
Is it possible? I understand. But what I'm saying is there's a mainstream... and I call it like there's a lot. It's loaded what you just said, so I can't just leave it at just like one thing I'm going to say. But there's a possibility that there is mainstream divisions, right? Like you have your different sects of Christians. You got Protestants, you got Baptists, you got denominations.
The Abrahamic religions came along after the Torah and divided everybody.
I feel like I can't get into the. Spake. I feel like I can't finish getting to the end of what I want to tell you. See, so I know you're excited. You want to jump in and tell me things, but like if I can't get to the end, no one's going to know what I'm saying. Like, so if the denominations that you're maybe putting a dichotomy from, like, God said this in a book, and these guys are doing that, the opposite. Like, what I'm saying is there is a possibility that people who are following certain religions, denominations, are going to fall in the category of your dichotomy. Of like, God said, don't do this, and look at these guys are doing it. And so I can agree with you that in some respects what you're saying, it holds some validity to it. But in the fact of like saying to the person who says, I believe in God, well, you're just wrong because the Bible's wrong, and like that is.
You're making stuff up that I'm not saying, mate. Like, you're completely twisting what I'm saying. All I'm saying is the research that I done, and you can do it yourself. I'll give you the Torah that I fucking downloaded, and it literally says in it the things that I said. That blatantly says this. So that's if you've got an argument with that, that would be your faith that you need to question. I'm not trying to say you're wrong for doing this or right for doing that. I'm not saying anything. I was only stating what's in this book. I'm not religious, and I've not got any.
But that's quick. What I'm saying, believe that.
What does that have to? I'm sorry, but what does it have to do with the? I don't know. Like, I guess because everybody has their own religion and their own ideas of faith, and I respect that. Like, Tim doesn't believe that. He thinks that things happen with natural causes, and he's a flat earther. So it's like, and some people railed against him, like from a religious standpoint, and I was like, I thought that was unfair because Tim should be able to speak his mind as what and the common ground. I think
trying to do, man.
I know, but the common ground is like, I don't care what somebody says if they don't believe in God or whatever. But the important thing, if you think creator has to be the deist, like you put it, that's fine. But like you, or me, or anybody can't say like, well, did you read that? I don't know what the Buddhists are looking into. Did you read that in this specific verse that it says that something? Did you read that? And then the person's like, what do you mean? Like, I'm just reading what I think.
It's a completely different religion and a different God, bro. It's your Father. If you're a Christian and you believe in Jesus, it's the Father, Yahweh, the Most High himself, that stated these things categorically in the first books.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's saying that, though. That's the false dichotomy, I think, that's getting propped up.
That's what I said. That's what I'm just trying to clarify, because you keep going on to thinking all these things that I'm saying when I'm not.
No,
I'm
it's not all these
that
things.
was the research.
It's not fake. It's not all these things. It's a you're propping up like a false dichotomy. I don't think anybody's saying the things that you are unless you have a special group of people that you're speaking about. Other than that, like, no, I don't know who you're speaking about. Like, what I'm
speaking about anybody, I'm speaking about the original book where these other Abrahamic religions came from.
Okay.
The same God, the Most High, Yahweh, the same God, the same fucking the Lord. Man.
Okay, I don't.
You cite the actual sources of the verses that you're speaking of, so we can actually have a decent conversation. Like cite the verses so we can look at it.
I can give you the guy's video. I mean, I looked into it probably just over a year ago, and I tried to get him to the server because he was going to have a discussion with someone who knowed a lot about the Bible. So I could give you his channel, drop something in the comment section, and try and get him in here, and we can do a special like one nights where we can have like thrash out these discussions, because he knows a lot fucking more about it than me. I just looked into it a year ago and clarified the shit that he was saying because it was extremely intriguing. So I'll give you the channel if you want.
Yeah, but what?
I mean, really, I just want to be specific. I don't want to like filter it through somebody else's interpretation. I actually just want to see the text. I just want to see the text. His conclusions don't matter to me, right?
No,
like what?
He quotes all these different chapters. That's when I found his video. After I watched all of them, and I'm not into religious stuff, but it intrigued me that much. And any any scripture any pages or any specific parts, I paused the video, jumped into my PDF of the Torah or the Tanakh, and looked at it and read it for myself. And everything that he was saying was it was just exactly what he was saying.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying at the point. I'm not misunderstanding. You're saying that so nobody can call Yahweh the Father, and nobody can be called that on earth.
I'm not saying that either, bro. No, I don't know
I think that's what you're saying, that some people are calling Jesus that he's the Father. Is that what you're saying?
No, man. Jesus is made in the Gospels. Jesus is supposedly the Son of the Most High, of Yahweh.
No, but who's then inserting themselves? I don't know. You're very passionate about it, so I'm trying to figure out what is it that you're.
It doesn't bother me. I looked into it a year ago, and I don't really care. I just mentioned it, and I've had to constantly correct you because you keep thinking I'm saying all this shit that I'm not.
Can I jump in for a second, guys? Because I was kind of the newbie here. Hello. I thought you were just kind of setting like the precedents, like the outline of how this chat behaves. So I took it more like you were just saying everyone needs to just respect everyone's opinion, which I think that's great. That's what I was hoping to find here. And no matter what anyone has to say on here, I'm going to look at it like they have knowledge that I don't have, and I would love to hear it. And I can only share what I've looked into, and my perspective doesn't mean it's right or wrong. And I think that's what you were trying to say for everyone, right?
I love it. I love it so much. Back to Flat Earth, guys.
Okay, cool. Boys, for anybody who's interested in it,
I just want to say this.
Well, just to say that link, I just posted it. It's called the AL, and take a look at it, man. I was only mentioning it, man. I wasn't going to have a big fucking aggro about it, man. I was just saying this is fucking extremely interesting information.
Well, maybe put it in the chat and see what you're talking about, because it's hard to follow on this.
I did.
Yeah.
I think I understand what's fake. Written. It's not necessarily even the Bible. You might see something that like you were told was different, but it's written as it is. You gotta kind of take it for what it is. Is that what you're generally trying to say about the whole thing's fake?
You cut out a lot there, bro. I wasn't even sure you were speaking to me. Sorry, man. Could you say it again?
Oh, yeah. Just people tend to have a misinterpretation of what was written because they never really read what was actually written. They just were told what was written. And so, if you sit down and actually read the word for yourself, then you'll see like what was actually written.
Well, a lot of the stuff that's in the Gospels, in the Bible, the Christian Bible, has been taken from the Torah and like rewritten from Genesis. And I mean, I couldn't tell you specifics and how many specific chapters and how much has actually been taken from it. But a lot of it's been rewritten. And I mean, there's tens and tens of thousands of different Bibles. I mean, which one's correct? Like, that's
right. And what I'm gathering from that is just that you've done a little bit of research that other people haven't done, And so you're just, asking people, hey, this is what I've learned, and if you want to learn what I've learned, then this is my resource. And so I think you're just kind of like doing more of a sharing thing. And I agree with what he said. Like sometimes people get a little heated when it comes to religious talk, and then some people are like, no, that's not what it is. And it comes from both sides. It's not just like one side attacking the other side all the time. Both sides attack each other, and I think it just gets lost in the context where like there's just information sharing. You can choose to read it or you don't have to.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, me, it's like I want to hear what somebody has to say, and if they say like they believe in whatever they believe, then I just leave it at that. I'm not going to argue with them and say, you know what, you're incorrect because my religious perspective and what I read this guy's book, and you guys got to read this book, and you're not reading that book, and I'm like, I don't care what the guy just said. His religion.
Why are you fucking getting emotional and fucking exaggerating the shit that I even said, man?
I'm saying this from my perspective, Spake, not yours, mine.
I'm not saying, but you usually need to read this book, and you're not reading that book. Like the way you just made a like a mock-up of what I said and the way I said it, man. Jesus Christ, bro, what the fuck?
Man, like the only thing that I'm telling you is that I'd like to share. Hey. Excuse me, who's saying hey over me? Who's saying hey? Whoa.
CB, yeah.
Who's saying hey?
I think it was a generalization of a generalization. I think
who's saying?
I agree. You're right. Like people kind of sometimes just need to let other people, kind of like explain themselves. Like whenever I have a conversation, even with the Glober here, you're like, all right, Bo fucking said it. Now you gotta fucking hold your hand to the flame. And sometimes you just gotta let people you gotta walk down that path with people. Like, don't be so hesitant to walk down the path with somebody. Like, walk down the path with them and see where their fallacy is or see where their truth is.
Bro, anybody who's Christian, Jewish, or Muslim should have read the fucking Torah. It's the first book of the books. It's from the Most High himself when Moses was handed down specific words from the fucking Most High. But this has been rewritten in the Christian
story, and it was the law.
That's fine. They should have done this. They should have done that. What I'm saying is whatever they believe, and if they have a wrong belief about their faith, then they have to come to terms and maybe later on figure out why they had that. But what it does, though, and I'm not saying you're wrong about what you're saying, Spake. What I'm saying is people can get really defensive because you're saying stuff like, oh, you're speaking to my religion, so now I'm going to have to defend it. And they're going to get into this big old diatribe of why
religion's banned in here, though, isn't it?
No, I mean, that's the reason why I say you can talk about it in here, but only from a perspective of like, listen, this is where I came from, this is what I believe, this is my belief, and whether somebody agrees or disagrees, it shouldn't be mocked, and it does get on both sides.
He did say that, though. He was just saying this is why he is.
For God's sakes, I'm not saying Spake said that.
I'm saying I've not got a horse in the race because I'm not religious, bro. It's not like I'm wanting you to believe something because I'm in a certain sect of the religion.
You're not being attacked, but you're not being attacked. We all know what you said.
Feelings. At the end of the day,
that was very exciting.
My brother
emotional damage.
Like, I don't care. We can talk about stuff and get all heated. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm still gonna belt out some flat Earth facts with somebody that comes in here with you. Like, so at the end of the day, Like,
I want to get back to the newbie. Where's the newbie at?
I'm right here.
Do you have any more questions? Do you have any other topics you want to discuss?
Sure. Sorry, it sounds like somebody's radio's going. I think like something interesting to look into would be migrations of animals such as whales, birds, and see if we're able to, if they're being tracked, what paths they're taking on, and see if it aligns with the flat map. I always thought that would be an interesting just kind of.
What's the flat map? Fucking all the flat maps are globe projections, bro.
All right, let's not jump on him. Let's explain what we mean by that. Yeah. So the flat map is a projection of the globe. So if you're tracking something that they're giving you, you're tracking them on their map that they've given you. So you can't really ascertain anything from that.
Like how the cargo shipping map, that app does that too.
It broke up a bit there, bro.
Hey, I love you, Spank.
Love you long time.
Hello.
$5.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. Sorry, I had to get in the car.
Yeah, go ahead, mate. What are you talking about? Cargo ships?
Oh, just I thought that would be an interesting thing to, as a piece of evidence to prove flat Earth. Just following
I'll
the
tell you-
migration of things.
I'll tell you why it's not. So my wife works for the biggest shipping company in the world, and I've got all of the maps that the ships take, and it's projected onto a flat map from a globe perspective. So what they do is they go from port to port. They go port to port with a direction, end up in a place, and you can't ascertain anything from that. So it's you're just working on a map that they've given you from a globe projection. So yeah, it doesn't work.
You 007, you got all those maps?
I do. I'm gonna
That's why I like what Miggy said to me the other day. Miggy made a good observation to me the other day. Like, this kind of makes sense to it. It's they have charts. They don't have maps. They have charts. They have directions that they go, and they have charts. And so there's no like true map of what everything is. They just have like an idea, and then they draw like a cartoon what they think is going on. And then
Yeah, you're right, Gizbo. They have local maps. So they have shipping maps. So they'll have an area of 100 square kilometers, and it's got depths, everything, and all these lines on it, and you follow a route to a certain route that the compass is on. And then they go to another map, and then they go to another map, and then they go to another map, and then if you join all these maps together, they don't make any sense. But they just project them onto a globe map and draw lines to them, and then it on their sphere it works. It doesn't work for shipping because they got to use local maps. I mean, it works in their globe model. Like the lines join. Of course, they join because you got to join the lines.
That's what I've been telling people, Timbo. But like the argument usually comes where you're thinking of like a whole globe against a flat Earth, like azimuth or equidistant projection. I'm like, you're both wrong. They don't ever use something like this ever for flights or for boat travel. You know what I mean? Like this is the issue that we have.
Yeah. So you're 100% right. Yeah. So you can never, like I was, I used to think differently. I used to think, no, well they've got these maps and they use the globe and this and that. But when I found out that it was just all local mapping, and I went, that's how they do it. It all makes sense now.
Got it. Well, it's interesting that you guys have looked into it then. That was cool. I was also thinking maybe there's people that track whales and seeing if they're actually going like over the North or South Pole, that direction, and making a loop ways that we can't fly today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Looking for more evidence. I mean, I've spent a lot of time looking into watching flat Earth evidence and clues, and I just haven't seen much on that. So I thought that'd be interesting to talk about.
So I've looked into whale migration as well. So what they do is they head south for the Antarctic summer, and then they head back up the coast. So they head south and then they head north again for breeding season to go up to warmer waters. So if you look at it, it's just they're heading south and then they head back north. So they they don't loop around because you get the same whales take the same route every single year. They don't change routes. Like you don't get one group of whales that go up the coast of Australia and then they end up going up the coast of South America. They don't do that. They take the same route every year. Different whales.
That would probably be interesting to a glober because they would be like, wouldn't the birds and the animals, whales, take shortcuts if they're using the globe to their advantage? But since it's not a globe, they have no choice but to go back the way they came, it sounds like.
100%. What they do is, because they wrap it around a globe map, it looks like they go down to Antarctica, do a circle or hang around down Antarctica, and then come back up around the ball. But they're just going out and then back in. Have a look at it. It's the same with birds as well. When they track birds, they head south and then they head north. They don't go south and then over the south and then head back up north. Yes, they don't do that. They go to the edge and then they come back up north.
Yeah. See, it's just more evidence. You know.
Yeah, but they can explain it away, yeah? Like the Globers can explain it away again. They say, yeah, well, it's a ball, that's why.
It's
so,
not Yeah, it's not so much as evidence as it is something that you would use after somebody actually realizes that that's not what's happening. So you could tell somebody that's a Glober this as a evidence or proof, but what's going to happen is, just like Timbo said, they're just going to skirt around it and give you an explanation as to why that's not the case. Usually.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't use that as my intro. It just was something.
Yeah, but it's definitely interesting, though. Yeah, like it is interesting that the same animals take the same route every year. That to me, that's a confirmation.
Well, I have a question.
To a Glober, it's not.
Yeah, it's just another proof, right, or another clue.
Another
pointing
piece
towards
of
what
evidence.
could be the case. Yeah. Exactly. But I do have a friend who works for Boeing. He went to Berkeley. He's valedictorian, super obviously smart, and best friend, neighbor. And I've been trying to get him to watch this information, but he's just having such a hard time because he literally works for Boeing. He's like, no, I know guys that work on satellites. I know. And I'm like, well, how do they know they're really doing what they say they're doing, right? So what do you think are like the best intro videos for people who are just going to have the hardest time believing this stuff? Does anyone have any recommendations, or is there a link already in this Discord that I should go to?
Your buddy's company is compartmentalized, so there's no way he knows what other people are doing. There's an NDA they all signed.
They're doing their job.
I know, because
they're not doing the whole job.
We sell to Boeing.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be interesting. One day I might have him listen in on this and see who's around, see if he has any questions that you guys would be able to answer for him, because that would be, if I could get someone like him on board, it would be great. So I don't have to be...
And there's people that were set out to like work for NASA that are in the server right now, and they changed their job because they're like, holy shit, I can't work for a company that lies.
Yeah, well, that would make sense to me. That's what I would imagine has happened. You know, I've heard Mark Sargent talk about him getting calls from pilots and different engineers saying, you're right, you know. So
your friend being a valedictorian and all that doesn't mean anything really, because that just means he memorized everything really good.
Yeah, no, I know, and he doesn't believe that there's like evil in the world. I think that's the part where it's hard for a lot of people. They don't understand why this deception and how dark it goes. And since he's not really a spiritual person either, he just doesn't have any reason to look into it as far as things are progressing as they are going to. So
he works for Boeing, like certainly.
I don't think you need to be a spiritual person to discover the start of flat Earth. Like,
or have a spiritual awakening.
You know, like if
I just meant that wasn't a push for him at all.
Yeah, but you know, some people are ready to hear it, and some people aren't. But you know, like if it's all these different people have got different triggers. Like, you know, what could be his trigger? He's a pilot, yeah. So does he experience curvature? You know, or he just works for Boeing?
He works for Boeing.
Yeah, he just.
But certainly he could get in a. Certainly he could get in a plane and like go up and see something for himself. Like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And then, like, what I've always told people is, like, don't leave anything to task. Like, if you get up in the plane, don't keep your head away from the window and have the idea that maybe there's a little bit of curvature on the sides of the windows or anything like that. Stick your nose all the way up against the glass and then look out and tell me what you see. You know, and if he works for Boeing, maybe he can get a 60,000-foot flight. You know what I mean? Like, where are you going to see the curvature at? Obviously, Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you can't see it at 150,000 feet, but most people believe you can see it at 38,000 feet. And you know, and so
that makes sense. What do you guys? How long do you think this lie is going to continue to hold up? I mean, it would seem like if this is true, that it's. Let's see how long it could stay hidden. But again, they've been doing a good job for a long time now.
How long's a piece of string, man?
Long as you cut it.
How much string is left in the sweater?
Yeah. everyone says, oh, a lot of people, everyone's waking up and this and that. I don't know. I don't notice
flat earthers, man.
I don't notice that many more people around me waking up. So I'm not sure. I've got optimism for the future, but I don't know. At the moment, I think everyone's still sleeping.
Like, do your guys' families, friends, kids, spouses, do they kind of come around, or how's that been your guys' experience on average?
From experience, I'll give you my experience, man. Like, I've always been a bit of a conspiracy theorist. My wife's not on board, but we do talk about it, and she respects what I know. I don't push it. My family knows I don't push it. I don't, I've got relationships with them and that I want to keep, and if I push things that they're not ready for, then it creates a bit of friction, and I don't want that because I love my family. So,
right.
There's a time and place for it. You'll realize that time. I let it out there because I couldn't hold it in any longer. But they respect that, and as long as I don't force it on anyone, that's my experience.
At that point, you just wait till somebody asks you a question and then rejoice that they ask you.
There you go.
Or make a little snipe comment, like just to dangle some bait out there and see if somebody wants to have the conversation. Because some people do want to have that conversation. They're eager to meet a flat earther and find out why they think the earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, in my personal experience in the past 6 months, I had a childhood friend that I reconnected with on Instagram, had liked a similar post that someone did. I think it's some flat earth thing. And so I was talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I don't believe we're on a spinning ball anymore. And I thought that was very interesting because he's just from the same town as I am. He's a dad, has kids, and he just was very straightforward with it. And we hadn't really talked in 20 years, but we were best friends as kids. So it was just, thought that was very surprising. That I've had a few other close friends that have also been afraid to talk about it, but then it came up like through conversation on some conspiracy and going, yeah, imagine how deep it could go. It could go all the way to flat earth. And they're like, yeah, and they didn't really, they didn't balk at it. So I see more and more people open to the idea. And then a lot of people that are also not conspiracy theorists in my life talking about just the state of the world, the feelings, COVID, all of that is kind of opening their eyes. So something is definitely happening where people know that things are really weird of what's going on. Just got to my destination, guys, so I'm going to have to sign off, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time and everyone's comments, and thanks for being so respectful, and I look forward to listening in the near future.
Before you go, you're welcome, and before you go, I just want to say one quick thing. If he's your friend, you might want to consider the idea of just dropping the conversation with him and not pursuing it wholeheartedly all the time.
Okay.
Because, like if you enjoy his friendship, like, is it worth ending your friendship over? Like, I mean, some people kind of just get rubbed the wrong way, and it ends relationships, dude. It really does.
No, thank you for saying that. It has been hard on me because I just was like, look, if you respect me as a person, you know me 20 years, and you know that I'm not just going to make you watch something that I haven't put a lot of research and thought into before pulling you in. And I just want your perspective. I don't need you to believe it. I just need you to absorb the information in the way that it's supposed to be absorbed in its entirety, and then see if anything pops into place down the road, because you're in the industry. I would love to hear if you're like, hey, you know what? That was kind of weird and never left. And if this information's true, then he's not going to be able to run from it. It's going to eventually catch up with everyone, I would imagine, as if they really paid attention to what the clues are. So that's kind of where I'm at with him.
See, when you bring it up, does he get a little bit emotional, like over emotional?
Well, luckily he's an engineer, so he's not emotional.
No, but a lot of people do, bro. Usually that's what tells you to sort of ease off the gas a little bit, because with my ex-girlfriend, she's really intelligent, she loved space. That's one of the things that we got on, like, to begin with, to all the shit we used to talk about, but she just won't even entertain it, and she instantly gets fucking irate if I even mention it. So
that was you're first in their bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she knows that I'm not just going to jump on some bullshit fucking story that I've not thought of,
Well, I'm having him watch American Moon. Have you guys heard of that documentary?
No, I don't think so.
It's really well done. It's all about the moon landing hoax. They're not flat earthers. In fact, they even have a disclaimer saying, we don't want flat earthers using this information in the very beginning of their video. But unfortunately for them, it's like if we can't land on the moon because it's not something we can land on, then it's the same as why we didn't go. You know what I'm saying? So the information is very well presented. It's organized. It's good quality production, and I'm having him watch that, and he's like, yeah, this is weird. So, I'm just gonna try to. He said he'll give me every couple weeks an hour, so we're at a good place right now.
Well, bro, take a look at that link that I dropped in the live stream chat. I'll drop it again, bro.
Okay, and I'll try to drop American
I'll
Meat
drop
because
one
as well.
too.
Helios History is good.
On you go, bro. Sorry.
You guys watch Celebrate Truth, the Robbie Davidson channel?
From time to time, yeah.
That one seems to have a lot of good information every now and then too, and I really enjoyed learning from that. I mean, Rob Skiba was on there a lot, and a few other people too. And I don't know how everyone feels about everyone. I know that there's controversy even within the flat Earth community about who's got the right answers or whatever. But again, it's just about absorbing the knowledge and making your own decision down the road.
Well, the right answer is the Earth is flat and stationary. After that, you can just make up whatever you want, really.
Yeah, it's interesting.
That's one thing we can all agree with, man. Right? There's a vast amount of different beliefs in the flat Earth community, but we can all agree that we're not moving, and there doesn't appear to be any curvature.
Yeah.
Apart from that, it doesn't really matter.
That's very mind blowing. Hey guys, thanks again. Have a great day, and I'll sign on another time. Probably see me real soon. So
Take care, man.
thank
Be
you.
safe.
Take
Watch out
care,
for
guys.
zombies. That's what Adrian says.
All right. Bye.
We got another guy that's came in. His name is Lamppost. The old dude and I signed him in. If you guys want to talk to him.
Lamppost. Original name. Yo, Lamppost, brother, you can speak up if you want to have the floor.
Lamppost. How you doing, Lamppost?
Are you guys talking to the lamppost? Sorry, I had to say that.
Lamppost.
I'm busy. He wasn't busy a minute ago.
He's busy, Radwin. He's busy. He's a lamppost. Lampposts are.
Old dude and I think we've talked to him before.
Hey, you imagine a world without lampposts, though. They work hard.
Busy with the call. Well, dude, I hope everything goes okay with the health of whatever's going on. I really do, man.
Well, at least he's not part of the Broken Mike gang, so at least he's honest.
Oh, he
Broken Mike gang.
We talked.
This mic works. Hey, guys. Broken Mike Gang's lives matters too.
We talked to him. So
that's something I would do.
Did it sound alright? Or?
Working at the hospital.
But I hope I was able to cross over a line to show you that I understand what you're saying, Spake, earlier, because it's not a line that I cross over very often. But I mean, I'd be lying to say I never thought about the things that you have going on in your mind about what God is and what the books say and all that stuff.
Are you guys really bringing this up again?
I've kind of got past it, bro. I'm not like.
I just want Spake to know that I understand. That's all I want to say. I don't want to leave dirt in the water or anything like that. I think we kind of hit the nail on the head on the whole thing. It's just.
I don't want to say anything provocative, but I'm going to say something provocative.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
No, thank you. That was a perfect answer. Miggy, why are you so mean? You're like the meanest person here, Miggy.
But you know what?
Listen, makes you cheer.
They even said that about Spake, man. Every one of us who will stand up for truth will always be the ones to be called out names. Usually.
Oh, yeah.
We just got to leave the sophistry at the door, guys. Just stick to the simple facts, measurements, and observe truth, right? That's what we stick to. Leave the sophistry for other channels, bro.
Who's that?
Who said that? Who said that saying, so people hate you, good, that means you stood for something?
Who was saying
Somebody
this?
made
I
that
don't
thing.
recognize the voice.
I think that's Logris, isn't it?
Is that Log?
Yeah, that's me.
Who the fuck is that guy?
We don't recognize Logris in here. He's always in the chill chat.
I know, or the movie chat. He's playing movies.
He's always chill. He does well. Locris is simultaneously always chill and has no chill, and I don't know how he does it, but he does.
Oh, yeah. Years of training, my friend.
He keeps it balanced right in the middle.
What? He has no balance.
Hey, well, turtles can they find their level if you flip them over.
Shut the fuck up, Tim.
See, the Spring Corpse has been in here for quite a while. Does anybody unmute him yet?
Oh, what?
The Spring Corpse has been in here quite a long time.
Spring Corpse.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Old dude.
They're trying to take our jobs.
It does sound like old dude.
Take the jobs. We don't want them.
Did you download Looney Tunes yet, CB?
I did. I need to.
Our jobs, but they'll never take our gyros.
Just label it McTunes.
I read that get in my belly while you were saying that, so it changed the accent of. I'm sorry, I hate
You
the
might
way my
need to
brain works
explain what
sometimes. My
a
bad.
gyro is. Like,
What's that, bro?
Welfare check.
I don't think everyone gets what a gyro is.
Yeah, they don't
heard
do
Mike
gyros
check.
anymore, man. But
That's the
Mike
gold
check,
money,
Mike
isn't
check.
it?
yeah,
Get out of here, we hear you.
they got a bank transfer.
Yeah.
I heard a mic check. Who's asking for a mic check?
1, 2, 1, 2.
I can't see anything lit up. Keep talking so we can find out who you are. There's a lot of people here.
Everybody talk at once. Just kidding.
We want you in the live stream.
No.
Okay, Jabron.
I do not consent to this interaction.
Hey, do you guys really think the Earth is flat?
Nah, of course not. We're all trolls
No,
and retards.
we know it.
But how can you think the Earth is flat? It's really dumb.
No.
Because we're all stupid.
Because we look
That's a
out of
serious
our
question.
windows and we observe.
Is that a serious question?
What is this round Earth you speak of?
Where's
I
the
have
X,
never
though?
heard of this thing.
Have you not seen it on TV?
Clear.
You must have seen it on TV.
What's round Earth?
Dude, that was Tim.
What is the round Earth?
He's more of a flat earther than anybody else in here.
Thank you.
You know, I don't even know what to say pretending to be a glober. It's so hard just to think up, what do they say when they come in, you know? Like, oh, you guys are dumb.
Have a few
Clearly-
lobotomies and
clearly
then
a
you'll
ball.
figure it out.
Have you not seen the moon?
Are the other planets flat too?
Planet.
Hey, CB, play that clip of that piker showing up.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
The best one they come with is, did you all fail high school?
It's kind of like they're asking, hey, weren't you told that the Earth was a ball like how I was?
I've seen it on TV, bro.
You guys need to read a book.
Or watch a fucking Discovery Channel documentary.
So, if the Earth is a ball, why are books flat?
According to Snopes, you guys are wrong.
I think it's funny Snopes calling themselves Snopes just because it's such a stupid sounding name. Like, I mean, what the hell kind of a name is that? Seriously.
You cannot start with the question if Earth is a globe. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, because you're already doubting yourself. You're asking us to imagine.
Yeah. Why to imagine globe when we have a globe?
Yeah, if it's so true, then why do we have to imagine anything? It would be there, right in front of us.
Well, Snope says the Earth is a planet, so I believe the Earth is a planet.
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Epic.
That clip's so good.
Yeah.
When he gets him in the so you're going to believe men who wrote a book who you never met before?
You just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
That sounds like what Einstein and fucking Newton did.
Yeah, that was
The funny thing about that
It's
is-
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's from that show. The funny thing about that is, even if you've met the individual, that doesn't mean that what they're saying is necessarily true. Like, if I met Buzz Aldrin and he told me, "Oh yeah, I went to the moon in 1969," I'd be like, "Okay, now can we demonstrate that to be true by replicating that?"
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Can you imagine if you take a drone, and if drone it's how to say, it's only hovering, and if it's happened that drone is going away from us, that means that we are stationary.
Why are we imagining, Sasha?
Let's say in this story, because now we are moving, because of angular momentum, If we put the drone now, the drone is rotating, even if it's hovering, even if it's not moving. But let's say if we have that phenomena that we are going away from drone, that means that we are stationary.
We got some people in here we need to talk to.
If we prove the Coriolis, practically, we will prove the stationary, because now it's working conservation of angular momentum, But if we prove the Coriolis, then we can prove the stationary thing.
Hey, do you guys remember the guy yesterday that we're talking to? He said he took a drone, and the lines that coming from the light that's coming from the sun is mostly parallel. You guys remember that?
What does that mean?
He's like, the light, the rays from the sun are actually parallel. Well, they're close to being parallel. You remember him saying that?
Yeah,
well,
I do.
That's another true or false statement. It's either parallel or not.
Yeah, he said that they were parallel, but because of how they come to your eye, they're not there. That's what his statement was.
Parallel to the drone?
No, they're parallel. They're parallel to you. They just converge as they go out.
Bro, I heard the Global. I heard the Global say about a year ago that if you look through a toilet roll tube, that when you look at crepuscular rays through a toilet roll tube, they are parallel.
What?
That's what he said.
Is that the same toilet paper tube you use to measure the curve of the horizon?
The same toilet paper he used to wipe the shit off his fucking chin.
I've got a serious question. So we're talking about perspective with X, Y, and Z axes. So All right. If X and Y, X is cross, Y is front, forward, and backwards. Z is up and down, vertical. Now, is it true that perspective does not work on the Z axis?
Perspective works on all axes, all angles.
But not as harsh as what we see the sun rays coming through the clouds. Correct.
It depends what you're observing and what atmosphere, the conditions you're observing it through. But perspective over distance, things will disappear on all angles. You have to consider how far above you are above the surface, for example. But yeah. It'll disappear from all angles. It's not going to get thinner, but not stop getting wider, for example.
Yeah.
It's going to reduce in size.
So perspective works on all axes. Is correct.
Yeah.
All right. I just had to clear that up because someone told me it doesn't work on the Z-axis. I'm not sure that makes any sense because if things are getting further away,
then why do planes look like they're small?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know it sounds like a dumb question, but
remind me, was the Z-axis back to front, as in from
sorry,
away?
up and down, vertical.
Yeah, no, see, that would be things getting smaller in the distance. Like a big tree that you're standing next to, you walk away from it, you turn around, it's shrunk in size, and the Z-axis, it has gotten smaller, right?
Okay, but it doesn't work for corpuscular rays then? No?
X, Y, and Z should be X left to right, Y U forward to back, and then Z up and down. This is how you should be seeing it. That's how we use it in making stuff when we're machining. That's the same plane we use. X, Y, Z. Z is up and down. So that's, if you ever hear me say it and I'm wrong, then somebody learned it different, because I'm just going by what I've known my whole life. X goes left, right, Y from you out, and Z up and down.
So if you're going to draw a perspective drawing, the Z axis, if you're drawing a building in that axis, does that converge at the top, or does it lines remain parallel?
Trying to figure out what you asked me.
I'll put something in the live stream.
Thank you, mate.
But so I think the way the X and Y axis, so like if you look at algebra, and you look at the X axis, it's left and right. If you look at the first horizontal, if you look at the Y axis, it's vertical. But then when you create that Z axis, you have to take that X and Y axis and lay it forward. I think that's the way that you're trying to describe it, correct? And then the Z axis goes straight up.
No, guys, I'm saying this respectfully. I've been on CAD for 25 years and astrophysicist, doctor astrophysicist. I wanted to ask you, last time I thought, so as Gizbo was saying, even when you look at graphing, you always label the graph along the bottom from left to right. That's the x-axis. The y-axis is along the left side going up and down. I thought, I honestly, for what I've learned, was the z-axis. My teacher taught it that it's the train tracks going away and to you.
So
I'd say that respectfully.
Even on a 3D printer, it's laid out X, Y, Z as you're up and down.
And I get that. So, like, you take that graph, right? So this is why I think that it's written that way in the computing. If you take that XY axis on a flat piece of paper and you lay it down out in front of you, and then you draw a plumb line straight up, that's your Z axis.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's how I've seen it myself.
So I learned something new today too. In graphing, the Z-axis is always straight out in front of you in a two-dimensional design. But it sounds like when you're working in the real world, that's not how it works. The Z-axis.
So, crude example, right? I just put something in the voice text. So those trees are the Z. So as they get further away, if those trees were taller, would they go to a convergent point, or would they be parallel either side? Do you know what I mean? So if you're looking at a building, shut up, Tim. If you're looking at a building really far away, do the two edges of the building, if they kept on going up, would they converge? Or would they remain parallel the whole way up?
Oh, from standing in between the two of them, looking straight up.
No, because that would change the axis.
Yeah, that change, right?
Oh, you mean like in the distance?
Yeah, in the distance, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The convergent point of the horizon, or the point of the back, converges. Right? So it gets smaller. If you walk away from that tree another mile, it's not going to appear to be the same size, is it?
Right.
No, of course not. Yeah, but if that tree was, call it 500 meters tall, would it, in my perspective, would that tree converge? The two lines of the tree converge. The tree's a bad example because it's already thin. But let's use it as a building.
Yeah, no, because you've got a surface that you are looking. Yeah, so the bottom of the tree, for example. Right, that will probably disappear before the top of the tree because you've got a very narrow angle towards the bottom of that tree. It's like if I was to put a brick in place of that tree, right, at say 100 meters, right, now, or at a distance that you couldn't see a brick on the floor, but I was to pile the bricks up, eventually you'd see a huge stack of bricks and the brick on top, even though you couldn't resolve the brick on the bottom. Does that make sense?
Is that why it appear to disappear from the bottom up?
Pretty much, yeah, because you have a very narrow angle to the thing that you're observing across the surface, which creates one of the angles. As soon as it starts disappearing into an area that your eye can't resolve, it is therefore too small to see. But if I was to make it taller, you'd eventually see a pile of bricks. But you still wouldn't be able to see the bottom one unless you got closer and increased your angle of view so you could resolve the bottom brick.
Talking about like if you raise yourself in elevation.
I think it's also worth pointing out with that example with what you're talking about, I think, or with the ships that I'm talking about, that as it appears to disappear from the bottom up, that the top portion that you can still see, while the bottom portion, 1/3 or 1/2 or whatever, appears to disappear. The bottom portion, if you pay very close attention, appears to be magnified, which is also part of this effect. As an image becomes magnified, it increases in angular surface area, if that's a term. I think there's another term I'd use for it, but you know what I mean. The point is, it becomes magnified, and as it becomes magnified, the image would become larger, and as the image becomes larger, naturally the bottom will be cut off first because it's the image becoming large. It's an optical effect, not an actual effect.
So this might help more what I'm kind of getting at. You see the vertical lines on the building remain parallel. Yeah. So I'm just trying to relate it to corpuscular rays. So globers will say the corpuscular rays are due to perspective. So they start small and then they splay out. But what I'm trying to get at is that's on a z-axis. So the z-axis should remain. If those light rays are coming in parallel, those light rays should remain parallel on the z-axis. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. So okay. All right. I probably wasn't explaining it right.
So Kiwi, yeah, so on a mill, XYZ, Z is up and down on a mill, CNC. On a lathe, is that what you were working on?
Brother, you know what? and I gave further thought to it, and I actually thought about a cube, and I was like, holy shit, he's so right, because when you think about a cube, you give it length and width, right, and then that third dimension is actually the volume. That's what gives it volume. So yeah, depending on what you're using it to, I was looking at it from the perspective when we did 3D modeling, taking models from AutoCAD into 3D Viz back in my college days. That was how we went at it. So I think from a perspective basis, they explain the Zedness is coming out at you. But yeah, no, I apologize for stepping in on that way.
All right, I just didn't know if you got that from CNC mill are different than a CNC lathe.
Yeah,
so
and that,
your Z-axis on a lathe is generally your tool going in and out.
Exactly. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. It's actually hilarious because I was just pounding out a message in the chat to you, but I'll obviously withdraw it now.
It was Dimbo that was asking about hospital road, right? What is that? That key. Got key Dimbo with stuff like that.
By the way, just to clarify that thing I said earlier, the magnifying effect, as far as I know, is increased with higher humidity and decreased with lower humidity.
Yeah, so humidity would be water in the air. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Water does act as a magnification. If it's dry air, there's nothing for it to the light to go through, so to speak. But so more humidity, and you get more of a dispersal.
So anybody talked about you guys that was just that was great.
Hey, so I heard a friend of mine many years ago say something that I was kind of skeptical about, but now I'm talking about humidity. I'm thinking maybe he was right. He said that he had heard somewhere that on a cloudy day with a certain amount of cloud cover, that, or maybe it's not a certain amount, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think it would be, I think the way you describe it is a certain amount, that you're actually more prone to like ultraviolet radiation becoming a problem on your skin because of the combination of the sunlight with the cloud cover. That like a regular dry day is less hazardous in regards to ultraviolet light than a cloudy day because of simply the effect of the ultraviolet light with the clouds before it hits your skin. I was wondering what thoughts you guys had on that, whether that's nonsense or true or what.
We have these days here, so the UV in Australia is pretty extreme. So as I understand it, I think that does have an effect, but it's more that when on cloudy days people don't use sun protection, so they classify it as high because people aren't careful. Whereas if the sun's out and there's no cloud cover, most people protect themselves from the sun.
I know that UV light, when it hits skin, converts vitamin B2 and vitamin B3 with the help of calcitonin. So I just know ultraviolet light has its benefits. It's just when you concentrate it, like getting into suntanning bed, that you're probably doing more harm than kind of like microwaving your food. I don't know. What do y'all think about that?
What about microwaving your food?
I think that the sun's good for you. I don't know if that's what you were talking about.
Right.
I think
No, I was saying microwaving your food technically is bad, but if you do it, and, like, people don't use the power settings on their microwave. They'll keep it at maximum power, high power, and they'll microwave their food for a minute and a half. And that's probably not good. I mess with my power settings. I'll microwave for a minute and a half when I'm reheating food, if that's what I need to do real quick. But I'll set it to like 70%, 80%. And you'll see the microwave cut on and cut off. So it's not a constant microwave. But as far as ultraviolet light goes, ultraviolet light has purpose in like bone health, vitamin D3. Like, you don't have vitamin D3 in your body, but that's why we go outside, because your body creates vitamin D3 from vitamin D2, and it needs ultraviolet light in order to do that.
So there's also studies these days that people aren't getting enough of it because they use too much sunscreen. I don't know how true these studies are, but it makes a lot of sense because, the sunscreen these days are made out of nanoparticles and stuff like that. So it actually blocks all the good stuff that you're getting from the sun.
Well, and you absorb everything through your skin.
Just so you guys know, but the skin cancer rates, the skin cancer rates are much higher that work out for it.
You're cutting out your robot.
Yeah, I thought it was me, but
I didn't hear you.
What'd you say,
I
Orion?
know cancer rates are higher in people who use sunscreen.
Yeah,
that's what I've heard.
That's what I came across as well.
I mean, I've seen some,
but not just that. But even excluding the sunscreen, people that work indoors, like office jobs in front of a desk, like in front of a computer, like in a cubicle, people that work that kind of a job, they are much more prone to develop skin cancer than people that work outside and spend much time outside.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense because you build up immunities. Yeah.
Your skin burns, and so it gets a little thicker. It's not all mushy.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I always tell folks not to use some cream, sunblock, and I always tell them not to use a microwave as well.
Very irresponsible, mate.
I always tell them, you better have put in olive oil on your skin, to be honest. And they're like, what, cook? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you followed up with a bit of that as well.
But I mean, that kind of, in my opinion, this is my speculation. It goes back to them trying to keep us busy. And so they want us covered so that way we're not getting the benefits of the sun.
But I'm wondering, when you say that, have you done that before? And does olive oil have a sunscreen-like effect as far as preventing sunburn?
Oh, no. I'm talking about getting some nice colour on you.
Yeah, they used to do it in the 80s, didn't they?
I'm not talking about protecting yourself in any way. I mean, look, get a hat. Don't spend too much time in the sun. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too cynical sometimes.
I thought you said getting a boil on your nose.
Yeah, I'm just saying, when they talk about sunblock, I always say, no, just put some olive oil on. You'll be fine.
Well, I heard olive oil actually has benefits. Not necessarily the cooking portion of it, but like olive oil is just good for skin, keeping skin healthy.
Yeah, it's more of a joke just to go the opposite way, if you know what I mean.
Well, I think there's a time and place for everything. So, like, take for instance, like one particular instance where I think I would put on sunscreen, but it probably would go with the ones that aren't full of aluminum, and other weird things that they put in sunscreen. Yeah, well, maybe even a little bit of alcohol, but just none of the really, really bad, weird stuff. Like you can get sunscreen that's just not made by some shady, stupid company. Like you can go out of your way to get that. But what I'm saying is, like, if you climb a mountain, like if I were to climb Mount St. Helens, which is 7,800 feet at the highest elevation, like you're prone to getting sunburn at the top of it. So it would make sense to put sunscreen on when you're doing something like that, but maybe not necessarily all the time, like they say so on the TV.
All right, who said hello? You can go ahead and go. Hello, who said hello?
Oh, sorry. That was me, mate. I just got home. I was just saying hello to my daughter.
Oh. So I understand about transdermal reception, like how things keep to the skin. Like we absorb everything. That's how diffusion works. That's just an example of how diffusion works. The skin is a really thick membrane for diffusion. Certain things get in, let's get them because your skin's thick. But that's how transdermal medications get certain. And one of the things that they'll do to help with the reception of getting through your skin is using alcohol. The alcohol thins the pore line. So I don't know if y'all knew about that. That's why I have concerns about what's in your sunscreen, because a lot of times they'll use alcohol that helps your body receive it better, like ethanol or something like that. I just thought I would share that with y'all, my little bit of medical knowledge there.
Well, I mean, we've probably all seen the reports of sunblock giving you cancer. I don't know. In Truth the channels, so whether it does or not, I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me in the clown world, because it's totally upside down, isn't it? I don't know. I just think that, like, a lot of people these days, they'll put, like girls, they'll put Vaseline on the lips, for instance, and this kind of thing, and what ends up happening is it just damages your own natural protection that's already there. And then you end up having to be reliant on this stuff, So don't do it.
So probably what Orion was asking, he was asking about UV rays in cloudy days versus UV rays in sunny days. I think it might be a mean. It's just me speculating. It might be a mean for them, for you to constantly put sunscreen on and screw up your immune system even more than to just do it for part of the time. That's me on speculation. No, I don't use sunscreen on cloudy days at all. And if I use sunscreen on a sunny day, it's because I plan on spending 8 hours in school.
Yeah, I suppose it's easy for me to say. I live in the UK, so it's easy for me to say. We get sun for 2 months a year, so.
Dude, the fog is killing you, man.
Where the hell do you live, man? You get spoilt with 2 months. We get 2 days.
Yeah, I have had sunstroke once, actually, in Spain. When that wasn't too pleasant, so.
A good topic to bring up, Orion. Is, eat healthy, eat good for you. Calcium is important. Things that give you calcium are going to help you out. And the only way your body's going to absorb calcium by going out in the sunlight. Your body converts that calcium into the bones. And D3 is the only way the body will receive calcium, but it has to converts vitamin D2 to vitamin D3, and then those two combine, go to the bone. But you need UV light to convert vitamin D2 to vitamin D3.
I'm not sure if it's the only way. I think it's almost the only way. So 80% of the bioavailable, that means your body's absorbing it one way or another and utilizing it. It's in a utilizable form by your. So 80% of the bioavailable vitamin D that your body ever gets is through your skin, and that's the cholesterol coming in contact with sunlight and transforming into vitamin D. So it's sunlight. The other 20%. The other 20% comes from eating it. So you can either get this through food in various forms or supplements in various forms. But just keep in mind that even if you eat 100 vitamin D supplements every day, even if you overdose on those, you're only going to still be able to absorb through your digestive system 20% of your body's requirement for vitamin D.
So that's a big deal. 80%, man. 80% is a big deal. But I know direct sunlight is more important than indirect sunlight, and the best times to get direct sunlight are before, like, the 10:30 a.m., 11 a.m. portion, after 2:30, 2:30, because that overhead direct sunlight is just havoc. I mean, we can't avoid it if we can't. People have to work, people have to get stuff done. But the best time to receive it is from sunrise to about 10:30 a.m. and from about 2:30 p.m. to sunset. That's just from my readings about sun eaters and sun gazers and stuff like that. Take it for what it is. This isn't medical advice. Although I do believe sunlight is medical advice. It's just something in the sun in the day. It's 15 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, I just came to a point where I was just like, okay, I'll just accept that. I'm not going to see it for a while, around this sort of time. I'm just not going to see it for a while. And I start taking, like, supplements. Well, then I started hearing some dodgy things about taking vitamin D, and I can't remember what that was now, but I just remember someone saying something who I respected. And so I stopped taking it, and I thought, it's fine. Sure, I'll just get it from food, because I eat a good varied diet, so...
Pay attention to your inactive ingredients. Do research on what the inactive ingredients. Pay attention to those. Vitamin D is good, but look at what it's attached to.
Okay, somebody say who I can understand. You're not coming through too well, Ryan. You're coming through a bit better.
Well, I was going to say, so when you look at a supplements bottle, make sure to read all of the ingredients very carefully and understand all of the ingredients. I'll give you an example. There's this thing, it comes in two different forms and labeled in two different forms. It's a magnesium stearate or vegetable stearate. So this is an ingredient that's added to, I would guess roughly off the top of my head, maybe 70 to 80% or so. I'm pretty sure it's above 50%, if not 50% at least, of all the supplements you will find on the stores, any grocery store shelf or health food store shelf anywhere. This is in all of, not all of, but a very large portion of all the supplements. Now, this thing, vegetable stearate or magnesium stearate, it is an ingredient that is added for one purpose and one purpose only. It's for when the machine itself that's cranking out the pills that they sell you, it's so that the machine doesn't get gummed up, because the actual material that they're using to make the supplements tends to be a material that gums up machines like that. So they add this additive to it as effectively, technically, I guess the term is, it's an industrial lubricant. You're eating an industrial lubricant. But this industrial lubricant, magnesium stearate or vegetable stearate, it has another problem with it. This is the real problem. it inhibits your ability to absorb glucosamine sulfate and potentially, maybe, I don't know, possibly other nutritional supplements. So the thing is, if you can find a nutritional supplement that doesn't have vegetable stearate or magnesium stearate in it, then that means that the manufacturers put a little more care and effort into a quality product, having a quality product. And if it has it added, then it's going to reduce your ability to absorb it.
And I want to add this.
Never heard that before.
If I'm coming in low, just stop me. But look into boron or boron. That's an ingredient that's added in the pill to help with the time release property. It's inactive. Your body doesn't digest it, but it has to break it down to get to the next ingredient. And so you really got to look at what your body's trying to break away and break down that's going through your intestines in order to get to the next ingredient. This is probably one of the main reasons why this ingredient, boron borat, or there's other ingredients that are similar to it, that they add to it. That's why when you take thick shit, you'll see like part of pill still in there. Your body didn't digest it all. It gave up. And so you're putting your body through it. It's just something to consider. I literally stopped taking multivitamins. I just try to eat as big a variety as I can. They eat their own. There's people in here that will tell you different health advice, and I mean, all we can do is live, right? And fight to live. And but everybody brings a wealth of knowledge to the table. So it's all worth considering hearing. People will tell me, "Oh, that's bad information." Information is information. You have to determine what's good and bad. You got to put it to the test. And I think Kim said earlier, is it Kim? Somebody I saw earlier said something about like what it might have been somewhere else that I read it. What might be good for one person might be poison for another person. And so that's a hard one to come by too, but it happens. Anyway, I appreciate that conversation, Ryan. It's not often I get to talk about what I know. My microphone coming in okay? Everybody's listening to me now. Everybody's all muted up.
Yeah, I got you.
You broke up over there.
Oh,
yeah. But no, it's really good. Good conversation. Like, take care of your bodies and put it to the test. And, give it rest. Put it to the test. Teach it how to live in this world. Almost impossible to get away from GMO these days. So take care of yourself. What's up, Tim? My Viking. My Canadian friend Timbo over there. Lunatic, probably at work. How you doing, girly?
What?
Ryan. What?
You just making shout outs? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just saying hi, man.
No, I think he's confused about who he was talking to. It was Orion.
No, I knew it was Orion.
Oh, okay.
I know Orion's voice.
All right, my bad, dude. I thought I misunderstood what was happening then.
What's up, Gizbo? What's up?
But Glatt and Orion, they have similar voices, but Orion is a little more pronounced.
For the record, his name is pronounced Jizbo.
It's Jizz with a bow. I'm just sitting here at the gym talking to y'all. That's why I sound winded while I'm talking. I'm not doing anything else at home. Who else is in here? We got any new buddies? What's up, Michael Gleason? Conspiracy. FE Batman. I never hear FE Batman open his mic anymore. I always see him in the live. EX8, they're new to me. Johanna, Morvis, holding it down in the lobby. You need some people in the live stream. You know, I hear people saying, "Oh, this content the live stream. Don't give them any content." And we don't need y'all out there. Somebody out there is going to hear us. They're going to get curious. They're going to come in. We're going to get all the content we'll ever need. What, less than 1% of the world believes in the flat Earth, so that's 99% of the world out there. 7 billion people. I'm pretty sure every day of our lives, we're going to get people to come in here as long as this server stays active.
You reckon it's that little amount?
Just a little bit every day.
I think it's more than that.
I'm excited. I agree with what Miggy did last night. I think we got to kind of, like, when people come in here calling, we got to hold his hand to the fire and see what we do. Is everybody having a good New Year so far? And some people are having good too. Hope everybody's getting better. I started my New Year back in October. Started working out more consistently. My third day in the gym. Trying to get that healthy lifestyle back in.
Having a good year so far. I'm ready to flat smack. Any Globers?
It'd be funny if there was just a bell ringing sound anytime somebody said flat smack, like ding ding.
That would be awesome.
And we need to need Stevie in here to have another one. I want him to do that thing where Rocky goes, don't we need a bell? And you hear ding, ding. You could do that whenever there's like a patrol that walks in and starts trolling. All right, I'm gonna say it. I want Eddie Bravo to come in here. I want him to come in here and say what's up, chill with us for an hour. Just saying. Actually, he's gonna hear it. What's up, Roderick?
I think it's kind of weird that Pantheon could be watched for free on Amazon, and now it's like unlisted. Like, you can't access the videos.
What's up, man?
Hey, Roderick. What's Pantheon? I've never heard of that. I don't watch TV anymore, so I'm
It's about uploaded intelligence and artificial intelligent gods. Or uploaded consciousness. And it's just interesting that they were playing it and everybody could watch it for free, and then now it's like you can't access it. It basically says I can't access it in my area, and I'm like, well, why is this censored from me now?
Only that you can't upload consciousness.
I had my ways. I still downloaded it, but that's beside the point. I shouldn't have had to.
Because consciousness doesn't happen in the brain.
Well, what it's saying is these are copies of people. It's not the actual person. Like, you die when it makes a copy of you, and then your digital clone would live on inside the computer. It'll act like you and do everything you would do, but it's not actually you. Right. But then they got the then they had a philosophical question: is it you? And all that nonsense. But that's just confusion stuff.
You know what comes to mind as soon as I hear that?
What's
you ever
that?
see that movie, The Good Son?
I can't. Oh, yeah. I could barely make out what you're saying though.
That movie, The Good Son, Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was scary. That movie.
Dude, that movie was creepy, very disturbing.
I kind of liked it because it's like that sort of interesting take on how people would view children if they that crazy, like a kid being that out of control.
Would they allow it to happen?
In my opinion, when you see stuff like that, it can kind of give you a decent example as to why they used to stone children back in the Old Testament. Like, if you have a little psychopathic kid, obviously.
Well, back then there wasn't a solid concept of childhood like we got today. Children were just considered small adults.
Yeah, that's true.
When I was a child, I thought as a child. Became a man, put away childish things.
That's true also.
I think that they treated children like silly little women until they became men. Like, really, I think that's the men. And I'm not saying that that's my perspective. I'm saying that I think that was like the perspective of the time. Is they treated all children like whether male or female, like you're a silly little woman until you learn something. And then when they became man, they'd start treating them like men. Like, about the time they turned 13. Like, oh, your balls are dropping. You're starting to the voice deepen, get bigger, muscular. You're a man now. Whatever.
Yeah.
All that crazy shit. They really are kind of rites of passage, though, that are unavoidable for people. And so obviously it would be rooted in our history like that. But what is a man? They can't even tell us what a woman is, so what's a man? Let's start there first, since they existed first. Oh no, my evolution. My evolutionary timeline.
Guys, you want to hear this the craziest thing that made me laugh and then, like, I don't know, gawk and cringe after I thought about it for a while the other day when I was just driving listening to the news or radio.
What?
So, like, they were talking on the radio how they were saying, "Oh, this is a historic moment. It's the first time that a transgender woman is on death row and being put to death today," or something along those lines. And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, so it's not really like it's historic as far as, you know, some individual saying this about themselves and also happen to be an individual on death row. Not really historic by any relevant sense, but just, you know, the first of the kind. Let's call it that." But the thing that made me cringe is how the news reporter referred to. He said that up to this point in time, since the death penalty has been reinstated since the 1970s, that 1,600 people on death row have been put to death since the 1970s. Only 17 of them were not men. And but when he said 17, he was including the transgender man. So basically, because it's a man calling himself a woman in the history books, he's at least partially counted as in the statistical books, where he's counted as a woman because he's calling himself a woman, even though he's one of the 1,600 plus men being put to death. And it's just the way that they worded it. It was just so, like, just bizarre as hell.
They treat it like it's an honor and a privilege to be put there in history. Like, yeah, this is the first.
Well, no, not in that sense. Well, no, the way that when I say that, not in that sense. When I say that is, he was saying that, like, oh, of the 17 women to be put to death since the death.
I know what you meant too.
1970s.
I was
he was saying, like,
adding to.
It's like, oh, this is number 18. This transgender woman, just a man. A woman, like, it's just nuts. It's just nuts. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
like,
essentially, it's just they're just putting a man to death.
Yeah, it's like I was like saying to myself, like, it's a man. It's a man. It's just a mental man.
You can identify as anything and be the first whatever to be put to death for that. Like, but yeah, you're right. Like, it's just a lie. That's all it is a lie.
And nuts is what it is.
Clown world.
That shit.
Hey, on the bright side, I mean, you know, that does say a lot of good about women, right? You know, of all the 1,600 individuals or so to be put to death for murder, capital punishment, since the 1970s in the United States, only 17 of them are women. Yeah, it really doesn't say a lot of good stuff about it, does it?
No, it just means that they don't get caught. They watch those murder mystery things and stuff, dude. They're all like, yeah, you really think they're going to get busted?
And it's a man's world, right?
I think it was Dave Chappelle that said, no, it was not Dave Chappelle, it was Bill Barr. Is that the comedian name? Bill Barr? This dude was like, man, if women had to suffer the same penalties as men did for the shit that they get away with, they'd fucking think twice about doing the shit that they're doing.
Yeah, there's been cases where male and female, accomplices, and like the woman almost walks away scot-free, and the man sentenced to death.
Yep.
It's like, how could the accomplice, just because of what's between their legs, determine culpability?
It's that submission side. They were submitting to the dominant portion. They were being controlled. They were submitting.
Yeah, that could be a mitigating circumstance, but accomplices are 100% culpable.
That's what these transgender
that's sexist.
ideas. They're so coward that they can't take the punishment of a man for the mistakes that they make, the consequential mistakes that they do, and so they want to be treated like women and get away with it.
They want lesser punishment.
That's one good reason to not be put to death is to be a trans woman.
And maybe I'm being an asshole for saying that, but I'm
Boys, can we get off the transgender subject, man? I can't and come back and use
Well, yeah, but I was just gonna put a concept about judges and juries. So, like, just imagine the concept of a judge or jury being faced with the concept of potentially sending someone on death row or not, if they're male or female. I can easily imagine a female being on the stand or being accused of murder, and or being even charged with murder and being found guilty of murder, but simply not being put on death row because it's like, oh, I don't want to put this young woman on death row because it just seems cruel because it's a woman. But if it's a man, then they'd be maybe more like, oh, this asshole killed those fuckers. Yeah, fuck him, send him to the sheriff. Like, I can easily see that playing with judges and juries.
I think that we all agree that we're talking about that everybody should be treated equally when it comes to that. A killer's a killer. Like, period. The gender has nothing to do. A killer is a killer.
Well,
I'm saying I'm not advocating for that myself, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just talking about the rest of the world and how I think things may play out.
And part of the reason why some women, what they're saying, may get away with it is what they. Most of the time, men commit crimes on their own. Women rarely commit crimes on their own. They just that's just the nature of women. Women are gentle with their surroundings, and so they don't commit crimes very often. And so, for them to manipulate a man into committing a crime, you'd have to prove that. It's pretty hard to prove. But anyway, to get off that subject,
for fuck's sake.
It was interesting that was stated in your radio show, and very, very odd. Like, why did that have to be a topic of subject? Like, just all those people that go on death row. I don't about them because that just gives them more notoriety than what they did.
I've been thinking about it. I think that the death penalty should be left in place here in the United States, but I think it should be added with regulations. Like, take for instance, because I've heard of examples, actual stories of people that have been on death row, put to death, and then after they were put to death, new evidence surfaced that showed them to be innocent of the crimes that they were accused of. And so, see, this is a problem. This is a logical reason to advocate against the death penalty, is because just the small number of people that do get put to death that were innocent. It's simply not fair to them. It's not fair to end their life for something they didn't do. But what I'm saying is, so the regulation that I add on top of this that I think might bypass that is if you could somehow formulate a regulation that's worded carefully so it couldn't be abused in one way or another or misinterpreted one way or another. But I'm thinking if someone commits 3 murders, actually murdered 3 people, 3 individuals, and you can prove without a shadow of a doubt that they killed those 3 different people, then I think at that point in time, it's not like 1 murder or 2 murders. If we're talking about 3 separate murders, 3
but even
separate people, say for 3 separate places, at that point in time, it seems to me like it's much more of a reasonable thing, to just have it, what I'm trying to say, it's crazy, because what's crazy about this, what I'm describing, is that there's actually a lot of people in prison, doing life in prison, not on death row, but just doing life in prison, who committed much more than 3 murders. But it's just how the judge or jury, happen to work things out that they end up not on death row, but doing life in prison. Now, so what I'm trying to say is that's an injustice in my mind as well. For someone to commit, say, up to 6 or 7 murders and just be doing life in prison, that doesn't make sense. my sense in my eyes, I'm like, well, if you can convict them of all those murders, then put them to death by all means. But then the idea of turning around and treating another criminal who just murdered one individual and putting them to death while letting that guy who killed 7 people doing life in prison, like, you see, what I'm trying to say is this doesn't make sense, is what I'm saying. And so what I'm saying,
It falls under the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment, though, man. Like, each state has their own laws.
See, the surviving family. What it was
talking about practicality. And so what I'm saying is a practical place to draw the line, at least my idea of a practical place to draw the line is simply 3 murders. If one individual is convicted of 3 murders, and not only is convicted of those 3 murders, but, like, you know, it's very well proven to be, like, there's very little shadow of a doubt that he killed those 3 people.
But they all should be, bro. Even one murder, a jury trial should be without a shadow of a doubt anyway.
Yeah.
Every juror, like, should be without a shadow of a doubt, even one single murder. So, like, that's a bit, like, 3 or 1, like, it doesn't matter, man. But I think it's...
What are you trying to say? I don't get it.
Family. Say someone murdered somebody who had a couple of sons or whatever. I think possibly it could be up to the surviving members of the family if they get put to death or they get made a slave for the economy. Because that's
no. You see, the problem with that falls into the category of mob rule. That's not justice. That's mob rule, and mob rule is never justice. See, listen, Spake. Listen, if it was actually up to them, listen. If it was actually,
they've gave them a life sentence, bro.
Yeah, I know. Listen carefully. If it was actually up to the family, like you say, they wouldn't be put to death like that. They'd be tortured to death. That's mob rule. That's not justice.
I don't mean leave it up to the family to pick what punishment. I mean, whether or not to have the capital punishment, that should be possibly up to the surviving family.
Yeah, again, but that doesn't. But they might have a bias. It may just be somebody they don't. What if it's their neighbor that they just have a grudge against, even though he didn't actually do it? You see, that doesn't. But I mean, I don't think so, dude. Maybe I don't know.
You see the person who committed these heinous fucking crimes, just make them part of the economy and make them a fucking slave for the system.
Yeah, but you know why? Keep in mind, Spake, listen, during the jury selection process, there's a process involved where they make sure that the jurors don't have a bias towards the case. You know why they do that, right?
Right. But what he's saying is after the trial has been done and the unbiased jury says that he's guilty, then the family should be whether he lives or not.
No, but I don't think I don't think that should be the case. Because what if the guy killed 7 people and then the family just says, "Oh, we don't think you should put to death." Oh, so the guy gets to kill 7 people and he gets to spend life in prison? I say, fuck that, dude.
Well, you got to ask all 7 families. You got to ask all 7 families.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's not justice. What Spake just described in the scenario that I just described, where the guy kills 7 people, but because that one family makes that one decision, he gets to live, for the rest of his life in prison. No, that's not justice. That's fucking justice.
I don't think taking another life in place of just because a life's been taken, I don't think that's justice. I think that's just probably doing not quite as bad, like, morally, but it's just fucking yet another heinous fucking act.
Oh, that's why I put a caveat on that. That's why I said 3, not 1, 2, but 3. I said 3 people in the scenario. Listen carefully. What I said is in the scenario. Don't misunderstand me here. Try to listen to what I say and try to fully comprehend what I'm saying. I said in the scenario where 3 people are dead and it can be proved no shadow of a doubt
I heard you the first time, brother.
Individual members, then that's a different scenario. Then that's worth.
He's not saying that though, all right? He's not saying that. He's saying like if they are allowed to live, then they become a slave to those family members, a slave to society.
No, I wasn't saying that. No, I'm a slave to the economy. You know how America's economy is quite propped up by the slave people that they've got in the system doing shit for the military, cold calling, fucking demeaning fucking tasks.
Firefighting the forest in California.
Fuck. Man, I don't know. It's a fucking... Everybody's going to have a slightly different outlook on it, depending on your life, depending on what you've grown up in, depending on the pain and suffering you've seen in the world as you've grown up in this place.
Sorry about that.
How did we descend into fucking capital punishment and trannies? Yeah, you kind of run over to the shop to get a box of chocolate and I come back and it's fucking holy shit.
You know, the story started off with this in America. There's a transvestite who's talking about they cannot be put to death because they're a transvestite. That's how they. That's how
how it started. The whole thing started because it was a story out there, and he was loaded in with a lump of other women that were out there. But his thought process was eventually transferred over to like murder and capital punishment and things like that. Like the whole transgender thing.
You're kind of
the death penalty is BS. It's depend your position. Because if you are the president and you order the murder of hundreds of thousands of people in 10,000 miles from your position, then you're not a mass murderer and you get off the killing scot free.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Iraq War.
No, I'm not talking about the Iraq War.
Well, I think
mass murder. If you're poor, you get it. If you're rich, you don't get it.
Bro, I think fucking be hung for fucking war. I'm not really.
Give yourself a star for that one.
I don't really back murder for murder, but when it comes to war crimes like Bush and Tony Blair, I think they should be getting capital punishment, man, for fucking sure.
Yeah, but they're rich and they have position. That doesn't apply to them. If you're poor, if you're like a poor person and you commit a crime, and the system says you deserve the death penalty, you get it because you're poor. But if you're someone else that has a position, you don't have to get. You don't get that. You don't get the death penalty.
Of course not. Like somebody will rob a bank and get fucking 20 years in jail, but those fucking God knows how many bankers have robbed billions upon billions from people, man. And then they get put in a federal cushy prison for 3-4 years and get back out and get a fucking back into their mansion.
Weekends, they do weekends.
Like, look at it. Epstein, man. I watched it on the Netflix documentary about him, and he was literally getting out of jail and fucking to supposedly go to a job, but he was getting out of fucking jail to fucking go to saunas and go to fucking his island and shit like that, man. It's not what you know, it's who you fucking know, man. Yeah, these people, man, like, they're above the laws of the common pauper.
Hey, we have Chase Wood. Chase Wood, what do you think about the topic, Chase Wood? You're being muted.
Hello.
Hi.
Floor, my friend. Speak up.
He dropped out.
Hey, Jamesy, how the fuck was your New Year and Christmas shit? Okay?
Good. Everything okay? The family, everything was good. How about yourself? Everything all right?
We had a good dinner, man. It's just another day to me. I've not got kids or anything, man. But yeah, we had a good fucking food. Lots of fucking shit. The big roast, fucking pigs in blankets and vegetables all roasted and shit. And then fucking a good fucking ice cream fucking gato shit. It's good, man.
Yeah, family got together. They enjoy their time together. It's just a family time, And about the end of the year, I was looking into the lunar calendar, and I learned that it's kind of different in the lunar calendar. I mean, I've heard it before, but I was looking into the new year, and based on the lunar calendar, apparently it starts in April. In Spanish, makes sense, which means Abril, which is opening, which is the beginning, like a start. In April, people say April 3rd is the actual beginning of the year, which is kind of interesting now that we touched the New Year topic. And I saw people kind of like relating the shell of turtles, like have the whole lunar calendar in their bags. If you do the math and put it all together, a bunch of species of turtles have the whole yearly calendar in their bags. It's 13 months, 28 days each month, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, apparently the 13th month was in between March and April as well. So that was the last month that they got rid of, between March and April.
the month they got rid of, I think, is the 6th month, septillion or something like that. Because September is the 6th. It's something like 6 something. The 6th month. Because the September is the 7th month. October the 8th. November the 9th. December 10th. January 11. Wow, I lost the count. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I think the 6th one, the 6th one is the one that they took out, and yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I saw something a bit different.
I don't know if I'm coming in low, but that's when the Eden calendar is. That's about the same time where the extra month pops in.
Yeah, they've got it. The Ethiopians still use it.
And around that time of the year, April is when the kind of like the spring starts, and you have everything is blooming, and also most of the babies are born around that time, from what I've heard. So it's kind of like
March and October.
The lambs, the spring lambs.
That's like the actual beginning of the year.
Pregnancy usually begin around like June, July, or January. Like the end of December, January, going into February, and then babies are usually born either in October or March. At least that's what I've observed from my observations working in a hospital.
That's an interesting topic, in my opinion.
I like it. Happy New Year, Jim B, by the way.
What was that?
I said Happy New Year.
Oh, you as well. Thank you, everybody. Happy New Year in April. Yeah, it was about family getting together and that kind of stuff. But it's just another day where we celebrate it. It's just family, a day with the family, dates with the family. I mean, can't complain. Family makes food, get together, have a good laugh, pray, do some good stuff together, which is good. They work hard. A lot of them work hard, so good for them to take some time off. And
always,
yeah.
So I don't mean to talk about what we were talking about before, but what was no, I'm kidding. Anybody new in here? I don't have my phone nearby.
Who's here?
I'm wondering if anybody's new. Does anybody need a?
We had someone, bro. I unmuted him and he dropped out. Let's see, someone else. No.
He's gonna be mad.
Nobody knew.
He's gonna be mad.
Hey, Jamesy, Jamesy, do you have another account? Because there was someone in the lobby last night with your same avatar.
I do have another account with a different avatar, but this is a kind of like it's a I just grab it off Google, so it's probably pretty common. Yeah.
Someone else has got exactly the same thing. I'm trying to remember their name. I was going to say, is this Jamesy?
I'll switch it soon enough. I just saw it and liked it. Keep it simple. It's kind of putting a perspective from the ground towards the waters, towards the horizon, towards the luminaries. It's kind of like a
with
multiple angle view. Yeah, with the tree. Yeah, I like it. It shows the earth, the tree, the water, the air, the horizon, the sky. I don't know. I like the multi-angle view.
Well, I'm just leaving my driveway, off on a surfing trip with my son for a couple of days.
Surfing trip. That sounds amazing. We have like
we got
cold weather here in the Northeast, so enjoy your warm weather.
Yeah, it's nice at the moment. I got a camper set up on the 4-wheel drive, so we're just going camp in the forest. Then we got a place called the Surf Coast, which is maybe 2 hours from where I am now. So, gonna go chill out.
Enjoy with your son.
Yeah, the other one's a bit young at the moment, so he's not coming. But
Just watch out for the sharks and the salt crocodiles.
we don't have crocodiles, but there's sharks, but yeah, you rarely see them.
It's not shark season, is it? I think shark season already passed.
Yeah, summer. They mate. It's mating season, so.
Oh, gotcha.
They might confuse you as a mate, one of the sharks. Be careful.
Yeah, that's the main problem. I think they say that with a wetsuit on, you look like a seal. So. But not many shark attacks where I am in Victoria. They're more a lot in Western Australia and maybe South Australia more as well. So
maybe the dingo ate your baby.
Yeah, probably. Bloody buggers.
Bloody fucking hell, mate.
Those bloody dingoes.
Fucking bastards.
It's not a joke actually. So they have a big dingo population up on Fraser Island. It's a good 4-wheel drive and camping spot. And this dingo, they had to shoot a few because a dingo went in. It happened a couple of times 2 summers ago. A dingo went in, ripped this baby out of the bed, got into the camper trailer, and was dragging this 3-year-old kid off out of the tent. And the mum and dad woke up and went, "What the?" And because you're not like guns here. There's no guns, so they couldn't shoot her or anything. That he had to wrestle the fucking dingo and get his son back. So that lady who said the dingo ate my baby, now found out that she was actually telling the truth. They found her kid's clothes in a dingo den a few years later on, and they went, "Oh, it does happen."
Well, that goes along with what Orion was saying. That fucking. Sorry to bring that conversation back up.
No, you skipped out there, Gizbo. We missed it.
I said that goes back to what Orion was saying.
About what? Oh, the death
about people being accused of murder, but they actually end up innocent.
Yeah, well, imagine that. So she claims the dingo took her baby, and the media, she gets a trial by media, and then gets convicted. It goes to jail for something that she's traumatized about in the first place, but no one believes her. She gets the death penalty, and then 20 years later, they find out that she was telling the truth.
That's what Orion was saying. It's a damn shame when it happens.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the death penalty myself.
Well, you see, this is a good example of that. So it would be much more far-fetched if she said 3 of her children were dragged off by dingoes and eaten by them. You see, that's much less likely that 3 of her children.
Yeah, but and then you got to think, okay, what if, it's less likely, but what if it's true?
Yeah, but I mean, the point is, like, the chances of her getting wrongly accused of 3 of her children, you see how it's much less likely for her to end up with a death penalty on accident. You see how that's much less likely.
Yeah, so you advocate for it as long as they know 100%, or as long as there's undeniable evidence that they did it, and it was more than one person. So that's
yeah, 3 people I'd say is the right number.
Yeah.
Especially since there's actually lots of people in American prisons and prisons around the world, around the flat Earth. There's lots of people doing life in prison or killing much, much more than just 3 people. I think that's crazy.
Bro, there's people doing fucking 3 strikes and they're out doing life for stupid shit like fucking weed and fucking a little bit of crack or whatever the fuck. It's all been fucking engineered, bro, so they've got fucking like, I don't know how many million people in the system fucking doing all these demeaning fucking jobs.
Yeah, so that's just another form of injustice.
Yeah, it's a business, yeah.
Slavery, man. I saw this fucking documentary years ago and it said that if all the people that are in the American prisons right now were taken out, the ones that are obviously doing all these jobs, the American economy would be destroyed, it literally said. And these were like these specific like mathematicians or statisticians or whatever that were actually saying this shit. It wouldn't fucking surprise me.
So what do they do with all the people when they start legalizing marijuana or decriminalizing it at least? Do all those people who are in jail for that get released?
I don't think so, bro.
Didn't Joe Biden
Maybe some places they do, some places they don't, but it depends on what area you're talking about, which is how that plays out. But at the very least, nobody would be going to jail for it if it was made legal.
Let's just say possession. Someone got a possession charge because they had an ounce, let's call it, nothing serious. They got sent to jail for 10 years. 2 years later, it becomes decriminalized or legalized. They still have to do their sentence because at that time it was illegal, even though now they've realized that it's not that bad and now it's not illegal.
And their money gets taken.
It depends on what country you live in. Like what you just said may play out or may not play out depending on what country or state in that country you're in.
Yeah. So it's in California. Is weed legal in California now?
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah. So did they ever I suppose no one really knows. My question would be, did they ever release anyone who is now on possession charges or?
Different districts, different districts, and different kinds of stipulations.
My guess is yes.
Like I think it was over 60% of them did, but there were some other ones that didn't.
Gizmo, you got to fix your mic or get better Wi-Fi or put batteries in your Bluetooth or something.
Because you'd think, okay, those people who were, let's call it distribution, maybe they would be kept in because they were making profit off an illegal activity, yeah? But someone with just possession, I think they should be all let go or, something like that.
I'll tell you one thing I think that was funny, though, back, it's quite a few years now. I think it's been about 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 years now that weed's been legal in Oregon. But I thought it was really funny back when it wasn't made legal, hearing on the news how they have to, I think, retire all of the drug sniffing dogs that they have now, and they need to train new drug sniffing dogs because the drug sniffing dogs that they had before were designed to go after cocaine, heroin, and weed. But now that they need them to just go after cocaine and heroin, but not weed, they need new drug sniffing dogs, and I just thought that was funny.
Oh, this mic work?
Yeah, it's better. You still sound like you're about 10 meters away from the mic, but...
Of course I do. I'm stuck in a crowded area.
Are you at work, Gizbo?
No, I'm at the gym.
Oh, okay. Have you got earpods in or something, have you?
Well, I got my Bluetooth in, and that usually works better than my regular mic.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Yo, God rocking. Like even here, when
log back on, bro.
Even here, when weed wasn't legal, you'd never end up going to jail for, possession or something like that. Maybe if you were selling it and you made profits off crime, then you'd go for making profits off an illegal substance. But if you were just caught with weed, you wouldn't matter 2, 3, 4 times. You'd never go to jail for it. It's just weed.
In America, if you have over a pound, you're automatically charged with intent to sell and also possession.
See, I think that's within personal.
Obviously, you guys have never lived in Utah.
Is it bad there? Is it
It's always been. Even there's never been like the minimum of an ounce or whatever. It may have changed recently to some degree since they have got it. There are dispensaries here now, and you have to have a card in order to have marijuana or use it. But up until just recently, you could get caught with a gram of pot and go to jail here in Utah. I mean, it's always been like that. But I think they've lightened up a little bit. I'm not quite sure how much, but
well, if it's legal to sell it, so
excuse me,
can you grow it? Can you grow it for personal use?
Absolutely not. Yeah, this is one of I think Utah will probably be one of the last states to ever flip to making it, doing the right thing. I don't know why, but just
is
because
that
of the Mormons.
I know
Mormon
why.
influence.
It's because of all the damn Mormons.
Yep.
I know that because I was raised Mormon.
Bingo. Yep. My whole family's Mormon, everyone but me. So
were you a Mormon, or they converted to Mormonism?
No, we were. When you're born in Utah, the year I was born, 1956. Practically everyone here was Mormon. My parents were Mormon when I was born. My family was all. I mean, their family. Just it's a family thing, I guess. If your family's LDS, pretty much everybody follows suit. Everyone did, but me. I refused at even a younger age. I decided that I wasn't going to follow any, let's say, organized religion, so to speak. I have my own relationship. Of course, I believe in Creator. I believe in God. In fact, I do study Scripture quite often. Try to make heads or tails of it all, as I think. Whoever can do that, then my hat's off to them. If you can definitely say that this scripture, that scripture, whatever is absolutely correct, 100%, follow it, believe in this, believe in that. If you can do that, my hat's off to you. But right now I'm in the process of trying to accomplish some sort of competent following of the scriptures, I guess you might want to say.
And what about you? What about you, Ryan? You were raised as a Mormon and you left, or you just decided it wasn't for you? What happened there?
Yeah, I'd say I believed in the religion like personal. At the age of 13, and then I just was like, from that point on, kind of like more like an atheist. And then like many years after that, when around the age of like 19, I realized that atheism didn't exactly make entirely sense. So I was just an agnostic from that point up until now. So yeah, I'm just an agnostic, but I was raised as a Mormon.
I would say I'm deist now, bro. I thought I was atheist, then I thought agnostic, and then I found out what a deist is after Flat Earth.
I think I'm in the same boat as you, Spike.
I think being a flat earther makes it easy to realize that there's a creator, and that's a no-brainer, I think, for most of us. And I don't think I'd find too many people here that would disagree with that. That this place we live in screams creation all day long, and so there must be obviously there's a creator.
Fuck the creator is the big problem.
Yeah. But there's also things that we may never know, as well. So
we might find out one day when our death is upon us.
Well, I do know one thing, that, the 10 Commandments make sense. I mean, they definitely make sense. You can't tell me there's not one of those.
Hey, can I jump in here and maybe derail the conversation in a slight direction?
Yeah. Go back. You can, bro.
As
long as you want to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah. That's right. I have a quick question about solar flares. I don't really know too much about them, even from the traditional model, but my mind goes to the pictures of like those like Birkeland currents or those like parabola kind of explosions out of the sun.
Hey, did you know that you can't have a gas ball in a vacuum chamber? So most likely, flames flying up into the air are not happening.
Okay, that's my question. So like those images are untrustworthy, but what about any kind of like readings? I guess magnetic readings or any of that concept or that paradigm. I'm trying to see if any of it's rescuable.
If you don't get readings on your own, then it would be hard for, if we can't have those readings that we test on our own. It's not worth
As far as I know, all those readings, those videos are artist drawings, as far as I know, or computers. I don't know if any of them real.
Okay, but we do have magnetic fluctuations.
Can you show us that?
Right now, I can't. I'm driving, but I know what you're getting at, Godric. Yeah. How did I get those measurements? How did I? Yeah, but
are you talking about those fireballs we've been seeing, the green ones and blue ones? Does that have anything to do with what you're talking about, or no?
It means the video of the sun where the solar explosions flying out.
No, he's talking about the sun fires that
solar flares.
They flop off.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood there.
Hey, Deleon, did you see what I posted in the live stream text?
Yeah, let me see.
Did you ever see this article?
But bro, they say, if there's a solar flare, it's going to fuck up all the electric grid and it'll do this and do that. But has it ever?
Right.
Once, not even fucking once, I've heard of it.
Right. Did you see this about the picture of the sun? Did you see that article?
No, I've never seen this.
No, like somebody posted on Twitter a picture that they called the sun, and then after it got like 100,000 shares or likes or something like that, and like 10,000 shares, I don't even know. The numbers are in there. You can probably find an article, but tens of thousands of shares and likes. It turned out to be a picture of chorizo, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what is chorizo.
Yeah, what is that?
Chorizo. Sausage, man.
A piece of it's like Italian sausage.
That's awesome.
Like Mediterranean.
It's basically ground beef and ground pork mixed together.
That's hilarious. Chorizo. That's what you're saying. Chorizo.
Athelion. So, first you have to ask, what is the sun?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Do you got any clues?
You're on a long journey there, mate. If you're trying to figure out what the sun is.
Well, I'm imagining that lots of humans have tried to figure that one out.
Yeah.
So maybe they have something that I don't.
They had it as a deity, Helios. That's where your heliocentric models derived. Well, the name at least. The sun god.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also Mithra, the Roman god.
Mars and all the planets are all fucking named after fucking deities of some fashion.
Pagan gods.
I guess like at a certain point you can ask the question, does the sun even light or heat the earth,
Well, it does. You can feel it.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody claims to know what the sun is here.
Right.
Well, we know what it's not. Well, we can safely say we know what it's definitely not.
But there's things that it does, like it lights up the air when it comes over us or comes into view. It heats up. The more overhead it gets, the more it heats up the air.
All right, but just to
helps grow plants.
Just to play the I don't know what part I'd be playing, but like that's a claim. But how can you know that?
How can you know what? That it gives off heat?
Is that a claim?
Yeah,
hold on.
Yeah.
For instance, is that a claim or an observation?
Good question.
Yeah, it's an observation because you can measure the heat.
Yeah.
Sun comes.
And what's even crazier is you can.
Sun goes away, cools down.
What's even crazier is moonlight is actually colder than moon shades.
Yeah, that's cool.
Right. It's definitely not a fireball because, as Dr. Astrotheology said, I don't know if he's changed his name again or not, but he said you can't have a fireball in a vacuum. And when's the last time you saw fire grow plants?
No, but then the Globers say that it's not actually fire, like it's nuclear fucking fission or fusion.
Yeah, when have we observed nuclear fission or fusion, whatever they call it?
Fusion's been a
I find it interesting. It was a gas ball back when we discovered oil and started burning and making gasoline fuel. So the sun was a gas ball. Then during the atomic age, it's like, oh no, it's an atomic nuclear bomb.
Well,
and then now with like plasma
gas.
Physics and that kind of development, now it's a plasma light, you know?
Yeah, they claimed it had so much gravity that the hydrogen gas would fold in on itself with so much pressure that it fused it together and caused fusion. That's the story originally, what I was told is a ball of hydrogen gas that had so much massive gravity that it pulled in so tightly that it fused the molecules together and caused nuclear fusion, which we know is just complete horseshit.
It's horseshit, man. Like, when have you ever seen in nature one gas molecule attached to another gas molecule attached to another gas molecule and just keep growing and growing and growing like it's a fucking parasite or a baby?
Exactly.
I hate to use this too.
Exactly.
It's such an asshole thing to say.
I love that one. Where
Broad spectrum.
It takes the something from the middle of the sun to reach the outside of the sun. It takes 1 million years. Yeah, how the fuck did you come up with that? Where do they come up with this shit?
Yeah, I heard that it takes, what was it, 250,000 years for a photon to leave the centre of the sun so it can reach the outside. Then it took another 500,000 years to be released from the fucking sun's overall gravity and then travel 8 minutes to your eye on Earth.
Because someone measured that.
I love that shit, man.
They measured it.
Sorry, you go, bro. Sorry.
Well, see, the math works out.
Of course, man.
All right, but now what about your thoughts on like the moonlight? Somebody mentioned earlier that it can cool stuff, or that it's actually cooler in moonlight than it is in like the shade of a moon.
I wouldn't say it's cool stuff. It's measurably cooler in the moonlight than it is in moon shade.
Right. But it's cooler or it extracts heat, one or the other. Right. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good.
Because supposedly it's a fucking, when moonlight's put on like meat, it supposedly fucking like decays it. Same with moonlight on a fire.
I got a picture I want to post, and I want everybody's opinion on it. It's a picture of the sun that was taken from a camera that aimed straight up at, it was a 365-degree camera that can be spun around.
Are the phases of the moon tied to the sun,
of the sun straight up in the sky. I want you to observe that out of each side of it looks like the firmament to me. There's a ray of energy coming out from each side that comes out. You can see it reflecting off of above it, which I think is the firmament. This is all speculation, of course, Ryan. Just for you. Anyway, I want everybody's opinion on that. Enlarge that and look at that. That's a real photo of the sun.
Is it? Could it be a lens flare though? Because I mean, like, do we really know what's going on with the lens?
I've never seen a lens flare look like this, with two things coming in from the sides, which I think are energy flow coming in from the left and from the right. They collide in the middle, and then it's like an arc or some sort of like if you combine two high energy sources to a point, it would just burn, and you can see it reflecting off above it, reflecting off of something. Yeah. And then if you look where those things go into the sky on the left and right, it's like a little hole. Is a little hole in it came out, and then anyway, I've got several of these photos,
to me, man.
and it's just they're
That's
just
pretty cool.
It's just interesting. I don't know what the hell's going on, but that's what my opinion of what's going on there is. It's two energy beams coming in, one from the left, one from the right. When they collide, like if you had like a welding arc or something,
Like a particle collider.
Yeah, and then it's reflecting off of the ceiling there, off of something, because it's so close and bright. So I don't know. Everybody make up their own mind about it, but I've got several of these posters.
God rocking, if you tried to put it into like Photoshop and mess with the levels and the fucking like the hue and the saturation and just
No, I have not.
You might be able to see something different.
Negative and everything.
You might be able to see another fucking realm if you start fucking with it, bro.
Maybe.
Hey, do we want to speak to Steel City? Are they in here?
Yeah.
They're making comments in the live chat.
What? They're abusing the live chat and they're not in the live stream?
Here, folks. Anybody be able to tell me? See that image of God Rockins. I've clicked on save image and it's popping up unable to save image. Is there something I need to do on the PC version to give me the ability? Anyone know?
Do you want who's that talking? I can maybe send it to you in your DMs or something. I got several of them. If you want, I'll send them to you.
Well, I'm on Dystopioid, but it's Panto, bro.
Excuse me?
It's Panto, but I'm on the account called Dystopioid because I've been messing with my server rules and shit.
Guys, I just posted something in the chat that's kind of connected with the things you were talking about. I think you should look at it. It's kind of interesting to see.
Who's that?
Not sure, bro.
EXH? Is that you?
Yes, that was me. It's a possible explanation of the things you were talking about. I'm not sure if you are aware of it.
Hey man, it's like God's lifting up the lid, bro. He's peeking in, bro.
It's good to keep an open mind, but that's like splitting your brain open and spilling it all out. Be careful.
Yeah, man.
Yes. I usually say it's good to keep an open mind, but don't open it so wide that some things can be poured in.
There you go. That's good too.
Well, if you sit in front of a fucking TV, your fucking mind's getting full of shit, man. It's literally getting fucking doctored.
So true.
See, when I got rid of my TV, that's when I started finding out like loads of shit. I took my TV through to my ex-girlfriend's at the time. I took it on the train, a big flat LCD one. By the time I got there, switched it on. You couldn't see it till you switched it on, and it had a big crack right through it, right diagonally down it. So when we finished, I had to go back to my house, but I still had my iPad. That was eventually when I fucking started waking up. Thank fuck.
Those things are dangerous.
What? TVs?
Yeah, they let children use them.
Well, I posted it in the PDF room in here. There was actually a patent from, it was either one of the like FBI or CIA or some shit, and it was from like the 50s or 60s, and they patented suggestions, like psychological suggestions through nothing to do with the information coming out the TV, through the magnetic field and the constant flickering. See when you see
the flashes,
kid
pulsating.
Bro, see those absolutely huge flat screen TVs that are out now? If you see a tiny little infant looking at them, their jaw is gaping. They're literally in a trance watching it, man. Dangerous
These
as
things
fuck.
they're not originally meant for what people think that they are for.
What do you think?
What, propaganda machines?
They were invented for educational purposes and military applications. So, like, their origin point is not for entertainment at all.
Well, it's a kind of military operation that they're doing on the human psyche anyway, man.
Yeah, and then like you were talking about with the flickering and the flashes and the mind control studies and stuff, like this is declassified information and it's not a weird conspiracy theory, it's just out there. It is what it is.
Another one of those photos of the sun, if you want to look at it, a little different angle.
I believe it, man. I agree with what you're saying. That's why I said these things are so dangerous and they let children use them. I don't like my kids on tablets and computers and screens, but they get their time doing that too.
Especially
it's just annoying.
Social networks, and they're constantly getting drip fed. They've basically drugs in their brain, mate. There was a fucking professor I watched a documentary a couple of years ago, and he was saying blatantly these fucking devices are making kids drug addicts.
Mm-hmm. They act like little zombies or like Smeagol with the Precious. Like you try and take it from them, like, it's going to came to me. They'll freak out. And get like for real, children will get mad if you try to take their little scrying mirror from them.
Yeah, God Rocket, and I think those are fucking definitely from the lens, man.
I can't tell you what I think that is because I wasn't there. But I also agree that it's probably from the lens, but I can't tell you that I know what it is because I wasn't there. Or how you took the picture, or what direction it was faced, or anything about it. And the top one looks really cool, though. It looks like some kind of, like, angel of light with wings spread, like, soaring through. Like, behold, the light is coming. This other one's interesting, though, because of the way that the angles go on it. Was this behind a windshield, or you just took a picture at the sky? Oh, this is... Wait, why did it say map? Where are these pictures from? Wait, what? Oh, you're on the street, and you took a screenshot of the picture of the... Okay. Never mind. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit retarded for a second. The scientific thing to do would be to try and replicate the picture. Find out what camera was used.
The flat earthers don't believe in science.
Seize him!
Oh crap, I'm gonna get banned now. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have said the S word.
You guys are anti-science. This is say you guys are anti-science, and then that other guy the other day trying to explain the scientific method to him, and then he's after an hour he said, "You guys don't even know what the scientific method." What the fuck?
Oh my gosh. Dude, you can watch the Dinosaur Train and learn the scientific method. It's on PBS. You go tune in right now. It might be on. And go watch Dinosaur Train. And you'll learn the scientific method. Easy peasy. Freaking graduate from kindergarten, man. Like, people, what the hell? They don't know their own doctrine. They don't know their own crap. They didn't pay attention to anything.
Are you now saying there's science in dinosaurs?
I'm saying that there's a little cartoon for children that explains what a hypothesis is better than most of these people's understanding of the scientific method could ever cover. And it's for children. And it's hilarious that this stupid, silly program knows more about... Oh my god. They just need to watch like public broadcasting or something, I guess. I remember seeing that because my children watched that and other kids had watched it way back. And so anytime somebody says the word hypothesis, like the little audio clip plays in my head of the one guy, the dinosaur kid, talking about, I have a hypothesis, or I'm talking about a theory that you can test and whatever. And it's just funny, but I don't have any of those. I should get those audio clips and give them to Stevie. Like, here you go. Get some educational material.
I just found one of those patents for the electromagnetic fields. I'm just going to post it. Blatantly saying that they're manipulating the fucking mind.
Yep. Yeah, this wasn't speculation or any kind of weird conspiracy theory nonsense. We were being completely true. To anybody who didn't believe us, they can mess with your head.
Fucking crazy flat earthers.
But yeah, we don't know what's going on. We're just stupid.
XO's fucking insane, man. Jesus Christ, he's writing absolute nonsense in my DMs. He's still rabbit. He was listening. See, when me and Miggy were fucking having our little back and forth about the fucking Torah, he's like, oh, you're still pushing your religion. I'm not fucking religious. I'm a religious zealot full of hate. I abuse my powers like a coward. I'm a safety of an internet troll position like a murderer. See you later, XO. You can go to fucking cock this. Fucking loony bin, man.
Triggered. Imagine getting offended by a sound effect that's produced by the meat in somebody else's throat. Like, if you think about it that way, though, it does sound a little silly. Like, wait a minute. I'm gonna get mad at a sound effect? Like, I can just choose not to and not care.
What's better than
or don't, right?
better than replying to one like McToon did?
Oh, I remember when y'all were talking about that before.
Yeah, he was talking, and then DB put on one of those clips, and he answered the guy in the clip.
It is a little bit confusing though when you're trying to have a conversation. There's a bunch of people in the chat, and somebody plays sound effect. Especially if it sounds like it's actually a person talking and not a sound effect being played through somebody's stuff. It's just funny. And maybe we should have professional meetings, like with the actual screen, like face reveal, do a Zoom meeting. Like, all right, you better get professional. Clean up the backdrop. Make it look nice for your guests. I wonder if McToon would do that, or if he would use like an actual cartoon filter. Cartoon filter would be kind of funnier, actually.
Oh yeah, they canceled a lot of the Looney Tunes from like Disney Discovery. Here, let me find the headline here.
You get rid of all the ones that were compromising to their new narratives.
Yeah, like how I go through like stories and like add like a GIF to it. I don't know if you've seen that before. So here, Warner Brothers HBO Max. Here, let me. It's like they're slowly destroying the culture. Like they're slowly destroying the culture and history. So here's something, Mick Looney Tune. Okay, I understand you're triggered by flat Earth. Okay, flat Earth just triggers you, and it's bizarre because you can't even tell me what flat Earth is, but yet you're completely triggered by it. Okay, can you side that? Okay, have you cried enough already? It's been years. Okay, you've been crying about flat Earth for years. Can you now focus on what these psychopaths are doing? Because you claim to be a fan of Looney Tunes, they're canceling your shtick. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to adjust fire? Or are you going to continue to trigger about flat Earth? What say you, Mr. McLooney Tune? And I'd be curious. He'll say, oh, nope, I'll continue to spire about flat Earth. I'm like, well, there you go. Now you know why no one takes you seriously. You can't even take yourself seriously. You can't find something that you're passionate and you care about and then protect it. Of course no one believes you the Earth is a globe. You can't even get HBO to keep your favorite show online. This is like hilarious too because there's like this the show Babylon 5. There's a character called Michael Garibaldi, and he used to watch like Looney Tunes. So what's going to happen then? Like sometimes they would show little shticks of that, little clips of him watching the cartoon.
Thinking about setting up a tiny computer to just stream random videos. Like, I could set up a Discord and make it like a channel. Be able to switch things out. I don't think I could stream it over the Wi-Fi though. That would suck. I'd have to put it inside. I think it would be cool to build kind of a
How about that Earth, though, guys? It's so flat.
No fucking moving either.
So stationary.
Just a coincidence.
It's too big. You can't see the Earth spinning because it's too big.
It's so big that you can't see the Earth curve either, huh?
Yeah, I said it backwards, yeah. It's too big, you can't see it curving, and it moves too slow, so you can't see it or feel it spinning.
But that's just real ironic. When they gave us the size, they told us exactly how big it was, and with normal standard 5th grade geometry, you can figure out the drop rate, which should be easily detectable. So they kind of screwed up. They kind of screwed up a little bit. I mean,
you just don't understand science.
Gravity. Bibbity bobbity gravity.
Yeah. Bingo.
You just don't understand science.
Oh goodness.
No, but I do understand fifth grade geometry. That much I do understand. Give me a ball. Tell me how big it is. I can tell you the circumference. I can tell you the volume. I can tell you the radius, the diameter. Just give me one of those numbers and I can give you all that stuff. It's pretty easy. I mean, I was taught that in fifth grade. So I think we all were. So they kind of screwed up. Like I said, they told us it was this big. And so that dictates this amount of drop rate. And it just cannot be found. It's not there. They lied. Straight up lie.
They've been bowl skating.
Okay.
Someone new just popped in, but he doesn't have a role.
Who's that?
Though I don't know how to pronounce that. It's the second from the bottom.
Mm.
You have to go into VC voice check-in, buddy.
Russian name.
Your guess is as good as mine. It's in a different language.
Yeah, I think that's Russian, possibly. I'll see if he wants to talk.
Ashley? Is that the one? No.
That's
from
Ashley's my wife.
Oh, it's a Russian.
She's talking about the
Russian writing.
person on the left.
Hey, my friend, at the bottom, I think possibly Russian writing. I've unmuted you if you want to talk. We could check you in here if you like. I don't know any Russian whatsoever.
Neither do I. I know a little Spanish. I'm from Alabama.
I'll DM him, see what he says.
Hey, Murray.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good. How have you been?
Oh, good. I was trying to be stealthy. You got me.
Oh yeah.
Salam alaikum, my brother.
Wa alaikum. How are you doing, brother?
Very good.
I just had to meet him back up, man. He's not wanting to talk. I tried to DM him, but he's not answering.
I saw him. He popped in just a second ago, so just was wondering if he knew how it worked.
Yeah. Maybe some people don't want to talk. They don't like talking on the chat.
Yeah, Helio's got that problem too.
Helio.
So has anyone heard anything new in flat Earth? Even new globe Earth arguments.
There's nothing new under the sun.
Every globe Earth argument is a new argument because every single person that comes in here tries to put their own spin on it and doesn't know what the fucking narrative is.
Yeah, last night we had Gamer Zim in here. Yeah, we had Gamer Zim in here, and he had the audacity to have his picture as a globe. I don't know. It's so funny.
He was another story, wasn't he?
Yes. I hope he did listen back to how many times he said if. Or like what if. Or maybe.
If, maybe, what if, maybe this, imagine this, imagine that.
Should change his name to Gamer If.
Indeed.
In a world of pure imagination.
Is that Helio? No, Helio. Anyway. So my mic was really shitty earlier, huh? Is it still shitty?
No, that's heaps better.
Yeah, it's much better.
I was at the gym and in the pool area, I don't know, I think it drowns out all the noise. And so the mic probably wasn't picking up my voice very well.
Wait, so you were swimming with Bluetooth headphones?
No, so the pool area, right next to the pool area is the sauna. And I was going in and out of the sauna. And so when I went out of the sauna, that's when y'all couldn't hear shit. But when I was in the sauna, I guess y'all could hear me clear enough. But when Lou said that my mic sounded like shit the last time, and I kind of went silent after that, that was I was in the sauna, but there was like 6 other people in the sauna, so I was trying to be respectful to them without yelling and screaming into my microphone.
Should have flashbacked them on live.
Oh, dude. I could just imagine what people would be saying in there. Like, I'm in a fucking 180-degree room. I don't have to put up with this shit. You're in a 180-degree flat room.
There you go, fuck. You always get to meet weirdos in the sauna. The guy was trying to tell me the earth was flat.
Best place, man. Best place to do it. Flat smack them. They can't do nothing.
My goal, though, when I flat smack somebody randomly out in public, is when they go home to their friend and they say, "Man, this fucking flat earther," and their friend be like, "What do you mean the earth is flat?" Like, that is my ultimate fucking like walk away goal.
Yeah, my neighbor asked me about flat Earth, and I was so excited.
I flat smacked this guy so hard on a just unrelated server that he like pointed a loaded shotgun at his dog, and just started screaming like he was like the psych ward need to come pick him up.
Damn, you crashed the system.
I know. It was a complete blue screen of death.
Yeah,
I think I posted on Golden Globies if you want to check it out.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's like some people. I mean, yeah, he went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
You can't overclock people like that, man.
Yeah.
Well, if you listen to the whole thing, he asked for it. This wasn't. Yeah, like he was going on and on about how dumb flat earthers are, and like they invited me to the server because I knew a friend of mine so I had an ally there, who's like this because this guy was talking about the dumbest people on the internet, and he was like, flat earthers or whatever. He's like, hey, I think I know somebody who can come, talk about flat earth. And the guy's like, really? He's like, yeah. He's like, bring him on.
No.
You know?
That's a setup. That's entrapment.
Did you post the video?
Yeah, I think it's on Golden Globies, the video section. I'm pretty sure I posted it there.
Set up for failure. That was the entrapment.
Yeah, because the dude like
on that one.
Like right away just started triggering. He's about, how do you explain, like a galaxy I saw on my telescope? And I was like, you didn't see no telescope in your galaxy, any galaxy in your telescope? What the hell are you doing? The guy was completely wasted too. Like, I mean, he was just blitzed, so that probably had a lot to do with it.
Isn't it crazy that people say that you can look in your telescope and see what they portray from space agencies? You don't see that.
It's even worse. You can see back in time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
CD should be playing like a weird sound effect right now.
Like when people show these like elaborate pictures of these so-called planets up there, and you're like when I look through a fucking powerful lens, that's not what I fucking see.
No one does.
You don't get it. You don't have the special telescopes.
Bro, I'm telling you, man.
I was arguing with a guy about he's got a telescope that goes into his computer or into a software program, and it tells you where you're pointing at, and then it brings up an image of what you're pointing at, and he thought he was actually looking at the fucking image through the telescope.
Yeah.
You what you're seeing on the screen?
What's that?
It shows you what the telescope's seeing on a screen?
No.
No, it goes into a program. Yeah, so it
comes out the eye hole, an image?
No, there's a program on the computer, and the program is pre-programmed with all this stuff, and so when you lock on to what you're looking at, it shows you an image of what you're looking at pre-programmed.
Your telescope has motors in it, okay? So when you're on the computer and you say, I want to look at Polaris, it goes, zip, points at Polaris, then it gives you an image on the screen of whatever it's supposed to look like, whatever the imaginary guy said.
So as you're looking through the eye hole, you see that rendered image or whatever?
On the computer screen that's controlling it.
Gotcha, on the computer screen, okay.
The eye hole is different.
Yeah, you won't see anything like that through the eye hole. Although Saturn looks pretty cool.
Roger that. Thanks for clearing it up.
That's exactly what I think of when people are like use these computer optic telescopes. I'm like, dude, how do you even know that that's what your telescope is seeing? Like, you should be able to put your eyeball up to the lens of your telescope. Look and see it like that. Like your computer should have nothing to do with what generation is going on.
I'm shopping for telescopes right now. I'm just kind of checking prices on them. Any suggestions?
What are you going to use it for, the sky or for long distance images?
I'm gonna spy on you with it over the plane. No,
you'll have to be able to circles.
I might need to find a really good mountain or build a tower.
P1060.
I really want to look at some of these celestial objects and then try and take a picture with it using a webcam that's connected to the computer, and then have that face through the eye hole. I don't want it to feed through some other system. I want to be able to look through the lens with my own eye and then take a picture of what I'm looking through with a camera. Is that middleman bullcrap?
He's trying. I think he works with. He's got a few telescopes. What were you saying?
I think it would be cool for homeschool.
I think that you didn't hold the button long enough, so it cut out what you said. But yeah, that's also why I wanted.
I said I think it would be cool for homeschooling.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your wife.
Gander at what's up there. Yeah, man.
Is that your wife?
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Headphones.
My wife.
She finally got a headset, so she's able to come.
Hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
everybody.
hey.
His wife's here. We gotta stop talking about what we were talking about before.
She's been here for a minute. But
Yeah, I'm sewing and listening.
I would like to think she's always crafting something.
So, Ether, did you speak to Dr. Astro? He's into telescopes and stuff.
I haven't talked to him about it or anything. Well, he's right there.
He's on there now. You can ask him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I assume he hears us talking. What's up, man? Hey, do you have any suggestions on what would be a good telescope to get? Like, I'm trying to find something that's not too expensive, but I don't want anything that's trash.
You're not asking me, are you?
Well,
yeah. I have a P900. I shoot with a camera.
That would probably be the best thing I could do because there's so many attachments for it that you could just.
Get a P1050 or 10, whatever that new one is, and you're all set. I would.
I'll give you an example. So a P900 will go for less than $1,000, and a P1000 will go for $1,500.
I'll sell you my P900 for 450 and the tracker for 400, so you get the whole thing for 850.
This one's 560.
That's not bad.
Checking prices. Yeah, that's actually a decent price.
Got
good price. At least you know where it came
tracker
from.
with it too, so you can just Bluetooth to your phone. You point on the screen, and the camera will move to that spot in the sky.
And I guarantee you that it's been taken care of too, because it's owned by somebody who's using it as a scientific research tool.
At least you know you won't be getting broken equipment.
Yeah. But no, right now I'm investigating. I don't even have the money to be able to get it just yet, but I know that I need to get something like that. I'm like looking.
You're not going to find much.
There.
You're not going to find much for under 500.
Yeah.
That's decent. You know what I mean? Like, you get what you pay for, and people know what the good stuff is out there, so they upprice everything.
Yeah. Which I don't mind paying, like, what it's worth.
Like, I think what his setup is, at its original price, I think it would probably price around $2,000 or more.
Well, that's what
so you're getting kind of a steal out of it for $800.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a really good price because I'm looking at the price on here and it's way higher than that. Hundreds of dollars higher. I guess I undersold how good of a deal that is, but it really is a good deal.
Yeah.
There's just so many things that people say that they could see with their different telescopes and setups. And I'm like, I want to look up there and take my own pictures and show what I see. I don't. But then you were talking about this device that the guy had set it up, and it makes it look like you're looking through it, but it's getting a picture from some database or some crap. And
no, that's a telescope that has a computer controller on it to control its tracker. And when you use a computer to point to it, it gives you the image of what you're supposed to be looking at on the screen.
Still cool. I like the spelling.
Yeah.
Looks pretty.
But you can take a picture with your telescope
instead of through it.
You can take a picture with your telescope and actually see what you're seeing. You don't have to. You don't look at the screen. That's just a reference point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I want to take real pictures.
Yeah, so when I use my phone and I use my tracker and I point to the object, it gives me a big picture of Saturn on it, and that's not what I'm looking at because my phone's not connected like that. I just look at my camera and I can actually just see Saturn the way it is.
Yeah.
I set it up. I use my phone. If I want to track the moon, I just set it up. You point to Polaris, you get it right on level. You set it for moon and let it go, and it'll track it right on center the whole time.
Am I coming in choppy again? I hope.
Sound all right to me.
Anyway.
Looking at something else too. I'm thinking like lower tech than that. We should be able to build these. We should be able to throw together lenses and pieces and build these easily. It's something most globe Earth believers can't do, and if we can, then I mean that's just automatically a bonus. Like you guys can't even zoom in. You got to get a robot to do it. Oh, man, these are like little interests of mine that I've had for a while. Like I've always played with prisms and magnifying lenses and projection. Like you can take an image that's being it's off of a regular screen that's being displayed, and then you can use a magnifying lens and under the right conditions project that image like off onto the wall across from the screen. There's just other things that you can do involving like zooming in or projecting images that are far away. Like I can make the moon appear on the wall.
Perfect.
These different lenses look cool. Hmm.
Mhm.
Who's Cavendish?
Who's what?
So never mind. I never met Cavendish before, so I was just looking at names.
Hi, sorry. Are you speaking to me? I can't really hear you. Can you speak louder?
I was just seeing who's new. That's all I was doing.
Ah, okay, okay.
I'd never met you before, so I didn't know. I clicked on
Yeah.
your name and saw you were not new.
Yes, yes. Same here. Like, so how are you doing, man?
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm now 3 months into exercising and trying to better my life. So I quit smoking last March. I quit smoking.
Wow, that's epic, man. Congrats, really, because like smoking is one of the worst habits like anyone can do.
You changed your water yet, Gizbo?
No, I drink bottled water, and I'm working on like getting Icelandic water. Icelandic water has been my favorite. I gotta look into it. But I like Icelandic water.
Just get a distiller, mate.
Yeah. I need
Easy,
to
$100 off eBay or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, the greatest thing I ever did.
Pure water.
The greatest thing I ever did was, people say quit smoking, but like stopping using fluoride toothpaste. That was like, man, my headaches went away. I started thinking more clearly. I was happier more often.
Fuck that shit.
And then I stopped getting cavities. My teeth don't hurt no more.
It's we make our own.
Yeah, wait to see how you feel after you stop drinking the fluoride in your water too, mate.
Right.
So, feel so much
Well, it's not so much drinking it, but like when I shower and bathe.
Prozac
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, because it absorbs through the skin, man.
Yep. You got to have cold. The only way to avoid that's cold showers. But you're never gonna. What are you gonna do? Like you can eliminate most of it, but you can't stop having showers in. Like what are you gonna do? Distill water and then or wash in it?
I heard someone say distilled water and peroxide, and they bathe with that with a sponge.
I think for a grand or two you can fit a reverse osmosis system to your water tanks and shit.
Yeah.
If you've got a spare couple of grand to throw away, that is. But yeah, at least you can get showers and drinking water without any additives.
Do RO systems get fluoride out?
Yeah, supposedly.
No, not all. Reverse osmosis does, and distilling does, but filters don't.
But I know I can taste the difference, like in like water fountains and like tap water, and even like filtered water from a refrigerator or something like that, like a dispenser. Like I literally can like still taste the fluoride in those versus drinking like bottled water.
Especially see if you run a bath or a hot shower, I can smell it like fuck, bro.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yeah, the chlorine.
Yeah, it smells like a pool. You can't tell unless you've quit it, though. Like, people who drink it don't know.
I want it forever. I knew she wanted some, or she likes
What
it.
are you doing? You got thread in your mouth while you're sewing and you're trying to talk?
It was expensive, but it was worth it. Last time I made lemon meringue pie, it messed up, so I'm not gonna do that again.
How does lemon meringue pie? Never mind.
Oh God, you can hear me? Oops.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
By the way, coconut buttermilk pie is the best pie ever.
Coconut buttermilk?
Yes, it was
Interesting.
freaking delicious. It was freaking delicious.
I'm not gonna write that down because I'm not gonna remember that.
Give me a lemon meringue.
Coconut.
I'll smash a whole one of them. That and a coffee, and I'll leave me alone for half an hour, and I'll eat the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, you just do a buttermilk pie, and then you just sprinkle a bunch of coconut inside, and put the topping on top, so the bread topping on top. Oh my gosh, it's so delicious.
That.
I hate living in the country, but I like it.
You hate living in the country and what?
But like it.
Oh.
I think you said but like it.
Yeah, I hate living in the country, but I like it. Yeah. I like being away from everything.
Same here. I like being secluded.
You know, guys, like where exactly in school or in the schooling system they teach us, like, hey, if you bring a couple of chickens and like some like basically cattle, like of your choice, like let's say 2 cows, couple of sheeps or whatever, right? And start like planting your own food, you will be self-sufficient and you will never need a degree or to be employed or what have you, right? Where exactly do they do that?
I know in some schools they have I was in Future Farmers of America, and they taught it in that. That was about the only class that they teach it at.
4-H. There's a 4-H class in middle school.
Yeah, the 4-H club.
Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah,
about the economy of like being self-sufficient, of great, like the actual necessities of life and how you can be self-sufficient and also protected from anything that happens in the like, you know,
Yeah,
in
they
the,
never
the
teach
world.
it that way, though.
Exactly,
They
that's my point.
teach it for like the farming industry, but not for self-sufficiency.
True.
They do want to generate interest in it, but just specific, like targeted.
What would you like?
That interest
Hold on,
must
wait,
go
let me
here.
mute.
Yeah, you should do that.
Sadly, I discovered that like after 25 years in my life, like I said, oh my God, it's like too late, but at least I know it now.
Leo, luckily.
Yeah.
Depends which way you look at it.
Say again, please.
Sadly or luckily, found out.
Luckily, indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, how old are you then, if you don't mind me asking?
In the 30s.
In the 30s. So, I mean,
young,
you
man.
figure, like, yeah, you're still young. Like, you figure you have all the way up into, like, 60, early 60s to kind of put in some still decent work. Like,
I'm sorry, mate, you are roboting for me. I don't know if anyone else.
That's Gizbo. He's our local robot.